Everyone, and a very warm welcome to Season 4 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. A brand new season of long-distance competition is about to get underway, and with every race this season running to a 6-hour format, this gives us a whopping 30 hours of racing to enjoy at 5 truly iconic circuits. We've got up to 4 splits running simultaneously, and a potential prize pool of somewhere in the region of $3,000. I think it's fair to say that this will be the biggest Endurance Cup season to date. It's been 2.5 months since Simware Pro were crowned Season 3 champions after a super consistent run which saw them claim 3 race wins and never finish off the podium. Since then, they've enjoyed even more success, claiming top honours in the SimGrid VCO World Cup just a week ago. Their confidence will be sky high coming into the season, but the entry list is absolutely stacked with experienced teams, with talented driver lineups, all hoping to knock our reigning champions off their perch. We've also got a whole host of potential new championship frontrunners. Quite a bit of driver shuffling has gone on recently as well, so it's anyone's guess as to who will come out on top this time around. Our first insight into the championship form book comes in the shape of the season opener here at the Spa 6 Hours, coming to you today from the magnificent Spa-Francorchamps circuit nestled in the Ardennes Forest region of Belgium. This 7-kilometre circuit is renowned not only for its Formula 1 history, but also for its world-famous endurance race, the Spa 24 Hours. Bit of a surprise then that this will actually mark its first ever appearance on the SimGrid Endurance Cup calendar, but it's a circuit the teams will know well, so each and every one of them will be gunning for a strong result to kickstart their championship campaigns. Guaranteed to be an enthralling 6 hours of racing, and I for one can't wait to get started. My name's Andy McEwan, delighted to say that I'm reunited with our very own Flying Scotsman, David Christie. David, looking forward to this one.
Oh, you missold that one. There's nothing flying about me, my friend, but brilliant to be back in the commentary booth with you. So excited to see 6 hours for all of these endurance events. This is going to be a cracking season. Let's get it on.
Yeah, that echoes my sentiments exactly. The racing, I'm sure, is going to be fantastic, but the storylines ahead of the season, they've got my mouth watering, that's for sure, David. I mean, so much has been going on. I was delighted to see that there's just as much driver shuffling and silly season antics in sim racing as there is in the real world thing. I mean, we've had so many drivers jumping ship from one team to the other, and that inevitably creates storylines before we even turn a wheel on the circuit.
Absolutely, it does. It's fascinating because obviously when you're growing up, you love watching things like soaps and the wrestling, and it's all scripted, it's all choreographed. This is a storyline, Andy, that could absolutely match that, watching all the ins and outs and the to's and fro's. It's like, Sky Sports on transfer deadline day, just watching to see which driver is going to go to which team. Some very, very eyebrow-raising moves, but we'll get a chance to talk more about that through the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, we absolutely will. It's all come together though, hasn't it, to give us a truly spectacular entry list. I mean, one thing that I like to do before working on an event, any kind of event really, I look through the entry list and I pick out a few to keep an eye on. I do a bit of extra research on some teams. I make a mental note to follow a couple of them a bit more closely because I expect them to be somewhere near the front. What I discovered very quickly when looking through this massive 40-odd car entry list just for Split 1 alone is that there are far too many teams to keep an eye on than it's actually possible to do so. I mean, picking even a top 5 for this race ain't going to be easy.
It really isn't. Andy, you've been here long enough now to know the majority of names that are racing in this Endurance Championship. Every single one of them has got a lot of potential here. So, unfortunately, as for picking ones to watch, it's going to be a case of throwing darts at a dartboard and picking out some names at random. Hugely talented field here. And I think that's part of the reason why I'm so excited for this, because there's so many different moving parts.
There certainly are, and as you said, quite a few very recognisable names which we'll cover in detail, I'm sure, as we get into the race. Before we get our on-track action started though, why don't we have a word with one or two of the main cast, so to speak. Delighted to have us joining us in the commentary box now. One, Giorgio Simonini. Giorgio, good afternoon, how are we today?
Good afternoon everyone, all good, very exciting.
It is, isn't it? It's always exciting at the start of a new season, but there's something about the Endurance Cup which I really enjoy, and as myself and David have just been saying, it's such a competitive lineup this time, and that's something that I know that you will really enjoy as well.
Yeah, indeed, it's gonna be a very tough fight, but I can't wait to to give all my teams, a shoot to win this championship, and definitely we have the chances, but it's gonna be difficult because we have really strong teams out there, and we all know the names.
We do indeed, and we're very used to seeing your GTWR R8G cars somewhere towards the front. I'd say there's a very good chance we're going to see them at the front again here, if nothing else, because you've got so many. I mean, you're running far more cars than any other team. What was the reason for fully committing to the Endurance Cup in the way that you have?
I mean, I bet it's a way the team works, to work all together, and we have a strong lineup in our team. So it's it's a chance that we give to all the drivers that we have within the team to try and see how they level, and they prove themselves to get into split one with 6 cars, which was crazy at the first thought. But we know that we have a few teams that could win eventually the championship by the performance they've done in the past. So I definitely am really looking forward to their performance, and the spirit of the team is just getting in the big championships and try it all.
Now, you're going to be at the wheel of the 457 car. You're sharing that with Alex Turato, who we know is quick. You've also, though, got Andrea Capoccia on board now. He's relatively new to the team, isn't he? Has he been settling in well?
Capoccia has been in GTWR for many years. We just lost him for a year last year, but he's back in the family, so he's not a new guy. He's really in the family already. So that's the reason why we decided to do a full Italian lineup with me, Capoccia, and Turato, which I think could eventually be a surprise. So let's see. We feel very strong together. We have good communication, prospect, and everything. So I'm really looking forward to the team performance.
And we're looking forward to seeing how you get on in the race today. It's going to be a tough one, 6 hours around Spa. That's always a challenge. What's the game plan? It's a long race. It's a long season as well. So you've got to pace yourself, I think, as a team, haven't you? But it's so competitive out there that's quite hard to do.
Yeah, as always, 6 hours are long. Not as a 24-hour, but it's still an endurance. So the key thing will be to avoid any track cuts, any drive-throughs, any penalties. Do a good quality in front, and just do your race without doing staying away from all the incidents. And that will be key, because in Spa we know that the Rouge is really tricky with the Audis, so is the track cut. So I believe it will be key to to avoid all the issues, problems, and incidents, and just do your race and your pace, and nail the strategies for the transitions between dry and wet, and that's it.
Yeah, we may well see some rain at some point over the course of the day. That could certainly spice things up even more. Giorgio, thank you for joining us. Very best of luck for the race and indeed the rest of the season.
Thanks, see you, and have fun, everyone. And good luck to all the other teams for the championship, and can't wait to start it.
Excellent. I echo that completely, Giorgio. So Giorgio Simonini then. David, he's pretty quick, isn't he? And those GTWR cars, I mean, even if there was only one on the grid, you'd expect to see it somewhere towards the pointy end, but they are running 6 cars, that team, in split 1 alone, and then another 3 across the other 2 splits as well. I think it's fair to say that they are going all in with this, aren't they?
It's brilliant to see, I've got to be honest, Andy, because it really shows the effort that GTWR are putting into not only the SimGrid, the championship, but to all of their different little teams that they're running. You look through the list of that they've got, and it's not like they've got a team that are full of fillers or anything like that. It's literally straight hitters, every single team, and they are in for a big round this year.
Yes, they've also got an all-female lineup as well in one of the lower splits as well. So it's going to be fascinating to see how GTWR get on before as we move into this race and indeed the rest of the season. Well, we've got more interviews coming up, but before we dive into them, let's acquaint ourselves, shall we, with this fantastic 7-kilometre stretch of tarmac known as the Spa-Francorchamps circuit here in Belgium.
Welcome on board the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo here at the 7.004km circuit at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. Up through the gears to around about 4th gear before slamming on the brakes, tight on the apex through into La Source. First gear at about 70, nearly kissing the barriers there, allowing the car to drift out to the left-hand side as you make your way down the descent into Eau Rouge and then up the incline, steep incline that is, through into Ardillon. Fifth gear, 240 as you make the approach through Eau Rouge, bouncing off the rev limiter, going through Ardillon. Not even a lift there in the Audi. Now along the long Camel Straight, up to sixth gear, you start accelerating. Down here is where there's going to be a lot of opportunities for toe, and that's going to give you an additional 5 to 10 kph. Hard on the brakes now here into Les Combes, second gear, 120 kph through the right, then through the left, before we now start the roller coaster ride here at this part of the hillside here at Spa-Francorchamps, down towards Malmedy, and then into the right-hander here at Bruxelles. First gear, 90 kph approximately on the apex before the next left-hander, which is effectively known as Speaker's Corner, where the commentator for the circuit can be heard. Run a little bit wide there, but not completely evading track limits. Through into the first part of Bouon, third gear, 170. Now start to accelerate, shift up to fourth to give the traction to the back end of the car, and now again up to fifth gear, this time on the approach down to Les Fagnes, down from fifth gear to second, 128 kph through the next left-hander before we have a short acceleration burst through into Campus and then into the left-hander here at Stavelot. Again, using the track as much to your advantage as possible. Fourth gear as you actually nailed the apex, allow it to run a little bit wide, but there were still two wheels on the tarmac. They're up to fifth gear, and now through Corporal Frère, where you're going to be bouncing off the rev limiter around about 250 kph before shifting up to get the traction going through into Blanchimont, and that's exactly where it happens, right at the exit. Just a couple more corners remain, the bus stop chicane. Down the gearbox from sixth to first. Tight on the first apex, tight on the second, allow the car to run a little bit wide, point, squirt, straighten the car up, and that's a hot lap here at Spa.
Well, it really is one of the true iconic circuits in the world. I mean, not enough can be said really about this circuit. I visited it for the first time a couple of years ago, and seeing it in person, it's just a truly special place to be, and it always blows me away watching these hot laps here on the SimGrid, just how well they've managed to capture the atmosphere, the feel of the place, and to drive it, be it in real life or in the sim, David, is an absolute thrill ride.
It absolutely is. It's such a fantastic circuit, like nothing else around the world, and for good or for bad. Obviously, you've got Radion and Eau Rouge, the most infamous, corners on that circuit. But I think it overshadows what the rest of the circuit has to offer. It's a sweeping, fast, tight, tough challenge for these drivers and for these teams to have a go at. And talking of teams, actually, Andy, I think we should have a little chat with Cam Royal, team manager of Yas Heat, one of the other main protagonists this season. A very good afternoon, Cam. Welcome to the SimGrid virtual commentary booth. I just wanted to get your thoughts ahead of the season here. A big rivalry with GTWR, but you'll be looking to make a really strong start with Yas Heat.
Hey guys.
There we go, Cam. I thought we'd lost you for a second there, buddy.
No, sorry. Hey, how are you guys doing?
We are really well. Just want to get your thoughts ahead of the season. Obviously, big challenge ahead with GTWR fielding several teams. What have Yas Heat got up their sleeve this season?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? I mean, they fielded 6 cars or something crazy. We fielded 2, which is the first time we've ever done it in a competition, especially in ACC. So for us, this is quite a big step for us. Normally we only field 1 car, but we're now at the point now over the past 12 months we've kind of cultivated our team. We've grown quite substantially, and I think we're at the point now where we really want to push for mega results with numerous cars. So we're ready to kind of challenge for it. We're really excited, especially to do it in the Endurance Cup. I think it's a great competition for us to be, entering our first double lineup in. So yeah, just really excited.
Obviously, this season, two big name teams, 149 Yasheet Pirelli and 150 Yasheet Richard Mille. From a personal point of view, Cam, how do you deal looking after James Baldwin, Eamon Murphy, Mikhail Statsenko, Yaroslav Honzig, Eamon Murphy, Maciej Malinowski and Michael Tauscher, some of the biggest names in the Assetto Corsa competition? You've really got your work cut out, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, the guys are professionals, though, at the same time, I think to some extent, it kind of makes my job a lot easier because, again, they are quite big names. They're at the top of their field. These guys know what they're doing. And to be honest, I'm just kind of there for moral support and giving them any sort of, admin assistance they need. But for the most part, on the track and during preparation, these guys are full throttle by themselves. And I've got all the confidence to allow them to do that as well. They've not given me a reason not to. So really confident with the boys. And I think managing them, it's just a pleasure.
And just finally, as we cut to qualifying there, Cam, from a professional point of view, do any of the teams have any set expectations for the season? Any sort of minimum performances that you can talk about?
I think it's a bit early to say, but to some extent, we always push for wins, especially at Yas. That's kind of just how we, that's what we want to be shooting for. So I think these guys coming into this are fully expecting to really push themselves to achieve. Ideally, if we can get a P1, P2, that's what we're going to be looking to do. And it's going to be hard because GTWR, of course, has their 6 cars added in, and they're a formidable force as well for us to fight on track. But it's going to be a great season, I think. It's going to be great for us to watch and see how these guys battle on track.
Well, an amazing insight there, Cam. Thank you so much, Cam Royal there, team manager from Yasheet. We'll hopefully catch up with you through the rest of the season.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
So, Andy, qualifying underway, 15 and a half minutes left to go, and as if it was, on cue, we've got Yasheet on pole position.
We do, for the time being, although very early stages. A 20-minute qualifying session then that will set the grid for the 6 hours of racing later on, so not a huge amount of time to get this done. And of course, it's a long lap here at Spa as well. Flying laps are somewhere in the region of 2.25 minutes or more, so they're not going to get a huge amount of flying laps in over the course of the session. Got a glimpse there of a very interesting car. That's the number 41 car, the Simware.Pro McLaren. Yes, McLaren. There it is, look. It's being driven by Mikhail Baikov at the moment. He heads down towards Eau Rouge on a flying lap. Now, this is the team that won the Endurance Cup last time around. They had a brilliant season as well, did Simware.Pro. They won 3 races. They never finished off the podium all season long. But, David, a very interesting move here to put essentially their top lineup out of the Aston Martin, which they've had so much experience and success in, into a McLaren 720S. Why do you think they've done that?
I've got no idea, to be honest. It's a bit of a strange one because, like you said, the Aston Martin was so strong for them. Maybe they've got an idea of what they think is going to come because obviously, remember, we're running on that customised BOP. So maybe they saw how things were last season and maybe they just don't like how the Aston handles. I'm not sure. They were doing really well with it, but they're a very clever team. They're a very switched on team, and there's got to be a reason for that. And of course, they'll be absolutely on a high right now. They'll be definitely running with a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence after their outing in the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. And our congratulations once again to Simware.Pro for wrapping that championship up in terrific fashion at the Nürburgring 24 hours a week ago. Got a glimpse there of one of the 2 Lexus RC GT3s that are in the race, the VRM Racing example. Lexus, one of 12 manufacturers of car represented on this Endurance Cup grid. The most popular of those cars, incidentally, is the Bentley Continental GT3. 12 of them actually heading onto the circuit right now. There is one of them, the Virtual Drivers by TX3 example of Maximilian Vedi, who heads through the pit path down into the double apex right-hander at Stavelot, and we expect the Bentley to go well here at Spa, but perhaps not so much over qualifying, but certainly once we get into the race later on, do expect these Bentleys to flex their muscles. At the moment, though, it's Audi at the top. Dennis Schoeniger, no real surprise to see him at the pointy end of a qualifying session. Fastest right now ahead of James Baldwin. Likewise, we know he can put in a hot lap. Just 9 1/1000ths of a second between them though. And in fact, David, we've got the top 4 drivers at the moment covered by less than half a tenth. That is insane.
And that is just the start of things to come. We've seen the level of difference between these drivers, Andy, is marginal. It's like paper thin. It's one of the most exciting things about these championships is not only the names, because I mean the names are absolutely irrelevant if it wasn't for the fact that you could look at any single driver on this entry list and go, he could win the race. So yeah, fantastic to see such an early change there as Michael Tauscher goes to the top and makes that 5 drivers within 1/10.
Is crazy, isn't it? Half a tenth covering the top 5. Michael Tauscher, by the way, a quick word on him. You saw he was in the number 150 Porsche there, actually. Yas Heat had actually signed George Boothby to drive that car. George can't do this race, though, so they've loaned Michael Tauscher from the Unicorns of Love, who have been having quite a bit of success. They, of course, won the Nürburgring 24 finale of the World Cup a week ago. So great to have Michael here, and his qualifying efforts have been remarkable. Remember, last time we saw him, David, was in the Sprint Cup in a Porsche, and just unstoppable, wasn't he? So not particularly surprised to see Tauscher up there as well.
No, and for those wondering, you know, why isn't Tauscher back in it? Well, the problem with that is that obviously this is a team event. So you'll see Tauscher doing very, very well behind the wheel of the Porsche, but maybe not to the same pace as he was in the likes of the Sprint Cup, because obviously, you know, when you're sharing with 3 other drivers, you have to make some slight alterations to the setup, because you have to make sure that it's ready for the 3 drivers and that it's stable for all 3 of them there. So again, it makes it just slightly different, but I always wonder, you know, how well these teammates gel with each other, and I think that has a big part as to the makeup of the teams going into the season ahead.
No, it certainly will, and going to be interesting to watch that develop as we move through the 5 races of this SimGrid Endurance Cup. We're moving into the halfway mark of this qualifying session at the moment. It is incredibly tight. We've now got 6 of them covered by just a fraction over 8 1/100ths of a second. It is still Tauscher fastest from Schoeniger second, Baldwin third, Jakob Osterman is fourth, then it's Giorgio Simonini, and then Sven Hettig in the number 77 Aston Martin. Another Aston Martin here coming across the start-finish line. This is Michele Pirelli in the GTWR RHG Academy car. That's his first flying lap. Not a bad banker lap, that, easy for me to say, jumping into 20th place. Konstantinos Kontagiannis heads into the pit lane there, as another Bentley comes across the line there. Daniele Vidimari across the new start-finish line into La Source, and then past the old pits down towards Eau Rouge. But this middle portion of the session, we're seeing quite a lot of them heading into the pit lane just to stick a new fresh set of boots on and try and set an improved lap time over the final 8 minutes or so.
And just saying that the 133 team bringing out the yellow flags, it's the virtual drivers by TX3 out in there. I think that was Maximilian Vidi that is behind the wheel of that one. That was at the top of Radion and Eau Rouge there. But 9 minutes left to go in the qualifying session, Andy, and you've got to say, I mean, this is kind of going exactly as we predicted it would, with you know, now 7 drivers within 1/10 of a second. If you're not in that top 10, you're going to be feeling very sorry for yourself, I think, actually, because I bet we're going to have about maybe 10 drivers within within 1/10 of a second of your pole position. What other championship can you recall where you've had that many drivers so close?
It is crazy, isn't it? And this is not a short lap. If we were racing at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit or something, I might expect it, but this is 7 kilometres of racetrack, a lap time, as I've said, well in excess of 2 minutes. The longer the lap, typically, the more spread out the times are, but absolutely not the case here today. We've now got 7 of them, by the way, within 1/10 of a second, because Dare McCormack has put the number 5 car now, that is the Williams Esports Ferrari, into 6th place. So another driver now staking a claim to a front-running grid position here. Ordinarily, David, I'd say that in a 6-hour race, where you start isn't half as important as where you finish, but because there is always the potential of first lap drama, especially through Eau Rouge, Radion, down at the end of the Kemmel straight into Les Combes, it's very easy to get tangled up in some midfield contact, isn't it? So there is actually quite a bit of pressure here on the driver's shoulders to get themselves out of that danger zone, if you like. If you can start top 10, I think you're going to be a little bit more relaxed ahead of the race start.
You could be. I think the problem with that, though, is that obviously Eau Rouge and Radion first. It makes it quite a daunting first challenge, because obviously what we've seen, right, we always see in public server racing, Andy, Eau Rouge and Radion are just absolute chaos coming round. But how many times have we seen it that, for the most part, apart from one or two cars at the back, so I do have high hopes for all of the cars getting through. But ideally, if you're wanting to make a challenge and you've got a dominantly fast car up in front, you have to make that move down that Kemmel straight. You have to tuck into the toe. That's going to be your key opportunity for getting yourself up through. But you're going to have, like 40 other cars trying to do exactly the same on that first lap. So it's going to be a very, very difficult thing. But also the fact that you've got 6 hours left to go at the end of that, and I'm saying that, and Andy, I've got to be honest, I'm getting really distracted here with the fact that I'm looking at our broadcast screen here. Pirella, 0.6 of a second down in 23rd place. I can't believe, I'm going to look at the live timing now, and we have got, 37 cars within a second. Can we just take a minute to reflect on that? 1.5 seconds between first and last place. That is... I'm almost speechless at that.
No, that is incredible, isn't it? And I guess it's because we've just had the sheer number of entries that we have that have necessitated at least 3, maybe 4 splits as we move on into the season. It's kind of to be expected, therefore, that to make it into split 1, you've got to be pretty good. And so they are all pretty much of a muchness, and it means we're going to have a fantastic 6-hour race. I do not see any one team running away with this race. I think it's going to keep us guessing right down to the wire, as will this qualifying session, I think, because as tightly bunched as they all are, there is still plenty of scope for improvement. The slightest of improvement in time is going to see you launch yourself right up the timing order. That's exactly what Samir Foch is trying to do here in the SOP Motorsport Ferrari, down in 42nd at the moment. However, we have a new pole sitter. Michael Tauscher has been demoted by Giorgio Simonini. And now, David, we're starting to see people really flex their muscles. The GTWR RHE Academy Audi is nearly 2/10 on the rest of the field.
Yeah, we saw hundreds and thousands of improvements there, and then Simonini just comes across and roundhouse kicks the entire timing table to go 2/10 up, and Tauscher straight back up as well, 2:16.434. I think what we've just seen for the past 10 minutes has been a little bit of mind games, and now we're starting to see the laps coming in left, right and centre. Tauscher, that is a huge lap there.
Well, we always hear drivers say, don't we, that they want to go out there in the first part of qualifying, put a banker lap in, just a decent lap, but not quite on the edge of what they're capable of, then come in, change tyres, and out you go again to really push it. And I think that is now what we're starting to see. We've got more improvements there, because into 3rd place goes Samir Ibrahimi in the number 72 Porsche. So Ibrahimi up 10 places, but is then immediately beaten by Jakob Ostermann, who comes across the line in the Renvelt and Esports Aston Martin to take that 3rd place away. So we're getting a few new names starting to appear near the front as well. And at the moment, we've got 2 of those Porsches starting inside the front 2 rows of the grid.
Oh my goodness me, and this is just trying to get itself lit up very, very nicely indeed. Again, just a quick look, that now means that we've got 31 drivers within a second of that pole lap, and it's only going to intensify very, very quickly indeed. 3 minutes 20 left to go in the qualifying session. It's way too early, isn't it, Andy, to even think about calling pole position for this race?
Absolutely is, yeah. I thought Simonini had staked his claim for it and then immediately got beaten by Tauscher, so now I don't know what to believe. Dale McCormack here, he was up there on the front couple of rows a moment or two ago, but now the Williams eSports driver finds himself 3.5 tenths off pole, 7th position at the moment. He's the only Ferrari, really, that's troubling the front end of the field. The next one is all the way down in 18th place at the moment. McCormack, though, has invalidated that lap, so he's not going to improve this time around, and he's running out of time now to get another lap in. He's got time for 1, maybe 2 more laps before the end of the session.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. And this is an incredible appetizer for this entire season ahead here on the SimGrid. The Endurance Cup is always the one of the jewels in the crown. And obviously, we're just fresh from having our SimGrid VCO World Cup season coming to an end. But I've got to be honest, I've always got a little bit of a flame for the Endurance Cup compared to the World Cup, just purely because the amount of names that we see here is amazing. But Dennis Schoeninger here for RAG Esports, he was on for pole position, still in a personal best of a lap, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for pole position. Andy, this is what I mean. 2 minutes left to go, and we still don't have any idea who is going to be taking pole position, because it could come in the next minute, it could come in the last 10 seconds of this qualifying session.
Might it come now with Jakob Osterman? No, he stays third. Schoeninger, as you said, was improving, but not by quite as much through the second half of the lap as he was in the first half. Good run through the final few corners, though. Is this going to put Schoeninger to the top? No, he gains 1 position and goes 4th. There is more time left in that car. He was looking quicker than that. Halfway round the lap, he was actually on course for pole position. Now, this is something, David, that fills my heart with joy. The Lexus is not a car that we see enough of. I think we might see quite a bit of them today, because we've got 2 of them on the grid, and they're both running pretty strongly. You've got the 349 car in 10th place, and only a couple of hundredths further back is this one, Valentin Barrière, in the number 7 car. Both of these Lexuses looking quite strong, actually.
And have faith, brother, we can see a Lexus win this year. It could very well happen. But not only that, look at the BMW, the number 12 in 12th position just now. That is, of course, Logitech Team RLR, Victor Nicolai, Sebastian Apostel and Alexandru Cascatu. But it's all about the virtual drivers by TX3, the number 11 of Valentin Barrière, coming down into the bus stop, or the former bus stop, because we can't call it that anymore, because it's not actually, it's just the chicane now. Out of the final corner, comes across the line. It's a good lap. Is he going to improve? He does improve by, what's that, about a tenth there. There we go, so into 9th position. But Darren McCormack for Williams Esports in the Ferrari into 4th position. So I think we're going to need to take a deep breath here. 10 seconds left to go in the qualifying session, Andy, and times are going to be changing very, very rapidly.
Aren't they? Sven Hettich there went 7th as well in the 77 Aston Martin. Konstantinos Kontogiannis here coming out of the chicane in his Bentley, down in 30th place at the moment for TF Racing. Is he going to improve on that? Looks like he might do. Yes, 23rd. Decent effort that. And he is one of the first drivers to see the checkered flag. But remember, if you've started a lap before the checkered flag comes out, you are fully entitled to finish it. Now, Nissan, another car that we don't see a lot of here these days on the SimGrid, but Simone Liezzi here is looking pretty rapid in his 13th place at the moment, half a second off pole position. This always was quite a good GTR circuit though, wasn't it, Spa? So let's see if he can break into the top 10, David.
It's very, very possible, because he's about 2.5 tenths up right now, so that would be enough to move him up to possibly P6 or P7 if that momentum comes round. But the GTR, the big bad Godzilla, the car that everyone loves in GT3 racing, but we just, like the Lexus, the BMW, just don't see enough of it here. Simone Liezzi for Rebel Racing Team round the final couple of corners could be poised here to take it not only into the top 10 then into the top 7 as well. He's certainly got the pace for it. Seemed to bring it out of the final corner. Thought it was going to lose a little bit of time there. This could be top 5. Goes cross line, 6th place, Andy. That is huge.
Not bad at all. Brilliant effort, and that puts another different make of car now up at the front of the field. Not quite over yet though. We've still got drivers filtering through on flying laps. We've got the funny Formula 1 bats Aston Martin here, 15th place for them at the moment. That's where they stay. Tariq Adam in the GTWR RHE Academy Bentley. I think they've got one of each car out on the circuit at the moment, it seems. We've got Bentleys, Porsches, Ferraris, Audis for GTWR. The slow racing team here coming through there down in 35th at the moment, and I do notice the 777 Bentley never did set a time and is still in the pit lane, so I don't know if they've got some sort of connection issue, meaning that they haven't been able to take to the track, but we've had 42 of them out there at the moment, and the last few just going through to complete their qualifying sessions. Dario Bayek up into 28th, actually. Decent final effort from him, as the qualifying session does now draw to a close, and it is going to be then Michael Tauscher, a series that he's not even racing in full time. Remember, he's here on loan for this one race only, and he's stuck that 150 Porsche on pole position. He is quite the talent, isn't he, Michael Tauscher? And he's given us yet another reason to say that in that qualifying session.
That is just absolutely absurd, isn't it? I mean, the fact that obviously he puts it on pole position does Tauscher, the fact that he's on loan, or the fact that this is where sim racing is, where teams can just loan out a absolutely stunning driver like that, and he's not even in the team for the rest of the season. But yeah, look, he's done what he needed to do in that 150, got the job done, and yes, Richard Mill are going to be very, very happy. So Jaroslav Hontik, Maciej Malinowski and Michael Tauscher are going to be in a very, very good position. Not only that, but I think Cam Royal is going to be absolutely delighted, and I'd love to have heard what he thought of that qualifying session.
Yeah, pretty awesome stuff that, isn't it? And great to see the variety up there at the front of the field. We've got a Porsche from an Audi, from an Aston Martin, from a Ferrari, the top four. Also got a Nissan and a McLaren inside the top 10. And then those two Lexuses, or Lexi, just outside the top 10 as well. We've got, interestingly, Bentley, considering that's by far the most popular car on the grid. The highest placed Continental on the grid is Alberto Garcia's number 121 car, down in 13th place. So people perhaps choosing the Bentleys because they expect it to be stronger at other circuits later on in the season. But that is interesting to me, because the Continental, in theory, should be perfect for this fast and flowing Spa-Francorchamps circuit. So that is qualifying done with then. Michael Tauscher has blown us all away again, and let's see what he makes of that qualifying session then. Michael Tauscher joins us now. Michael, what a brilliant qualifying effort that was. It looked like Giorgio might just steal it from you, but you had that extra few hundredths of a second that you needed. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. It was a close one, obviously. I wasn't quite sure if my pace today was any good, as I'm a bit sick, but it seems like I'm still fast enough. But it was super close. I'm also super happy to get pole, because I'm helping out for Yazid this weekend, so yeah, it's always good to get pole in a new team. And I think it's pretty hard to defend P1 against Audi and Aston and Ferrari on the straight, but I do my best to keep them behind.
Sure, it's going to be an exciting first few laps, that's for sure. Talk to us a little bit then about what it's like to join in a team. As you say, you're just stepping in here because George Boothby couldn't do this race. So is that difficult for you, coming into a team knowing that you're not actually racing with them for the full season? Do you still give it the same sort of effort and commitment as you would if you were with them for the whole season?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't do much practice because I'm still going to school and have to study a bit. And obviously I've been sick for like maybe 1 week now, so I didn't have much time to practice. But I always want to be P1, so I can't be like P10 or P15 and be happy. So there's always some practice I need to do to be P1, so I don't think I would have practiced much more if I was racing for Yazid for the entire championship.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing how you get on here. We're going to let you go and finish your final preparations. Best of luck for the race start, though.
Yep, thank you.
Well, David, Michael Tauscher there. I mean, three things actually that struck me from that interview. First of all, he was genuinely surprised that he was still quick. I mean, come on now, no one's surprised that he's quick. We expect this out of him now. The second thing, he's still going to school. I mean, that knocks me sick. I don't know about you. Thirdly, he's not been feeling well either, and he can still come in and show everyone else how it's done. I mean, he really is remarkable, isn't he?
Oh, remarkable is one word for it. It's I've got plenty other words for it. As someone, as a middle-aged, slow sim racer who struggles to find any pace whatsoever, Andy, disgusting is probably the word that I would use for that. But like, no, joking aside, an incredibly gifted and talented individual. It's fantastic to see that obviously still at school and you know, balancing that life between practicing and while he says he's not been practicing much, the effort that he has put in to get him to that stage has still been absolutely incredible. So yeah, like a hugely talented driver, and yeah, one for the super sub bench for any team. They'd be delighted to have him.
He does make an interesting point there about the start of this race. If you cast your mind back just a few weeks ago to that final round of the Sprint Cup that we covered here at Spa, Tauscher was on pole position in a Porsche. He had a McLaren on that occasion right behind him, actually a McLaren that he was fighting for the championship with. And the first few laps, he really struggled to get that car away at the front of the field. The Porsche is not known for its straight line speed, is it? So how hard do you think will that team have to defend over the first few laps to hold on to the lead? How hard will they be willing to defend, bearing in mind it's a 6-hour race?
I don't think they'll be pushing too hard. I think obviously they'll want to keep that lead, but they're all very smart cookies. They know how long this race is, but also they know how much of a benefit that is being in pole position, because they've got that one luxury that nobody else have. They've got a clear track right in front of them. They don't have to dodge any cars going left, right and centre in front of them, whereas the 40-odd cars behind them, they absolutely do. So they're in a very good position, but it's just the start of a 6-hour race, and there's a very long way to go with this.
I do find it interesting as well that we've been picking up this rivalry between Yas Heat and GTWR, and oh look who we've got on the front row together. We've got a Yas Heat car on pole and a GTWR Audi alongside. I mean, you couldn't script these things sometimes, could you?
Well, you could, but there's never any guarantee that script goes to plan, and that's the wonderful thing about the Endurance Cup as we wait for the cars to make their way onto the grids. You can really write things up, we can kind of set things up how we think things are going to go, and then, I mean, neither of us predicted that Tauscher was going to take pole position there, so yeah, you can take your storybooks, you can take your predictions, and you can safely burn them, because anything usually will and does happen here on the SimGrid.
It certainly will, and trust me, you will want to stick around for the next 6 hours or so, because although it's a long race, I'm sure many of you who are regulars here on the SimGrid will know that these endurance races, they are really genuinely very entertaining to watch. We've got such a big and such a competitive grid that you're guaranteed to get lots of wheel-to-wheel racing, but then you also throw in that extra bit of strategy that always becomes a factor of these races. There are rules and regulations that dictate what sort of strategies the teams can use. It is a 6-hour race, but each individual stint, so essentially the time between each pit stop, can be no longer than 65 minutes. It's that extra 5 minutes, though, that makes the difference, because you can just stretch that slightly each time and pit at 5 minutes past the first hour, 10 minutes past the second hour, 15 minutes past the third hour, and try and make your final pit stop as short as you possibly can, because of course the less fuel you have to put in at that final pit stop, the quicker you can make that final stop happen. There's also tyre strategy to take into account here as well, driver strategy too. No individual driver can do more than 170 minutes across the whole race, but David, if you've got a team, and this doesn't necessarily count for the front-running teams because all of their drivers are quick, but if you're in a team that has maybe one star driver that you want in the car at certain parts of the race, it can be quite tricky, can't it, to plan your strategy around that?
Yeah, it's a difficult thing as well, Andy, because there are the idea that, you know, you've maybe got your best driver in your team. The problem with that is that it's a lot of pressure to heap onto to one person's shoulders to essentially carry the team. So what you normally find is that it's a marginal thing, or it's a relative thing. So they're the fastest driver by maybe a couple of tenths of a second. Those tenths of a second do add up, but the rest of the team able to hold their own. If you do get a team where there is like one really good driver and the rest are, you know, just normal pace drivers, they're very quickly going to get put to the back of the field, not only through sheer pace alone, but through strategy as well. The other thing that really gets me as well, Andy, is that it's not just about the drivers. At the top of the tables, you've got these big teams, like GTWR and Jazz Heat, who do a lot of work, as they said, behind the scenes with the admin, with the strategy, with people that are working out all of these different, permutations and how the race could go, and then telling the drivers it would be best if you did this or that. So yeah, lots of moving pieces, but again, it all depends on how the drivers perform on the day.
Interesting, actually, that you mentioned, we have focused understandably quite a lot on the front-running teams, but there are going to be storylines up and down the order. Each and every one of these teams will have a story to tell at the end of the race. It's what I love about long-distance racing, but there are 3 teams in particular that I'm quite interested to watch out for that may not be troubling the top 10 right now, but are making a very welcome first appearance in the top split. They are, of course, our top 3 teams from last season, Season 3's second split, because the top 3 teams in Split 2 get an automatic promotion into Split 1. So a very, very warm Split 1 Endurance Cup welcome to our Split 2 champions, RLR Abruzzi Esports. They're in the 192 Ferrari. They actually won all 5 of the races last time out in Split 2. And then the second and third place teams as well. Second place was Turn 1 Pro, and third place the SOP Esports Racing Ferrari. Here, though, is the grid. The cars lining up now ahead of the start of the race. On pole position, as we've said, is the Michael Tauscher, Jaroslav Honzik and Maciej Malinowski Porsche, the 150 car, with Giorgio Simonini's number 457 alongside. Then you have got the number 71 Aston Martin third. That's the Team Racing Point red car, with Dare McCormack there in the Williams Esports Ferrari fourth on the grid. Then you've got the number 9 RHG Esports Audi. They start 5th on the grid ahead of the 823. A brilliant effort that from Yetzi in the Nissan to get it towards the front of the field. You can see it there, that blue, green and white car on the right hand side, starting from well inside the top 10. Samir Ibrahimi put the number 72 Porsche on the 4th row of the grid. Then it's the Prime E-Racing number 77 Aston Martin, which Sven Hettich put into 8th place. James Baldwin put in the 9th fastest lap time in that qualifying session for the Yasheet Pirelli car, that ran very strongly last week at the Nürburgring in the World Cup as well, ahead of the 32 GTWR Audi, which rounds out the top 10. It's an all Lexus affair on the 6th row of the grid. The number 11 Vipperman, the number 7 car, I should say, the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car, starts 11th ahead of the 349 example. Then it's the first of the Bentleys, the 121 car of Odox Motorsport, former champions, that line up on the 7th row ahead of number 12 BMW, the only BMW in this top split, run by the Logitech Team RLR squad. Number 56 is then 15th place on the grid. That's Alexei Meyer ahead of the number 17 Porsche, which is driven by the Slow Racing team. Then 2 Bentley teammates together on the 9th row of the grid. You've got the 154, that's the GTWR RHE Academy blue car, and right alongside number 23, that is the green Academy car. And then another Bentley from a different team lining up right behind them. We're starting to get a lot of the Continentals here in the mid-grid. That 10th row of the grid headed by the 66 Team Fordzilla entry. Great to have Fordzilla back again this season with the 1 car on this occasion. And then you've got the 317, another one of the Ferraris alongside them to round out the top 20 on the grid. Then it's Alexander Novikov next up in the number 42 Bentley. Then the 164. 164 is another one of the 6 GTWR cars that we've got across the opening, the top split, I should say, in the Endurance Cup. Aston Martin and Bentley then on this next row. You've got Jan Willem van Ommen in the 383 Aston Martin, number 34 Bentley for company, that's TF Racing Souvlaki. Then Lamborghinis, haven't seen any Lamborghinis on the grid yet. The 63 car is first up, that's the Triple F Racing team by AIDA, and alongside them Triple One, that's the GTRC Endurance team. Getting towards the back of the grid now as we move towards the back of the top 30. Number 33 is Nextratronic E-Racing, who have teamed up with the Unicorns of Love to field that car in this season. They've got the number 54 Bentley Continental from Slow Racing Team alongside them. I told you there were lots of Bentleys on the grid, and
So just towards the back of the grid, talking about the amount of Bentleys that we have on the grid is absolutely staggering. Towards the end there, you see the number 52 in the Aston Martin. The other thing that also worries me as we get Andy back in the commentary booth very, very shortly is the fact that all these Bentleys of a similar pace are going to be grouped up together on the back of the grid. So they're really going to have a huge issue trying to navigate traffic and trying to make their way around the rest of the track. But you've seen the final couple of cars there at the back there, the Aston Martins and a couple of Lexuses there as well. But I believe we might actually have Andy back in the virtual commentary booth. Welcome back, Andy. We missed you.
Apologies there. I think my internet decided I'd had quite enough excitement for one day and that I couldn't handle the start of the race. Nor could the internet, for that matter. But I believe I've given it a kick. I've given the router a bit of a boot, and I think it's working for me again now. I think you've got pretty much towards the end of the grid, but as I said, we've got a few of these interesting storylines down towards the tail end of what is a magnificent-looking field. And David, it's interesting the way you've got a bit of grouping going on, haven't you? You've got great variety of cars at the front of the field, but once you get into that midfield, you've got all the Bentleys together, you've got a couple of Lamborghinis together, quite a lot of McLarens back there as well. I mentioned the two Lexuses that are sharing a row just outside the top 10. You've got two Lamborghinis there, I can see, 25th and 20th.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with that, Andy, is
the thing better than others.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Andy, the thing with that is the fact that the wonderful reason that I like the SimGrid so much is this custom BOP. You can have, and you know that the way that a Assetto Corsa competition has gone is that the current balance of performance favours some cars more than others, but the way that the balance of power has happened with the SimGrid is that it is almost completely neutralised that. The fact that we've got 30 cars within about a second, Andy, says that, you know, you can take your predictions, you can take your cars that you thought were never going to be seen for the light of day, like the Lexus or the Nissan, and they actually now do have a chance with this.
Yeah, absolutely, and that is exactly what that system is supposed to do, and it's great to see that it really is working very well. The warm-up lap then, as you can see, is underway. Cars then making their way around for the start of this 6-hour race, and it's easy to get drawn into the championship conversation and trying to pick favourites to win the thing outright, but just doing well in this race alone will mean quite a lot to a number of the teams out there that maybe just want to try and start their season off what is a fairly iconic circuit. Of course, Spa are always a track that the drivers and the teams will want to do well at, and if they can start their season off with a solid points-paying finish, that will do them very well indeed. Speaking of points, by the way, a slight tweak to the point system for Season 4. It's no longer the top 20 that score points, it is the top 22, so in essence, half the field will score points. It's still 50 for winning the race, and it goes all the way down to 1 point for 22nd. But, David, one thing that I'm really interested in is a bonus 2 points for the team that set the fastest lap over the race. A 6-hour race is, strictly speaking, more about endurance than outright speed, but actually getting in a good lap, particularly in this first stint when you've got less traffic to deal with, could be really valuable for the championship.
Do you remember as commentators, Andy, when we used to actually think that, and then we got introduced to how these SimGrid endurance races actually work? It's just craziness, because you think 6-hour race, you think they're going to be calm, consistent, they're going to just keep, you know, chipping away, maybe about 90-95% of the pace. Nope, not a chance. They go for 100% every single lap, and you will likely see the fastest laps coming. It usually happens when you least expect it, usually about 4 hours into the race, when the race is, you know, getting into a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a false sense of security, and then bang, suddenly somebody comes out with the fastest lap. Usually they're down in like 6th position as well, so it'll always happen just after a pit stop when they get fresh tyres on. Yeah, really, really looking forward to this. And fastest lap, like, those 2 points could prove pivotal to the team's championship at the end of the season.
And I wonder if we'll see somebody towards the end of the race do something that we see happen in Formula 1 an awful lot now. If they've got a gap to pit into without losing a place, maybe come in and stick a fresh set of tyres on, because with low fuel and a fresh set of tyres, you should be a shoo-in for a really, really fast lap. If you're interested in getting involved in today's broadcast, by the way, do please join in the chat on YouTube. We'll do our best, myself and David, to keep up with everything that people are saying in the YouTube chat. We've got a poll there at the moment asking you whether the 150 car will take the victory. They've started on the pole position, but not by a huge margin. 54% of you have confidence in the 150 car that they will win. 46% though think that it will be somebody else. And David, that's a pretty fair bet. There are more than enough competitive cars out there that could win, and there's certainly nothing to say that starting on pole position will guarantee you a really, really good result. Cars then making their way past the new pit lane. This is not where the race starts. Both myself and David have learnt this over time. The race instead starts past the old pits, which means the first corners they will take on cold tyres and low pressures is Eau Rouge and Raidillon side by side, 3 wide potentially in the midfield. This is going to be very, very exciting indeed. Strap yourselves in then, everybody. 6 hours of racing coming your way this afternoon in the Spa 6 hours. 30 hours of racing over season 4 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. On pole position, Michael Tauscher with Giorgio Simonini alongside him. These two teams that have been rivals for a while, but that rivalry really intensifying a bit over the last few months, and they will run wheel to wheel across the start-finish line in beautiful 2x2 formation, watching for those red lights to go out. When that happens, we're away and racing in season 4. It looks like it's happened now. The green flag is waving. We are up and underway, side by side into the bottom of the hill. Tauscher on the right, Simonini on the left, and it looks like the Porsche should just about have the advantage. No, they're still wheel to wheel over the top of Raidillon, and look for the cars behind to get a big old slipstream. Jakob Osterman there in the Aston Martin trying to make it 3 wide to the inside, the middle, then to the outside line. Just nowhere to go. It's a rolling roadblock ahead, but it's Simonini that gets the advantage as they make their way through Les Combes for the first time.
Wow, 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 absolutely breathtaking start from all the drivers involved. Simonini to have the fortitude to go around the outside there, hold it in, keep the foot in and take that first position there. But it's Osterman in 4th place at the moment as we see a little bit of contact further behind. And this is where it all starts to go wrong, because the Porsche of Michael Tauscher, as we see into the wall, that's the Ferrari of Dare McCormack for Williams Esports, rudely shown off into the barriers there. And yeah, that is a horrible, horrible incident there for the Ferrari. And if you can get the words out, Stewart's almost likely to be having a look at that, but Tauscher still keeping the pressure on Simonini.
Yeah, you didn't mishear me, everyone. This is a 6-hour race, not a 6-lap sprint. But the way that Osterman and McCormack were going at each other there, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this was a sprint race. That was a tad unnecessary, you'd have to say. And given the wallop that the Ferrari gave the tyre wall, I'd be very surprised if McCormack got away without too much damage there. Here is Victor Nicolai in the BMW. We ride on board, though, with Michael Tauscher. Well, I said the Porsche would struggle in a straight line, but with a slipstream here, he closes on Giorgio Simonini up towards Blanchimont for the first time. It is as close as you like between the top two, less than a car length in it, as they head for the braking zone at the chicane. Simonini will defend the inside. Tauscher goes for it round the outside. That's a really risky move on the opening lap of a 6-hour race, but it buys him a ticket to the inside line through the left-hander. They run wheel to wheel across the line. The inside line for La Source, though, belongs to Simonini.
Oh my goodness me, into La Source then. Simonini, as you said, going to have the inside line. Tauscher still trying to hang it round the outside there. Bit of contact. This is silly stuff going on early on. But tucks in down through Eau Rouge then, and then up through Raidillon. I just don't understand, Andy, why they're taking these risks at such an early stage of the race, 6 hours, and they're having little bits of contact. The thing is, as well, is that the damage model is so advanced that these little bits of contact can cause big damage to the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely, and that will affect your performance then, not only throughout that stint, but when you get to the pit stop. If you want to repair the damage, that will extend the length of time that you have to spend in the pit lane. Oh no, we've got carnage at the top of Raidillon. The Ford Zilla Bentley is involved. We've got another Bentley rejoining on the grass down the left-hand side, and it looked there, David, like our reigning champions, actually, Simware.pro, had got caught up in that as well. The 41 McLaren was just escaping the scene of the crime, potentially with damage. Well, they were clean through there on lap 1, but the second time round with a bit more confidence and a bit more heat in the tyres, looks like things got a little bit messy.
Yeah, they're absolutely 100% caught up in that one because Mikael Baikov in the 41 down to 30th position on timing screens might even fall down even further. Will Dendy, and that is a very battered and bruised looking Audi making its way around for Belgian Audi Club Team WRT. A lot of damage on that car, you can see, struggling to get it pointing round the corner. It's times like this where, you know, I think we need to change the production values and maybe get a bit of Enya playing in the background and a couple of candles as well, because that is a tragedy going on at the top of Radion there. Several cars caught up in that, and that is potentially race-changing incident for several of those cars there, Andy. You hate to see it, but look, it's inevitable when you get cars like this. We've seen first and second place willing to duke it out into the final corner. Of course you're going to have cars going 2-3 wide up Eau Rouge and Radion.
David, it's a 6-hour race. You're not going to win it on the first couple of laps. If you get on a run on somebody, you don't have to take it. You can hit the brakes and lift off a little bit. That's what I'd do anyway in the first 5 minutes. Just live to fight another day. It's not worth getting involved in this silly contact in the first few laps. I realise this is falling on deaf ears though, because they're about to go 3 wide into La Source, aren't they? Gabriele Semeraro trying to get up the inside. He's got the 56 Aston Martin round the outside. Now, down into Eau Rouge they go again. They're going to have to sort this out and get single file. They do, just about. But pretty feisty racing going on here in the early stages. At the head of the field, though, it is Michael Tauscher that has just a quarter of a second lead over Giorgio Simonini in second. Jakob Osterman is third. Dennis Schoeniger fourth. And fifth place at the moment for James Baldwin. In the midfield, though, it is every man for themselves.
Wow, 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 that is awesome, awesome stuff. So Tauscher getting the lead back from Giorgio Simonini, back further down the order though. This is just craziness with the fighting going on. The problem with it is that everyone in terms of pace-wise is on the same letter. They are on the same order of pace, and trying to get past several cars then becomes an absolute chore. The problem with that is that you get several cars that are going, you know, flying backwards at a rate of knots, and they get sent through the field. That's now at least, 10 cars we've got in the pits in the first 15 minutes of, sorry, not even the first 15 minutes, Andy, first 5 minutes of the race, and we've got 10 cars in the pit lane.
Yes, which is predictable, but still disappointing. Right, let's take a look back. This isn't even the Radion shunt. This was something on lap 1 going down into Bruxelles. We've got the 63 Lamborghini here, which I believe is... Oh, the Fordzilla Bentley gets tagged into a spin, and that is the worst place to be. Oh, they almost all missed them, and then the two Lamborghinis come together as they scatter to avoid. So the Fordzilla car had already been in one shunt. There it is, look, entering stage right, and then a lap, just under a lap later, gets caught up in an even bigger one up at the top of Radion. So they have not had a brilliant start to the race by any stretch of the imagination. This battle, though, continues on. We've got Ferrari, Bentley and Aston Martin in a long queue, and the Ferrari, David, seems to be the cork in the bottle.
It really does, doesn't it? The Ferrari just doesn't seem to have the ability, as we see Gabriele Semeraro trying to force the issue up the inside at chicane, then onto the outside. Gets a decent run out, but it's still not enough, and that leaves him vulnerable then to the Aston Martin of the 56 Formula Funny Wombats machine of, let's have a look who's behind the wheel. Let's say Zobov, isn't it? Oleg Zolobov. So again, this is the problem. You've got all of these cars trying to share the one bit of track going down, as we see James Baldwin coming in through the pit lane for his drive-through penalty. But what can they do? And am I right in seeing that the leaders out in front are going to be coming up to some lap traffic almost immediately, Andy, as we get a replay here?
Yeah, this is through Eau Rouge Radion then. Hard to go side by side. The Audi loses it, and I'm afraid the Bentley had nowhere to go, and then bang, bang, bang. Cars come in. There goes the 41 McLaren, look. Use your brakes, people. I mean, come on, the yellow flags will be out. It's a blind crest. We've seen, haven't we, unfortunately, in real-life GT3 racing of late at Spa, the way that corner can catch people out, and then the Fordzilla car, I think, probably well and truly fed up with the way things are going, just has one last shunt for good measure as well. Just to pick up on the Baldwin point, I don't know if we mentioned it, that is a drive-through for an incident in qualifying. I've seen a few people in chat asking the question. It was for an incident with the 111 car. Avoidable contact was made apparently between Baldwin's car and the GTRC Endurance Team Lamborghini, and it was Baldwin that was deemed to be at fault. So that's why James has that drive-through. He's come out of the pit lane a long long way down the order, and he is going to be fascinating to watch as the rest of the race goes on to see how much more headway that car can make. Over 6 hours, David, it's not over. He could still, the whole team could still drag that car back into contention, but that is not an ideal way to start the afternoon.
It really isn't, and I've got to say, I love our fan base on YouTube. Diego Galone asking the real important questions here. Is James Baldwin Alex Baldwin's son? I think it's safe to say no, he's not, but I tell you what, he is always going to have to be closing from here on out. With 5 hours, 50 minutes left to go, he is going to have to go like a salesman in Glengarry of Glen Ross to get anywhere of a result out of this one, because, I mean, to get a drive-through penalty on the first 10 minutes, it is a really, really bad turn of luck for that team. But if anyone can do it, it's going to have to be him, because he really, really does have the ability to, almost like Houdini, to get himself out of those issues for that Yas Heat Pirelli team, and he's going to have to hand over the car to Eamon Murphy and to Mikhail Statsenko, and we know, Andy, that those are no slouches either.
No, that is a top quality lineup, isn't it? They would ordinarily have been contending for the race victory, but that might now be a little bit of a stretch. Now, Simone Iezzi here, in fairness, not a car I thought I would see contending for the victory, but here it is, the Nissan GTR in 5th position, giving Giorgio Simonini a hard time, but also being given a little bit of pressure here from Samir Ibrahimi in the Porsche, which just jinked out of line going up towards Les Combes, but couldn't quite make the move. You can see on board here with Iezzi how the top two are stretching away. Tauscher, as we've said, in front now of Osterman in 2nd position, Schoeniger 3rd. So what happened to Simonini? Because he was leading last time we saw him, and now that number 457 Audi is off the podium.
Well, that is a very, very good point. So I'm just having a look at his lap times there. It was a 2:20 that he did on the 3rd lap there that seems to have cost him a wee bit of position. I don't know, to be honest with you. I think he's maybe just lost a bit of time and then been gobbled up by Jacob Osterman and Dennis Schoeniger, and they're definitely not going to need a second invitation. The problem with that now is that leaves them vulnerable to go even further down. Can we also take a minute to say we've got a Nissan GTR in the top 5?
No, that is great to see, isn't it? I actually can't. I'm struggling to think of a time that I've seen a Nissan GTR on a SimGrid grid for an event that I've covered. I don't think I've seen one yet, so it is a rare beast, that's for sure. But what a beast it is, and still clearly helped, no doubt, by the balance of performance. But still, it is capable of running strongly. Where its strengths and weaknesses lie, though, will be interesting. It seems to have dropped back from Simonini in the middle sector, but we know that car is known for being pretty decent through the speed traps. So Simonini then 4th position for the time being. I see no obvious evidence of damage or contact on the 457 car, so I wonder if he just went off under pressure from Tauscher, maybe outbraked himself into either Les Combes or the final chicane, but whatever it was, it's dropped him down into this 4th place. He should, though, be quick enough to challenge Schoeniger in the Audi ahead, and maybe then go back after the top 2. He's got still the best part of an hour left in this stint.
I will have to keep an eye on that one and see as we see another drive-through penalty then. That is for the number 12 Logitech Team RLR driver of Victor Nicolai in the BMW, getting a drive-through penalty. And again, I mean, to get it at this stage of the race is... yeah, it's very, very difficult to watch. Right, this is a replay then of the 457 of Giorgio Simonini. Oh, and it goes wide. Almost collects the number 71 there. And wow, that is, yeah, that's a bit of a close shave there for the 457. And I don't see that car right up the front there. So was that the 71 that he came together with, or was that a different car?
I think it was the 71, but Simonini had already lost the lead by that point, hadn't he? So Tauscher had got him, which we hadn't spotted, because I think this was about the time that the big pilot was happening at the start of lap 2. So Simonini lost the lead, and then that was a really weird one, wasn't it? Because Osterman sort of kind of got underneath him, because Simonini was slow out of Les Combes, and then Giorgio kind of tried to come across and block him, didn't he? Now here is how the lead changed then. This is Tauscher, where he tried it at the end of lap 1, round the outside into the final chicane, and he then went for it again, looked right round the outside, full commitment, gets the Porsche stopped, gets more of the car ahead this time into the left-hander, and that is enough in the end for him to clear Simonini coming out of the left-hand element of the chicane. So good move that. It tells us a couple of things, doesn't it? It tells us the Porsche's good on the brakes, but also, David, that they have got some good straight line speed, which is not something we've always seen from the Porsche, is it?
It really hasn't, but it surprised me to see the Audi dropping so far back. Here's another replay then, and this is going to be how Simonini drops down into 4th position to number 9, just straight up the inside, makes it look very, very easy. Simonini tries to keep the foot in. Look at that GTR looking very, very menacing in the background, so the GTR was a lot closer than we currently saw, and that's dropped off quite a bit there. So Simonini was actually under a lot of pressure earlier on, a couple of laps ago, but Dennis Schoeninger hasn't been able to streak away in the same way that Jan Oosterman in that 71, Jacob Oosterman in the 71 has done in the 2nd place.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it then? Because when I saw that Giorgio had dropped from 1st to 4th, I kind of imagined it all happening in the same moment, but actually it was just a sort of gradual slide back, wasn't it? Which is a little bit unexpected from someone of Giorgio's experience. He's challenging Schoeninger again now up the Kemmel Straight. Drive-through penalty, by the way, for that BMW, the number 12 car, for avoidable contact with number 349. That's the VRM racing car. Simonini to the inside of Schoeninger, but not close enough to do it into Les Combes. He does now, though, look like he's settled down, so I guess it's possible, even for someone like Giorgio Simonini, to get a bit rattled maybe. Maybe he wasn't too happy with the way the car was feeling in the first few laps, wasn't too happy to have lost the lead to Tauscher. Then the little bit of a scrap that he had with Osterman maybe knocked his confidence again, and now he's had a few laps just to settle in. He's looking a bit more like his old self.
Yeah, I wonder actually if it's been the fact that the Audi on race pace is completely different to qualifying. What on earth is going on here? 3 cars wide going into the corner there, and despite jumping ahead, that was Jan Beerman for Renfelten Professionals. Need to put some air quotes around that Professionals, because that Lexus just fired it into the corner, was never going to make the apex. It broke itself, but thankfully lives to tell the tale another day. That was a little bit scary going into that corner there.
Yeah, well, Beerman was all at 6s and 7s coming through Les Combes as well, so I think that's what kind of started that. It checked up the whole group, and then he didn't really know where to put himself, did he? Because he had cars coming to the left, cars coming to the right, and they somehow managed to avoid significant contact, as you said. It is the McLaren, though, of Offerman that gets itself to the front of that queue, so a couple of places gained by the 166 car on this lap. That's the BitoSimRacing.de by Warshirts car, the McLaren that just made a little bit of progress. Back into the top 10 now. Dale McCormack still with company here from Tobias Schur now in the Prime E-Racing Aston Martin. Then it's Chris Hartveld's Audi. Then it is Valentin Barriere's Lexus, which is now inside the top 10. Good to see. Of course, that's because of James Baldwin dropping out of the top 10 after his drive-through penalty. Now, what of the world's fastest gamer, I hear you ask? Well, James Baldwin is in 32nd place, David, over a minute the lead. It's not going to be the work of a moment for him to get back into contention here. He's about 20 seconds behind the 31st place car, which is the reigning championship winning number 41 McLaren. So up through Eau Rouge they go, then back up towards Les Combes again. Tobias Schur looking to try and attack McCormack, who clearly feels that he's under threat. I'm impressed actually with Dale McCormack's speed here, given the whack that he gave that tyre wall on the opening lap. Remember, he had that contact with Jakob Osterman going down through Speaker's Corner, and actually the Ferrari holding its own quite well now in 7th place, a slightly sideways Aston Martin in behind. Also noticing that another Aston Martin is making progress, that is Osterman in 2nd place. He's now only half a second off the race leader Michael Tauscher, so Tauscher not getting away here at all. Here is Bastian Offerman now trying to go up the inside of the, trying to hold on from the Lexus there of Beerman, the 995 car, who in turn has a Bentley right behind him. You do not know where to look here in the early stages of this race. Back to the 7th place squall now as it heads through Pouhon, and Tobias Schur looking for a way past the Ferrari.
The fantastic thing about this now is this is where the endurance race mentality starts to settle in, I hope anyway, before we see any chaos or fun and frivolity. This is where you have to think very carefully about the moves and about the pace of the car and how you're going to make things through, because now you're starting to see gaps opening of 2-3 seconds between these little groups. So for the likes of Darren McCormack just ahead of Tobias Schur here, there's about half a second up to Litzy and Ibrahimi. Now, am I right in thinking Ibrahimi definitely wasn't anywhere near that top 6 in qualifying? I'm struggling to think where that Porsche started, but the last thing I remember was towards the end of the session. That was right at the back in 20th or to 25th position. So they might have got a cracking lap in. We know Samir has got the pace there, but I'm just thinking that might be one blinder of a start there.
Well, you're right. He didn't start in the top 6. He started 7th. So
there we go then. Right, okay, ignore that then.
But no, you're right. I think he was languishing down the order. It was a late lap, wasn't it, that put Samir up there into the top half dozen or so. So yes, you are right. He did improve towards the end of the qualifying session, that's for sure. Now on board with Tobias Schur here. Let's watch how the straight line speed of the Aston Martin compares to the Ferrari. We are poised perfectly on the dash of the beautiful Aston Martin as it makes its way up the Kemmel Straight in the slipstream. The Ferrari weaving around a bit, that's a bit cheeky from Dare McCormack, just trying to break the toe. And actually, the Ferrari holding its own there, even with the damage that car must have. I mean, you made the comment earlier on, David, about how the cars can sometimes be sensitive to little bits of side-to-side contact. I mean, that Ferrari hit the tyre wall at Speaker's Corner so hard that all 4 wheels were raised well and truly off the ground, and yet, well, he's a bit sideways there through Brussels, but he is not looking like he's particularly holding Tobias up at the moment.
He really isn't. Of course, Dare McCormack, a very, very fast competition racing driver as well, doing a cracking job in that Ferrari. Very interested to see they've switched over to the Ferrari for Williams Esports, of course teamed up with Igor De Oliveira, Rodriguez and Renan Negrini. But I mean, we've seen them doing much better in particularly different brands as well. So lots of changes this season for the Endurance Cup. Maybe some of the teams that we've seen, the likes of SimWare.pro, the number 41, we've usually seen them doing very well in the Aston Martin. We spoke about that, and changing over to the McLaren here, they're going to have it all to do. And just looking just now, in fact, where are the number 41 team just now? They are currently down in 30th position, and what scares me about it is, Andy, how often have we seen that 41 team languishing and then getting itself into further trouble?
It is funny, isn't it, because we always have this conversation, it seems, when we're talking about that team, and yet every single time I saw them in the World Cup, they were exemplary. They rarely made any mistakes. They were never getting involved in dodgy bits of contact, and they always seemed to be at the front. It was their consistent ability to run strongly, even when carrying success ballast, that allowed them to win that SimGrid VCO World Cup. That was a move. That was Jan-Willem van Ommen, who I'm not convinced he was trying to overtake Chardakis in the Bentley there, but he ended up up the inside regardless. That was a brilliant bit of driving there from both of them, actually, to avoid contact. But yeah, that 41 SimWare.pro team, they clearly are capable of getting it together. They won this championship last time around, as we've said, and I'm not convinced really there was much they could do to avoid that bit of contact up through Eau Rouge in the early stages. This battle, though, not showing any signs of calming down, is it? Chris Hartveld now moving up to attack Tobias Schur. Didn't quite get it done going down into Eau Rouge, though. And of course, if he goes for a move on the Aston Martin, he's got the Lexus, a barrier, not that far behind, just waiting to pounce.
And that's what it's all about. It's about being in that position and being able to take advantage of it, and making sure that if you are going to make a move, that it's worth the risk. And it's the one thing that we see time and time again through this level of quality field, is that it's all about risk management. It's all about having a look at the move that you're away to take and boiling it down to numbers. What are you possibly going to gain? If you're down in 30th position, you're obviously going to have a lot more risk on your side than, say, in the top 10, where you're trying to consolidate a position. But for Chris Hartveld here, I think he's on the edge of that right now. He's possibly going to be holding back from some of the moves, but desperate to try and hold into the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Early stages, of course, but they'll be very aware of the fact that Michael Tauscher and Jakob Osterman have pace here, don't they? They are still less than a second apart. Well, actually, just over a second now, that gap has crept up to, but they are nearly 2.5 seconds ahead of the third-placed battle, and if you start going down outside the top 10 now, you're getting on for 15 seconds off the race lead, which less than 25 minutes of the race is not where you would want to be, that's for sure. Now, on board with Samir Ebrahimi, you can see Lietzi still ahead in the Nissan, but look at the way the Audis of Schoeniger and Simonini have got away. So is that Nissan maybe now starting to struggle? It was a heck of a qualifying effort, that, from Lietzi. Is he now starting, do you think, David, to struggle for race pace as we approach the half-hour mark?
It's very possible. It all depends on how intense that start was. We saw that, let's say, was in the 823 GTR. He was up very, very close and personal with Dennis Schoeninger and Giorgio Simonini, but has just seemed to have dropped off. But look, we've seen the GTR. We know it's not up there in terms of the race pace with the others, but the simple fact is he's still in 5th place and still holding on that position. Despite him falling back to the clutches of the car in 6th place of Samir Ibrahimi, it's not pace-wise and the time screen-wise, it's certainly not enough for Samir to just blitz by him. So yeah, doing a cracking job as we see Tariq Adam in the number 23 Bentley for GTWR R8G Academy. And the other thing that absolutely got my attention was how many teams GTWR have got fielded in this Endurance Cup, Andy. They really have got their act together, and you know they're betting on a lot of different horses here.
Yeah, I think it's 9 in total, 6 in split 1, and then 3 across the various other splits. So yeah, that's quite some commitment, isn't it? Really, and you know, they are a top team. We know they are. They've, as we've documented, they've been bringing new drivers in, re-signing Andrea Capoccia, for example. You've got Nick Hoban as well, who's relatively new at R8G. He's going to be alongside Dennis Schoeninger in the car that's running in 3rd place. So GTWR, they have made quite the commitment, not just in sheer numbers, in making sure they've got the best of the best. I mean, I know it sounds like an obvious thing to say. It is an obvious thing to say. But if you're going to be successful at this level, you have to have the best possible people around you in your team. Giorgio Simonini knows that, and they've managed to, I think now, really make a big step forward. Having always been strong, they've now started to align themselves with some real heavy hitters. And yeah, the fact that they've got so many cars in this field can only mean good things for them. And also, David, it's not just all one car. They've got a Bentley, they've got an Audi, they've got a Ferrari. So at each and every track we visit, in theory, they should have one car that's on the pace.
Absolutely, and we'll have to keep an eye out through the season to find out which is which. It certainly looks like it's going to be the Porsche for today, but this is a cracking little battle we've got going on here. This is Tobias Schur trying to hold off Chris Hartfeld and Valentin Barrier, and it also looks like we might have the 1-2-1 jumping into the mix just behind there of Alberto Garcia. So this is a spicy little battle going on, but for the most part very respectful and very, very well organised as well. They know better than to make it too wide down through Eau Rouge and up through Radion. It's all about the Kemmel Straight here, all about tucking into the toe and trying to make the move. Oh, and Alberto Garcia, as we see side by side, 3 wide into Lecombe. Surely not.
That's brave though, round the outside for Barriere. He almost got it done on Hartfeld. There's a bit of contact, and as the Lexus bounces over the curb, I thought there might be more, but heads up driving there from Alberto Garcia. We were on board with the Odox Motorsport Bentley. He thought about it, he really thought about it, making it 3 wide up the inside, but that was never ever going to work, and made the sensible decision there, I think, to not get too stuck in. Odox Motorsport, remember, second last time out in the championship in season 3. They won actually the season opener, which I believe was at the Hungaroring in season 3, so they have race winning pedigree. But again, they're a team that I've seen out in Audis before. They're now here in the Bentley, and Odox Motorsport looking to try and break into that top 10 if they can. As this battle settles down, let's take a look elsewhere. Well, the race leader Michael Tauscher is now nearly 2 seconds ahead of Jakob Osterman, so Tauscher now is starting to do what Michael Tauscher does and break the spirit of the rest of the field. Osterman, in turn, 2 seconds ahead of Schoeninger and Simonini, who I reckon might be working together here, actually, which would rather make sense since they're both running out of the same team. Then you've got Yetzi still in 5th, half a second ahead of Samir Ibrahimi in the number 72 Porsche in 6th. Dare McCormack still holding on to 7th for Williams Esports. Tobias Schur is 8th place in the number 77 Aston Martin. Then Hartfeld 9th, and then this the fight for 10th place. Alberto Garcia trying to wrestle it away from Valentin Barriere. He looks to the inside into the chicane, but the Lexus just that little bit stronger on the brakes.
Amazing action. And again, this is what I love about these Endurance Cup races, is that it's just like this for the entire 6 hours, as we see Jan-Willem van Ommen firing it up the inside. You saw that contact coming a mile off the 317. Really, for me, should have known better than that. You've got chaos at the final corner there, and that is going to catch quite a few cars out there. That 317, the issue for me, Andy, on that one is that Jan-Willem van Ommen had the inside corner. He was always going to get that car stopped in time, and was turned in on by the other car there.
Yeah, I'd like to see that again, but I do suspect you're right, because you've got to be aware of where the other cars are going through such a tight sequence of corners like that. GT3 cars are not really designed to go through a corner like that. You've got to be mindful of where everybody else is around you on track, and if someone's up the inside, don't turn into them as if they're going to vanish, because newsflash, they can't physically disappear from that bit of track they're occupying, and you need to just make room for each other. Remember that we've still got 5.5 hours to go, and both live to fight another day. But Tariq Adam here, then 22nd place now after all of that. He's got the Willamette Aston Martin just ahead of him, the number 100 car, and as they work their way down into Brussels, you can actually see there for the first time in a while on the timing tower those two cars, those two McLarens that lost all that time earlier on. You've got Bykov in the number 41, Simware.Pro car 29th, and James Baldwin for Yasheed Pirelli in 30th. So make a mental note of that. They're both inside the top 30, but a long way back. In fact, there is Bykov. I think he's just taken 28th place, hasn't he, from the 171 Aston Martin. Now, that McLaren has, I don't think they ever pitted, did they, David, unless you spotted that. So if they've got damage, they're living with it. The car looks more or less okay, so perhaps they were more delayed by that shunt at the top of Radeon rather than actually getting directly involved.
Well, I think so, given that they're only 55 seconds behind the leader. They did a 2:35, so they were delayed for about 15 seconds on that lap there. But I mean, given where they are, that's is that James Baldwin? No, that's an Aston Martin actually. That's a car, I think, a lap ahead. That's just
no, that's retaking the position, I think.
Oh, right, okay. Sorry, I was miles away there. I was looking at the lap times for Bykov, and they've definitely not been into the pits there. So that is for position. So yeah, that's I'm just trying to see where there's an Aston Martin around them on the track there. Yeah,
that was weird, because Bykov had got the place from the.
That's the 777. So that is actually De Oliveira, who's a lap down.
Okay, so you were right. I should have just listened to you, shouldn't I? Right, this is the mess at the chicane, and yeah, that was clumsy, is the word I'd use there. That was even worse. I mean, there's no excuse for that. If that's not an unsafe rejoin, David, I don't know what is.
Well, it's that's why we are up here in the commentary booth, really, because we'd be very, very strict on all of these drivers, and I get, so I don't know. I feel so sorry for the stewards that do these races here, Andy, because I always feel like I need to send them a cup of tea and a packet of biscuits for the amount of work that they have to put in. But here we go, contact, the car spins round and it's just pull it straight in. Yeah, like that is just textbook 101, stupid rejoin. Well, what do you say, Andy?
I understand why they do it. Oh, who was that running rather wide out of pit? That's McCormack. Yeah, he's lost out to Schur, hasn't he? Well spotted. So that was Dare McCormack in the Ferrari, who was so far off the track. I think he was trying to buy maybe some Belgian waffles or something from one of the stands in the spectator area. He was a long way off the track there, wasn't he?
He absolutely was. I was trying to, just while you said that, I was trying to be all smart and clever and think of what the Belgian word for it is. It's Stroopwafel. No, probably not. Never mind. But yes, I would quite fancy. I think a little bit of a waffle would get us going for the 6 hours that we've got ahead of us. But Alberto Garcia just still trying to hold on to the back of Valentin Barrier in that Lexus. And when do you ever think we'd say that a Lexus is holding off a Bentley here, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, they're two cars that are designed in a not dissimilar way. They're both big front-engine cars. They're sort of grunt-and-go cars, aren't they? And they both are known for being good in a straight line. The Bentley perhaps has enjoyed a bit more success on the international stage than the Lexus ever did, and that might explain why it's a slightly more popular choice of car here on the SimGrid. But and it's a very good-looking car, the Bentley Continental, no doubt about that. But yeah, the Lexus, it's just one of those cars that has gradually become an underdog, hasn't it? Because we see so little of it, because I can't really point to a real world or a sim racing competition which has been won by Alexis. I think it's just gets that bit of a cult following, doesn't it? And we are so happy to see two of them on the entry list. One of them, I'm afraid, has slipped down a little bit. Bierman's down in 16th now after getting involved in a couple of little bits of contact, but the other one, the number 7 car, is just about hanging on to a top 10, but Garcia is getting a bit frustrated. He's been stuck behind Barrier now for a number of laps, hasn't he? Probably about 20 minutes or so. And not only can he not get through, but he can see now McCormack and Hartwell getting further away ahead of them.
Yeah, and this is the problem, isn't it? Because the frustration is very, very real when you know that you need to get past the car. But this is the problem. Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport, he might be all over the back of Valentin Barrier, but he just doesn't have enough in the tank to get past him and actually stick the move. That's the problem with that. And meanwhile, the pair of them just go further and further and further back. And, you know, it's times like this you need to regroup and rethink your strategy. Either make it, send it, or you're going to have to just put up with the consequences.
Yeah, and getting stuck in the traffic can be a little bit frustrating just because of how evenly matched everybody is. We saw in qualifying, you know, hundreds of, if not thousands of a second separating each car, and to make an easy overtake you need to be half a second a lap quicker than the car ahead. If you're anything less than that, if your speed delta is any less than that, you're going to have to really, really work for the move. And then sometimes it is better just to be patient and force the mistake out of the car ahead. Is that what Garcia is going to do? Or is he going to commit to the move into the chicane? He's tried the inside there a few times, hasn't he? But every time, Barrier seems to get the car stopped well enough. He ran a bit deep there, though. That will compromise his exit speed. And Alberto Garcia tries to use all of the torque of that big Bentley engine to get off the tight corner quickly. He is close enough maybe to pop it up the inside into La Source, has a look, and this time he does commit to it. That was a peach of a move. As long as he gets the car stopped, which he sort of does, he might be able to make this one work. But now quicker off the turn was the Lexus, and so Barrier coming right back at him, wheel to wheel, past the old pits, down towards Eau Rouge, and I reckon Barrier's going to clear the Bentley by the time they get to the dip. Yes, he does. So Barrier holds on to the position then, and Alberto Garcia, for a brief second there, thought he'd done it, but he just couldn't pull up that big Bentley into La Source, ran wide, and that was all the invitation Barrier needed to get the place back.
And that is a testament to the balance of performance here, to see the Lexus outgunning a Bentley down through Eau Rouge and up into Radion. That was fantastic, fantastic stuff. Keeps on to that 10th position, then does Valentin Barrier. You get the feeling of there's an about it though. The Barrier is just basically fighting a losing battle here, trying to keep the Bentley behind him. However, if the number 17 behind him can get a little bit involved as well, and Romano Berinic decides to get a little bit of the fight here, that's going to distract Garcia in the Bentley, and that's going to send him backwards as well.
This is a brilliant view, isn't it? Looking back now from the Rebel Racing Team Nissan in 5th place, Simone Lietzi, who is now starting to feel the heat from Ibrahimi in the Porsche behind, or still, I should say, feeling the heat. These two have been pretty close together for a while, but they've dropped now to 5 seconds behind Giorgio Simonini in 4th position. But we're looking out through the rear grille at the back of the Nissan, running very wide, liberal use of track limits there out of the right-hander, and up the hill now towards Blanchimont. The Nissan getting away at this particular part of the circuit. The Porsche's strength, as we've suspected, is not necessarily straight line speed, although that's not the case for the race leading car of Michael Tauscher, who is now 3.3 seconds up the road from Jakob Osterman. Dale McCormack then, having lost that place to Tobias Schur, might be about to lose another one, because Chris Harteveld looks up the inside at the chicane. He's sort of half committed, but McCormack knew the next corner was a left-hander, so sometimes actually the best place to be there is on the outside going into the chicane, because it gives you the better line coming off it.
It really does, and this is a cracking little fight as we see Schoeninger Chris Hartwell try to force the issue up the inside there. A great respect from Dale McCormack to give him the racing room to allow him to do this. It's going to be a drag race down the hill. Audi versus Ferrari. Hartwell on the right hand side, Dale McCormack on the left hand side. I think this is going to be for Dale McCormack then, and yeah, Hartwell just has to back out of that ever so slightly. But you also caught in the background there, if you have a look through the shot here, look at that. Valentin Barrier has now gapped Garcia, and Garcia now having to fight off Berunic, as I thought there. So Dale McCormack also pulls a little bit of a gap there on ninth place there, as we see Simone Iezza for the 823 Rebel Racing Team in that GTR. I mean, that's not a bad position to be in right now, is it? To be in 5th place with 5.5 hours left to go. We've got blue flags flying for that Ferrari up in front. I believe that is actually going to be the Ferrari of Samir Forch that's just in front of them, or it might even actually be Denis Strelnikov that is getting the blue flags there. Robin Pagadel. Very strange to see Robin out in the GTRC Endurance Team in the 111 at Lamborghini, where normally every time we see him in the Porsche, but out in the Lamborghini and having a fair run of it just now.
Will Dendy in the pit lane, I suspect not for the first time, because he's 3 laps down. Remember, this car was particularly crippled after the shunt at the top of the hill on lap 2, so that car has been in and out a couple of times. Their race, unfortunately, all but over now. Remember, it's the top 22 finishers that will score points, so if you can be within that top 22, it's worth carrying on, but at this stage of the race, unfortunately, it's not looking brilliant for them. Pagadel then here in the 111 Lamborghini. This is the car that James Baldwin tangled with in qualifying and got that penalty. Baldwin, incidentally, is ahead of the Simware.Pro car now. They both gained a couple of extra positions, but Baldwin up into 27th place. Now, the stewards have been busy, haven't they? The 3 incidents here being looked at, but I'm just hearing, look at this, Michael Tauscher, who was leading last time we saw him, has dropped down to 4th position. Jakob Osterman's got the lead. Surely Michael Tauscher has not made a mistake here, David. He was about 3 seconds clear of Osterman last time I checked. What on earth has happened?
Yeah, it was a 2:29, 10 seconds he's lost on that last lap there, so Tauscher loses the lead in dramatic fashion. Pagadel has been sent backwards as well. He's got the 747. In fact, that's a car that's a lap down just behind him. But huge turn up for the books there for our former race leader of Michael Tauscher. But in all intents and purposes, as long as he's not got damage off that car, 10 seconds of a hit, that's the least of his worries, I think, through this 6 hours.
Well, yes, but that I'm intrigued to know what has caused all of that. Back to those penalties, warning for car 41, that is it's the Simware.Pro car for failure to hold brakes. That must have been at the top of Radion on lap 2, and also a 20-second time penalty for car 71. Car number 71 is the current race leader after all of the shenanigans for Michael Tauscher, so Jakob Osterman being given a 20-second time penalty, which I'm guessing will be served at that first pit stop. So the car that was leading has dropped down to 4th. The car that inherited the lead has a penalty. The reigning champions have a warning, having been involved in a shunt, and are still at the back end of the top 30. Blimey, I've been making notes all race long, David, and I've already gone through 2 full pages of my notepad. We're not even an hour into this yet. What is going on?
Yeah, you're going to need a full tree by the time we're finished this race. Goodness me. I've got no doubt that was for the incident that put Dare McCormack into the tyre wall that gave him that penalty. We normally see maybe a 5-second, 10-second penalty, but stricter penalty there. And you've got to understand why that was absolutely just and had to be done. Meanwhile, Jakob Osterman, he was going to be delighted, was he, for Rennfeldt Esports, taking the lead and thinking, yes, I'm having this, but getting that penalty. And then you've got, that's Dennis Schoeninger, who just decided to throw it up the inside, but kind of botched that La Source there and decided to almost go off into the stands there. So he's lost more time than he actually gained.
Yes, he did, but this gap is now a lot less than it was. So whatever happened to Tauscher may have delayed Osterman as well, because he was a couple of seconds up the road from Schoeninger, although Schoeninger's got away from Simonini, hasn't he? So I think Dennis has also picked up a bit of speed over the last couple of laps, perhaps now being spurred on by the fact that he is net race leader, essentially, once this penalty served by Osterman at that first pit stop. But he wants to be first on the track and get past the Aston Martin if he can. Now, this is Michael Tauscher. He's all on his lonesome, heading up towards Pouhon. There's no one else around, and the car just stops. What is that all about?
That's a hardware failure. That, from the looks of it, possibly pedals that have just disconnected. And if anything, it's going to be that. I just don't understand. That doesn't look like 10 seconds that he's lost there. I wonder if they go again, or it's maybe just been so long to get them back on, because look at the amount of time he's losing here. He gets hit by the GTR. So that is a very, very strange issue for Tauscher in that 150.
So that's Yetzi trying to take advantage and going off, and in doing so losing a place actually to Ibrahimi, who now moves up into 5th position. So it looked as though the Nissan might be about to gain a place, then ended up losing one. And we've had another change of lead now, because Schoeniger's got the lead away from Jakob Osterman. So the Renbelton Esports Aston Martin drops down to 2nd, but looks to try and challenge again now as they head up towards Blanchimont. He's in the slipstream. We know the Aston Martin has really good top end, and he's going to want to try and hold on to the best track position possible here, because he knows he's got this penalty incoming. Up through the quick left-hander, inches between the Audi and the Aston Martin. The Audi will surely defend the inside line. It doesn't. Is Osterman going to try it? No, can't quite get there, and Schoeniger holds on to the lead, and all the while that man Simonini is starting to close in as well.
Yeah, and I'm really, really happy for Simonini. Gets another bite of the cherry, had that first place taken away from him, and gets another chance to fire it up the inside in a couple of laps' time. You've got to feel he's only, 1.2 seconds, 1.6 seconds off the lead just now. So it just shows you in the space of an hour, Andy, I know you've been taking your notes, but I mean, how many times can the pendulum swing from one team to another? And for Tauscher, my fear, if I'm being completely honest, is if he's had a hardware failure, if he's had it once, it can happen again.
Exactly. If technology can let you down once, it can do it multiple times. Believe me, I should know. Right, over the top of the hill goes Alberto Garcia. He is now ahead of Valentin Barriere. But Barriere's coming back at him in the slipstream. Of course he is. We've also got Barinic here in the Porsche, thinking of making it 3 wide. In fact, he does more than think about it. He shoots the middle in the Porsche, then bails out of it. Barriere is latest on the brakes. Can he close the door? Ooh, just about. That was full commitment there from Barriere, who does not want to give this 10th place away. He lost it briefly, but he's got himself back ahead of the Bentley. They're also being caught by an Audi, which I think is actually a lap behind this lot. The Bentley out wide, the Porsche up the inside, and Barinic will go through into 11th.
Well, just another day at the races, really. This is a very dull, quiet race. Nothing really happening at all in the first hour. My goodness me, I think we're going to have lost our voice at the end of these 6 hours here. I'll be honest with you, I think Alberto Garcia is going to be absolutely raging at that one. He's so frustrated being held up by Valentin Barriere that the cheeky little Porsche of Barinic decides to fire it up the inside there and actually makes the move stick. What would really rub salt in the wounds is to see him fall further back. Thankfully, he doesn't have really anybody behind him that's on the same pace right now. That's the 22 that's just behind him just now, that's not on the same lap. Of course, the 22 is actually last at the moment. That's Will Dendy behind the wheel of that one. But yeah, the Lexus starting to streak away a little bit and enjoy a little bit of fresh air.
Right. News regarding Tauscher, according to James in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much for this. In fairness, he poached this information from Jardier's stream as well. But it was the button box that disconnected for Tauscher, and that is why it killed the ignition. So it switched the engine off as he was accelerating up the hill. Now, I personally don't have a button box, David, so I don't know whether you have any experience of these. Is that something that's likely to happen again? Is it maybe just a loose wire that he's fixed? What do you reckon?
It's going to have been a loose wire, because if you think about it, a button box has got several, like maybe 12 buttons, 16 buttons, 20 buttons, or whatever, however he's got that set up. For specifically the engine, for the ignition to have been triggered, that button's got to have been short-circuited or whatever. For the button box to disconnect, that's not, I don't understand that one. It doesn't really make sense for me, because it's not like a real car. If you disconnect the ignition, then the whole car dies. Whereas with this, it's just a button that when it presses, it completes the circuit and it tells the computer, I've pressed this button here. So for the button box to disconnect, I'm not sure about that one. Maybe if there's a more serious problem involved with that, then yes, but yeah, we'll see.
We will, indeed. Let's see if it happens again. His pace has dropped a little bit now as well, because he's 6.1 seconds off the lead. I think he was about 5.5 off the lead when he first had that moment. So, but of course, that will be playing on his mind now. It's got to. Even someone like Tauscher, you know, if that happened to me, I would be forever paranoid that every time I went into a corner, it was going to do it again. And that's got to be there in the back of his mind now slightly. Let's hope that doesn't happen to him, as he's potentially about 12 minutes or so away from the first round of pit stops. We're expecting pit stops anywhere from about an hour into the race, in fact possibly earlier, depending on how the teams are going to run the strategy. We're expecting them to go to the full hour. Remember, 65 minutes is the longest that they can keep any one driver in the car, but if you're going to maybe reverse your strategy, you could have an early pit stop, get yourself out of traffic, and then accept that your final stint right at the end of the day is going to be a little bit longer. Dale McCormack now, that's not Dale McCormack, that's a back marking Ferrari, just confusing me. Chris Hartwell dives up the inside of it. McCormack still in 8th position, but it is going to be interesting, isn't it, David, to see what the teams do with this strategy. They're relatively limited on what they can do because of this 65-minute maximum stint time, but there are variations of that they can try and use to gain track position.
Absolutely, and you can imagine if they've gone through all the different permutations of how the race can go on. The problem with it is that it's a very fluid thing, it's a very dynamic thing to try and calculate strategy, trying to calculate fuel, trying to calculate stints, how much can you chop off here, how much can you add on, wiggling and jiggling things to try and make them fit through this 6-hour race. So that's one of the benefits of having a larger team, is the fact that you've got more people behind the scenes that can actually do that for you. There's a certain amount to be said as well, Andy, for just sticking to what you're doing, just keeping a strategy and just doing it repeatedly, time and time again.
Yeah, you can overcomplicate matters, can't you? And if you are going to try and extend your first sort of 4 or 5 stints to the full 65 minutes. Remember, you might do that to try and make your last pit stop that little bit shorter. You could potentially save the best part of half an hour out of that last stint and then have a bit of a splash and dash at the end. But if you're going to do that, you sort of back yourself into a corner, don't you, strategically? Once you've committed to that and you've started going long in your first couple of stints, if something untoward then happens, if the weather changes, if you get a penalty, if you have contact, if you lose time for whatever reason, you're kind of stuck then. You can't really reset the strategy halfway through. So maybe just going straight down the middle, 60-minute stints, in, out, bang on the hour. Maybe it's the easiest way to do it. It's certainly what I would do, but that's just because my head can't process anything more complicated than that. I'm sure, as you said, these big teams, they've got strategists who are working on this, the drivers who are not currently in the car. I'm sure they'll be chipping in to help out with the strategy as well. And we shall see what they decide to do. We are just over 50 minutes in then to the Spa 6 hours, the opening round of Season 4 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. It's been an absolute thriller so far, and it's Dennis Schoeniger that leads the way in the number 9 Audi. Jakob Osterman still only a second behind him, with Giorgio Simonini 1.7 seconds off the lead in third. It's as close as you like, David, whether that be at the front, the back, or indeed anywhere in between.
I'm really surprised, if I'm honest, that Tauscher and Ibrahimi, despite their earlier pace in qualifying, those Porsches are absolutely nowhere to be found. And if anything, Tauscher's pace has completely collapsed because the cars in front of him able to do 2:18s, but these last couple of laps, Tauscher now drifting into the 2:19, so 8 seconds behind the 3 cars in front. Now, if they get involved in a proper scrap, then that's going to be irrelevant because Tauscher will still be back on to that battle there. But I mean, Dennis Schoeniger in the lead of this race into the first hour of completion is not something that I had on the cards.
No, me neither, and it wasn't looking like that even 10 minutes ago, was it? So it goes to show how your fortunes can change in sim racing as in the real world. That was quite the corner cut there for Offerman in the 166 McLaren in the background. If you do that too many times and exceed track limits, you'll be given a drive-through penalty, which actually has nothing to do with the race stewards. That is something that the sim will give you if you exceed those track limits too much. The stewards, though, have been handing out penalties. A drive-through penalty for the number 42 car, this is. Number 42 is one of the other Simware.pro cars. That's the Alexander Novikov, Kirill Sadyrov and Igor Murdasov Bentley, which has been given a drive-through for avoidable contact with the number 54 slow racing Bentley. So avoidable contact way back on lap 2 that was, but this was I think potentially the contact that triggered the Eau Rouge Radeon shunt, if I remember correctly, but don't quote me on that. Either way, it was early contact, and it is going to be the Simware.Pro car that is given the drive-through.
Yeah, it's the great thing about these SimGrid events is the fact that there's a live stewarding team behind the scenes who watch the replays from instance in multiple different angles, multiple times, and they get all of the information they need to come to the right decision, and ultimately it is the right decision that they take. But Valentin Barrier now trying to catch on to the back of this. Sorry, that's Chris Hartfeld actually that we're looking at in the Audi, trying to get past Dare McCormack in that number 5 Ferrari. Again, Dare McCormack, another driver who's kind of fallen from grace, was doing very, very well up in the top 5 just now. Chris Hartfeld looks up the inside. That's a very tentative look there, and I'm very surprised that there's no contact between the two of them. A little nudge there, an unnecessary nudge there from Hartfeld on the exit of that corner to Dare McCormack, and yeah, that was looking a little bit scary coming down through La Source there.
Noticed Hartfeld doing that a couple of times actually, that sort of half look. He did it into the chicane, possibly against McCormack earlier on, or it could have been Tobias Schur in the Aston Martin, but he doesn't seem quite confident enough on the brakes, does he, to really fully commit to the outbraking manoeuvres sometimes into the tight corners. So Chris Hartfeld, to be fair, probably doing the right thing and just taking things steady here, not getting involved in any silly overtaking attempts, and just hanging on behind the Ferrari for the time being. So on the left-hand side of your screen there, you can see that 20-second time penalty for Jakob Osterman. Simonini now within a second of him in third position. Bastian Offerman, meanwhile, having cut the top of Radeon a lap ago, is now just after that part of the circuit on this lap trying to get past Biermann's Lexus. Biermann's Lexus has faded a little bit. As I said, it had a couple of bits of contact in the opening few laps, and I don't know if that's maybe hobbled the Lexus, but it doesn't seem to have quite the pace that the number 7 car at Barrier does about 5 or 6 positions further up the road.
And that's the issue. That's why you want to try and avoid those early bits of contact there, Andy, because you obviously don't want to be putting yourself in any position or any contact that really doesn't need to happen. It's a 6-hour race. It's the opening round of a brand new championship. Surely you want to reward the hard work that you and your teammates have put in by not botching it in the first hour of the race.
There's always so much pressure on a driver in the first stint. I've always said there are 2 stints that are the hardest to do in any endurance race. That's the first stint, because it's so easy to have contact and ruin your race straight away, or the last stint, because almost all of the hard work's been done. Often you just need to bring the car home in one piece, and that's often when mistakes can happen. You're a bit tired, you're a bit mentally drained by that point as well, and you know, it's just very, very easy at that stage, isn't it, to get into trouble. Now, Dare McCormack has pitted. We are just over 55 and a half minutes into the race, and Williams Esports have pulled the pin early. So too, actually, has the number 56 car, so the funny Formula 1 bats, also making early pit stops. That's interesting then. We were talking about the possibility of teams stretching the stints, but actually getting out of traffic early might be what those 2 teams are trying to do.
Absolutely, and again, this is the whole flexibility that we were talking about there, Andy. What you have to remember is that these drivers have to be flexible as well. So the cars feel very different on a full tank of fuel than they do with just 2 or 3 laps left of fuel in them. So the drivers will maybe be, you know, in a bit of a rhythm and looking to possibly make the most of it with 2, 3, 4, 5 laps worth of fuel in, and they get a call from the team to bring the car in. So yeah, it could be a little bit frustrating for them, but I think that's a good call for the Williams Esports team of Dare McCormack there to get him into the pits there. It's obvious that he's been struggling at the later stages of that first stint with the damage that came in from hitting the barrier. We don't know how badly he's been hampered with that initial contact there, and I think it's a fine job that he's been able to keep himself in the top 10 and in the running through this first stint.
one of the drives of the race so far, because that car can't have been handling correctly. It was such a big hit that it had. Of course, they may choose to repair that damage at this pit stop. If they do, it will extend the time that they're in the pit lane. So they pitted from 8th. We'll wait and see after the pit stop sequence has been done where they come out. Of course, we're going to have quite a bit of shuffling here with the 71 team having to serve this 20-second penalty. They are potentially going to drop... Well, there's no potential about it, is there? They will drop outside of the top 10, down towards about the back end of the top half dozen. So we're going to see a slightly different look to the running order, I think. The next 5 or 10 minutes are completed. Remember, 65 minutes, the longest that the drivers can stay in the cars. So everyone's going to have to pit over the course of the next 7 minutes or so. We've got Michael Tauscher in. So Michael Tauscher pits in the number 150 Porsche. We've also got Alberto Garcia coming in as well. So Michael Tauscher also going for a slightly early pit stop. And again, David, not really surprised to see that. They will be worried, won't they, about maybe a recurrence of this button box issue. So get him out the car with the greatest of respect so that he's got time to then try and work on fixing that for good and try and get a driver in that is less likely to suddenly stop at the side of the road.
Well, that's it. I mean, all he has to do is get somebody else into the car, and then he can then quit the sim, work on that, probably just unplug the entire USB button box from that, so he's not under those sorts of issues. The other thing as well, though, is what you've got to remember is that he's likely got many more buttons mapped to that box, things like pit stops, things like pit changes, lights, fuel map, can all be affected by these different mappings on the button boxes. So it could just be an issue that's already been fixed and already been dealt with and sorted, but we'll just have it leaves you with that little bit in the back of your mind, Andy, thinking, is that actually sorted? And if we're thinking about it, goodness knows what the driver is thinking about it there as well. No driver swap requested for Tauscher, so Tauscher's going to stay in the car and come back out. The other thing that's on my mind is, with all these pit stops still to come, we've had like 6 drivers, maybe 10 drivers that have pitted. That's 30 cars that you've got coming out of pit lane. This is going to get messy, or very high potential for getting messy very, very soon.
I really, really don't like the pit exit here at Spa, because it comes out right on the racing line, just over the brow at Radion, where you are foot flat to the boards. You cannot see what is the other side of that crest, and then you're suddenly going to come across a car that's going significantly slower than you, so the potential for that to go horribly wrong is pretty high. Right, leading 3 through the chicane, the leader is in, so too is Simonini. So Osterman staying out, but Schoeniger and Simonini coming in at the end of lap number 25. So this is first and third places, both making their way down the pit lane. Let's wait and see whether there are driver changes. Of course, you don't have to change the driver as long as you reset that stint at the within the first 65 minutes. The same driver is perfectly entitled to stay in the car for essentially 2.5 stints in theory before they hit their maximum 170 minutes.
Oh my goodness me, so many cars in the top 10. Pretty much everyone in the top 10, barring 3 cars, into the pits then just now. And this is exactly what I was thinking about, because those cars are going to come out. In fact, pretty much everyone behind them jumping into the pits as well. Some that are going to be staying out for one more lap. This is going to be, very, very interesting.
Yeah, so with people pitting now then, it looks like people are going to just send this straight down the middle, aren't they, strategy-wise? They're going to just do 2 60-minute stints per driver. They're not going to try and shorten that last stint of the race. But there may be 1 or 2 that do still try that. I mean, we are now past the 60-minute mark, and we still have not had 71 in. The Nissan of Lietzi is now into 2nd place. Tobias Schur is now into 3rd place. So those 3, and Semeraro in the Bentley, actually, they have all yet to stop. Jan Willem van Ommen has still to come in. He's just jumped into 5th position. So we are going to see a few of them try and stretch this, I think. But you have to be just as good at maths as you are driving the car sometimes to get this strategy right. And you don't always know, do you, David, until you get into the final 20 minutes or so of the race, who got it right.
And even then, sometimes it can just be luck. It can be fortune, smiling kindly on you through the day as well. It doesn't necessarily mean that was the best strategy, but it was the best strategy for the day and the best strategy for the moment. So we'll keep an eye on the leaders and the I'm trying to think of the word for it. Is the runners and the riders and those who benefit and those who don't benefit from the pit stops. The other thing as well is they've got another 5 times that they're going to have to do this, or another 4 times that they're going to have to do this whole little merry dance, and it just adds a nice little bit of spice to the proceedings, doesn't it?
It really does, and I say this all the time, but we sort of take it for granted that they will come into the pits, they will change driver, they will refuel, they'll add tyres, and they'll come back out of the pit lane in exactly the same position they were in beforehand. But actually, we see it all the time, don't we, where teams mess up the pit stop. They miss their pit box, they speed in the pit lane, they maybe have extra damage that they need to fix, and it takes longer than they expected it to, or than we expected it to. So we always will see some winners and some losers from the pit stop cycle, and it's always one of the fascinations of endurance racing, especially where there are more than one pit stop. You can lose time in one, but then potentially gain them back in the other. Now, we've had a couple of driver changes. Odox Motorsport have had a driver change, we can see here. The 121 car, which was being driven by Alberto Garcia, that is now Nicolas Albaladejo Camins in the number 121 Bentley Continental. 15th place at the moment, but we know there are a handful of drivers ahead yet to pit, although it looks like they're all coming in now. Semeraro, Willem van Ommen, Pagardel, Chaldakis, they've all pitted from inside the top 10. The number 12 BMW will also have to pit very shortly. I believe they've been in for a drive-through, haven't they, already? But this will be their first scheduled pit stop coming up momentarily. In theory, though, I think the drivers could do one more lap, couldn't they, before they bail for the pit lane. So we might see 1 or 2 of them taking this right to the end. And if they do, that is a fairly clear indication, isn't it, David, of what their strategy is going to be. They're going to try and stretch it every single time.
Absolutely, and again, it's going to work for some of these drivers, but you're going to get 1 or 2 if they're leaving it this late, Andy, that are going to fall foul of that pit stint limit. Hopefully, they can all get in and get out again before that pit stint limit timer hits down to 0. And again, it's an instant penalty from the game itself. It's not anything to do with the stewards, and yeah, it's pretty harsh to say very, very lightly. But back to the race as well, as things start to calm down, as we see Jacob Osterman temporarily in the lead of this race, and just makes my heart sing, the fact we've got a GTR second place on the podium, albeit very temporarily, but I mean, we can dream, can't we, Andy?
Oh dear, now that is the curse of the commentator, isn't it? He was trying to make the pit lane, I think, and got it all wrong. What were you saying then about the GTR running so well, David?
Fine, we'll just pretend that never happened, shall we? GTR obviously got so dizzy at being second place that it lost track of where it was actually on the track.
Dear, it happens to the best of us, David, trust me. Not that I know, but the Nissan does now pit eventually. I think it even made some contact with the pit wall on the way in, just to make it the messiest pit entry in history, but hopefully it won't have lost too much time as a result. Remember, it was in that quite tight battle to hang on to a top 5 or 6 position, wasn't it? So we'll see where it is once this all shuffles out then. Here is Daniele Vidimari in the BHK Esports Bentley. I think he's fresh into this number 35 car. He's got the 995 Lexus. That is, again, another car that's had a driver change. 995 then now being driven by Leon Schroeder. And Schroeder is under threat here from the big Bentley. I think the Lexus will have lost a bit of time in the pit because it looks like a slightly cleaner Lexus now than it was pre-pit stop. So I think they've also taken this opportunity to do some damage repair, which makes sense. You're out there for another nearly 5 hours. If you can fix the car now, it makes more sense to do it at this stage than to run with a wounded car for the rest of the race.
I'm just looking, what on earth, and this is brought up to us by Linus Dellenbach. What's happened to Tauscher? Tauscher has dropped off a cliff after those pit stops. He's all the way down into 11th place. Now, I wonder if that'll cycle through and he gets that position back that he was there, but looked like a very, very slow pit stop. In fact, there he is already back up to 6th place. So I was getting a little bit worried there, but after the pit stops have all cycled through, down into to P6 there. So thankfully, production team behind the scenes come and save the day there, Andy, and panic over.
Yes, that was the trouble with Spa is that it's such a long lap and the timing screen only updates at the end of that lap, so we can wait 2.5 minutes sometimes for the timing screen to actually represent what we're seeing in front of us, so easy to get caught out by that. But yeah, Tauscher, interesting that he stayed in the car. We touched upon that earlier on. We'll get into it in more detail in a moment, but he had that button box disconnection, which saw him stop from a comfortable race lead, and we did sort of suspect they'd try and get him out of the car so he could fix it. But that tells me, David, that actually he's been telling the team, no, it's all good, I've sorted it, I know what the problem was. Because if there was even a hint of uncertainty as to what the issue was, surely they wouldn't have left him in the car.
Well, that's just it. I think he's probably been on the voice chat saying, it's absolutely fine, guys, we've got control of this, and nothing to worry about. So, and to be fair, since then he's looked absolutely faultless anyway. So, yeah, the right man for the job is behind the wheel at the moment, and already back up into to third position from what the timing screen's saying. And if that is the case, then yeah, that's he's really not lost any time at all. In fact, he's actually gaining time quite quickly on Nick Houben and Andrea Capoccia in the 4:57 in front of him. But I mean, we've definitely not been denied that classic battle between Yas Heat and GTWR that we were bigging up before the broadcast.
No, and it's going to run and run, I think, all season, isn't it? Certainly over the next 4 hours and 52 minutes, which is how long is left of the season opener for Season 4 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. The 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps being led then by RHG Esports. The number 9 Audi will come through shortly to be confirmed as the race leader on our timing screens, but as you can see, the in-game timing tower does now register him as the leader after 29 laps of racing by a second and a half over the 4:57 of Andrea Capoccia then. So Capoccia is running in a very strong P2 at the moment in another one of those GTWR cars. That's the RHG Academy Black team. Then, though, you have Michael Tauscher, so he's still only 6 seconds off the lead. He's actually closer to the lead now than he was before the pit stop, so a good pit sequence there for the Yas Heat Richard Mille team, and they are in third ahead of Max Vollmuth in the number 72 car. So Vollmuth jumping into the car for the first time as there for 10th place. Felix Rupert in the car that was leading. He's just jumped into that 71 car, under threat now from Barinic, who is in for his second stint. The Porsche up alongside as they go past the old pits, but I don't think Rupert's going to back out of this one, and he doesn't. He keeps the Aston Martin ahead for now. Just to carry on running down that top 10 then, Max Vollmuth in the number 72 Renvelton Esports blue car, running up there very strongly in, what did I say, he's 4th position ahead of the GTR. So the GTR holding firm there in 5th place. That's still Yetzi at the wheel for now. Then 6th position, we've got Sven Hetic. He's stayed in the 77 car. Chris Hartfelder stayed in the 32. He is 7th. 8th place then for Valentin Barrière in the Lexus. The Lexus did pick up actually a place or two through that pit cycle. Then it's Nicholas Albaladejo Camins in 9th and Felix Rupert, as we've seen, in 10th position. So a little bit of shuffling. The headline really, David, is that the 71 car, that 20-second penalty it had to serve, has actually kept it just about in the top 10, but they could be the car over this next stint that we watch for to try and start digging its way out of that hole.
Yeah, and it's a fairly even spread, isn't it? You've got Audi, you've got Porsche, Nissan, Aston Martin, Lexus, Bentley, all the big runners and riders in the top 10 really evenly. The only one you'd look to see is Negrini in the number 5 getting into the top 10 as well. But let's take a minute actually to point something out there, because in 22nd place, James Baldwin for that 149. I can't believe that he's managed to get himself and Yas Heat Pirelli into the points.
That is well spotted and absolutely correct. James Baldwin in 22nd place. He would be scoring at the moment a solitary championship point, but the point we're making is that he's likely to gain even more positions, and every position he gains, every point that he can gain, is going to be so pivotal, because we're in for a very competitive season. I would not be at all surprised to see the championship go down to the very final round, and I would be equally unsurprised to see it decided by just a couple of points. So, you know, you don't want to get to the end of the season, do you, David, and miss out on the championship by a handful of points and think, well, what if I'd have finished 15th instead of 16th at Spa? You know, that could be all that makes the difference. You've got to treat every single position as if it's for the championship, even at this early stage.
Yeah, and that is a bad position to be in. If you're at the end of the season and you're looking back at the season going, oh, what if we finished a couple of positions up, then it's not that particular race, it's your entire season that needs to be re-looked at here, because the level of quality, as we see Jan Willem van Ommen, that's a slightly creative line, I've got to say, at the top of Radeon. if you get to the end of the season though, Andy, and you're looking at a specific race and going, oh, what if we could have done this differently, or what, it doesn't matter, because the level of quality and the level of pace that is in this field is to the point of you get the result that you deserve on that day. Lady Luck might have something to do with it, or your pace might have something to do with it, or one of your drivers might have something to do with it, but it's certainly not going to be for the want of trying. And you are going to find that championships are going to be won and lost on slender margins, but it's not for a specific performance, I don't think, on a particular race.
Yeah, I mean, I always find that, if you've got a championship that's got maybe 2 or 3 runaway favourites, you almost always get to the end of the season and think, oh yeah, well, the quickest team won. They had the most race wins, they had the most podiums, whatever. In a championship like this, where it's gonna to and fro all season long, I think, it's almost more important to just consistently be finishing the races rather than the winning. It's very common, isn't it, to see the team that won the most races not actually come away with the championship, and for it to instead be a team that were never off the podium, for example, or never out of the top 5, that were just a bit more consistent, that actually come out on top. The reason I say that is that you can win 2 or 3 races. If you have one bad day, you could finish 25th and score 0 points, whereas in a less competitive championship, you can get away with that sort of win or bust mentality, can't you? So consistency is key, and that ties in quite nicely, doesn't it, David, with this new licence points system as well, which is being introduced in the Endurance Cup for the first time.
Yeah, we need to get more information on the licence points, but again, it's like last season when they brought in the stricter penalties, as we see up the inside, side by side for the Aston Martin and the Lexus. In fact, it's the Bentley of Daniele Vidamari for the 35 BHK esports team. Almost got that move done. That was looking so nice. Perfect example though of the respect shown by these two drivers. It might be a way to eat my words in a second. The Bentley up the inside at La Source. Yeah, great move there from the Bentley, and it's a drag race down the hill. But look, driving standards is always going to be a hot topic with the drivers and with the stewards and with the team behind the scenes here. Nobody wants to see bad driving standards, and you're going to have drivers that they'll never go, oh, it's my fault, I shouldn't have done that. It's always somebody else's fault from my experience, and very occasionally you will get a driver hold their hands up. I do have to say that, but for the most part it's somebody else's fault, and nobody wants to see them, but we do have to have ways of punishing drivers to say, look, just calm it down a bit, just get yourself sorted out, and hopefully this new licence point system is going to be the way of doing exactly that.
Yeah, basically the idea is that if you get a penalty on track, and we've seen a lot of drivers already being handed out time penalties and drive-throughs so far today, they also get points on their sort of virtual licence, essentially. If you reach a certain amount of points, the team that you're driving for gets deducted points in the championship. So not only do those penalties affect your individual race result, but they can come back and bite you later on in the championship. They can lose you a championship ultimately. We've seen a few front runners today, haven't we? James Baldwin getting that drive through. We've seen Jakob Osterman getting a 20-second penalty as well. If these start to rack up, it could take you out of championship contention altogether, especially, of course, if it's the same driver getting all of these penalties, because their licence points will start to go up and up and up. So it's really crucial that you keep it clean out there and do not start racking up these penalty points, because that will lose you championship points.
It certainly will. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we've had a change of lead again. Nick Hubin has had a technical issue, has got the car going again, but again, another hardware failure. Pedals disconnected, and that's dropped him all the way down to fourth place. So Andrea Capoccia takes the lead of the race. The 4:57 for GTWR R8G Academy now in the lead of the race. So Simonini, despite that first effort, despite that first stint there, Andy, it might have dropped down to about 4th or 5th position, but now Capoccia can basically take advantage of his recovery drive and is in the position now where it's Capoccia 1 and Tauscher 2.
It's the race no one wants to win this, isn't it, so far? That is 3 different cars that we've had in the first hour and a quarter that have led the race, and had a problem whilst leading. We saw, obviously, Michael Tauscher's button box issue, then we had the penalty for Jakob Osterman, and now we've had a similar sort of hardware issue for Nicholas Hoban. At least he's been able to get going again, a bit like Tauscher actually, very quickly, and is still there in 4th position, which I think is exactly the position that Tauscher dropped down to. And as you said, through all of the madness, it is the GTWR RHG Academy Black Squad, the 457 Audi, that comes out on top by now 5.3 seconds. Andrea Capaccia ahead of Michael Tauscher, Maximilian Vollmer 3rd, and Nicholas Hoban in 4th. So it's a very German look to the front of this field. We're not that far away from the German border here in the Ardennes region of Belgium. It's Audi from Porsche from Audi at the front of the field. There is Nicholas Hoban then in that number 9 car. And Nicholas Hoban, a new recruit at the RHG Esports team, and doing a pretty good job so far. 5th position then is the Nissan, which is not that far behind now, just under 2 seconds back is the 823 car then. And the Nissan GTR again looking strong now that it's got a fresh set of boots on. Only Lietzi in 5th place. Sven Hetic is then a couple of seconds or so, just under a couple of seconds behind him in 6th. Hartveld 7th, 8th Valentin Barrières Lexus, 9th is the Cummins Bentley, and rounding out the top 10 still is the 71 Renvelten Esports Aston Martin, and that's just coming up against another Aston Martin actually to put a lap on it. But what a topsy-turvy opening part to this race, and we said it was going to be unpredictable, David, but this is exceeding even my expectations.
Yeah, it's par for the course with Endurance Cup. It just seems to go absolutely nuts for about 3/4 of the race, and then you get a period of calm with about 2 hours left to go for about 15 minutes, and then it gets back to Gale Force 9 very, very quickly indeed. And I just want to run something by you as well as a way of conversation. With all these drivers changing through the teams, in your opinion, what sort of difference is that going to make going from one team to another? Do you think that's going to affect the drivers? Do you think they need a little bit of time to bed themselves in with the new team, or do you think it's kind of like just plug and play? They just jump from one team to another and there's no real difference?
Well, the very best in the business do seem to be able to do that, don't they? They seem to be able to jump from team to team, from car to car even. You know, they can go from driving an Aston Martin one week, or one day even, and the very next day they're in a McLaren and they're just as quick. But it definitely presents its challenges, doesn't it? Especially, I think, in endurance racing, because you're sharing your car with, in this case, 2 other drivers. Now, those 2 other drivers, as we get notification there of a drive-through for number 317, getting given a drive-through for aggressive driving against the number 34 TF Racing Souvlaki Bentley from earlier on in the race. That's way back on lap 13, 20 laps ago. But yeah, you're sharing the car in an endurance race such as this one with 2 other drivers. Now, they might be very quick drivers, but they might have slightly different driving styles to you. They might look for slightly different things setup-wise than you do. That's always been a factor, hasn't it, in endurance racing when you are sharing the car with other drivers. You know, if you want different setups from your car, one driver might like a slightly more oversteery setup, one might like a slightly more understeery setup, and you know, that's at a basic level. It gets a lot more complex than that sometimes. When you are so used to driving with the same group of drivers, you kind of find a happy medium, don't you, between you all. Jump into a brand new team, possibly in a brand new car, definitely with brand new teammates, and you almost have to start from scratch, don't you? So that's always really intrigued me, actually, and it is the true pros that seem able to just adapt to their new surroundings the best. But yeah, really good point, that, and with so many drivers shuffling around here, I'm sure there are quite a few of them that are going through this exact conversation themselves.
And the reason I bring that up is, you know, obviously a lot of these drivers do solo events as well. So, you know, they keep their toe in with these GT3 cars on an individual basis, but then they have to like you say, maybe go to a setup that they don't particularly enjoy or is not ideal for them. They just have to suck it up as part of the team and try to work together with that. I actually have a bit of real life experience with that with Rory Butcher, who used to race in the GT3s in the Ferrari, and then he moved to the touring cars. And I remember him telling me how delighted he was because the car was dedicated to him. It was completely set up around him, and he wasn't used to that because coming from that team basis, like in the sim racing here, you've got to work around the sort of amalgamation of all of the drivers, of all the drivers, and find something that works for everyone. And usually in most other things, in life, when you try and design it around a group of people, you don't make any of them happy.
Yeah, and actually, Sam Tordoff, another driver who did that the other way round, didn't he? He started off in touring car racing, then went to GTs, thinking, hang on a minute, I can make a career out of GT racing here, which he wasn't necessarily able to do in touring cars, but hated it because he didn't enjoy having to share the car with another driver. So you're absolutely right. It's one of the most challenging aspects, actually, about endurance racing, which doesn't get discussed that much, I don't think, but it really can make these races particularly hard if you are having to compromise on things to please your teammates. Anyway, back to the battle for 5th place here, because Sven Hettich in the Prime E Racing Aston Martin, it seems like he's been in the vicinity of this 823 Nissan GTR all race long, and still that continues to be the case. Half a second between them as they complete their 35th lap of racing, but the GTR holding its own again inside that top 5. Here is Felix Rupert meanwhile, and he has just put a lap, I believe, on that GTWR Aston Martin behind, so his next target ahead is the Albaladejo Camins Bentley number 121. But he's not really able to go after it, is he? So Felix Rupert not quite showing the pace that Jakob Osterman did in this car when he was leading in the first stint.
Yeah, Felix Rupert, another top quality driver that we've seen week in, week out here on the SimGrid. But I tell you what, Berenic is absolutely on it behind him. In fact, actually, that's not Berenic just behind him just now. That's actually, as you said, the other car that's right up in the tail. I think that's actually a car that's a lap down, because that's an Aston Martin that's just behind him just now. But Felix Rupert, like some of the other drivers we've seen, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head the drivers that we normally would see in the Porsches, making a very big change actually coming out into the Aston Martin here. And it always amazes me how quickly they're able to get up and running with a different car that feels completely different. And
David's so excited by this that he's fallen off his chair, I think.
Yes,
and,
I did.
There you're back.
No, I was just saying how quickly they can get up to speed and get things going there with the incredible pace that we've got on the race here. They can switch car and almost keep the exact same pace despite the completely different handling characteristics of the car.
It's so hard to do. I mean, I've jumped from one car to the other a bit myself on ACC, not professionally speaking, but even I can tell there are differences between a front-engine car and a mid-engine car, and even if you look at one front-engine car compared to another, a Bentley compared to an Aston Martin or an AMG, for example, they are very different beasts to drive, and wrapping your head around that ain't an easy thing to do. Right, James Baldwin update. He's now 21st. He's gained another place, with it another championship point, but he's got a big battle pack ahead of him now. You've got the number 100 car of Marcel Villa, which is at the head of this group, the green Aston Martin. Then you've got the Lexus behind him of Leon Schroeder. Then you've got Contagianis in the number 34 Bentley, the white car we're following there. And then it is James Baldwin. So if Baldwin can get past this little group, he's got about 6 seconds of clean air then ahead of Villa. He should be able to bridge that gap pretty quickly, and we'll really see the pace that he's got. And he's still on reasonably fresh tyres. We're not quite halfway through this stint. So David, given a bit of clean air, might James be able to have a stab at that fastest lap, which remember is worth another 2 bonus points?
I think that's a one-sided question there, Andy, because of course he can. The pace that he's got in that McLaren, the quality that he's got as a driver, it's a done deal, but it's if he can get past Contagianis, if he can get past Schroeder, if he can get past Villar. It's certainly, the cards are looking very, very good for him, and he's done an amazing job on the comeback drive. But again, James Baldwin, very, very good head, a very old head on those young shoulders in terms of racecraft, in terms of risk management. And I always wonder about real-life drivers who have got that sort of real-life experience and bring it into virtual racing as well, because the one thing is different here, from real life racing is that it's not a £500,000 or £750,000 worth of car that you've got in, underneath your feet. It's a virtual cars. We've got contact between Contagianis and Schroeder, and there's your answer to your question about James Baldwin. He's got those places, and I think he's now not going to look back at all.
Is what we call in the biz freebies, isn't it? 2 free places that he didn't even have to work for. So he's into the top 20 then on the 37th lap of the race that he was on at the point. So it took him 37 laps to, he took his drive through a few laps in, didn't he? So it took him about 30 laps, let's say, to go from the very back of the grid into the top 20. But he's living a bit of a charmed life at the moment because he's had to dodge a couple of incidents along the way. So far, touch wood, he's managed to do so. Back to the 5th place scrap then, and Simone Iezzi here in the Rebel Racing Nissan GTR, the only GTR on the grid, 2.6 seconds behind Nicholas Hoban ahead. So just to be keeping pace with him is fairly impressive. I mean, the leaders are doing sort of low to mid 2 minutes 18s, and that's exactly what Iezzi's doing. So the GTR is in this 5th place on absolute merit, isn't it?
And that's the thing with that for Letzi, is the fact that, like you say, it's merit. It's not a case of, they've been really lucky and they've got themselves up into the top 5. That GTR is actually fast. That GTR has been lapping. GTR last time round actually lapped faster than the race leader, so that says everything you need to know about the pace of that Nissan, and it's consistent pace as well. It did its fastest lap, its personal best, that last lap round, 2:18.1. So yeah, it is absolutely on it. It's great to see it back up in contention, and realistically, I mean, Andy, it's only 13 seconds off the lead, and given how topsy-turvy and how crazy this race has been, that's absolutely nothing.
Yeah, if you'd have told me that an hour and a half into the race that car would be, as you said, still only 13 or so seconds off the race lead, I think I'd have laughed out loud. That is a really, really impressive performance from them. Hopefully they can carry that on. Now, Felix Rupert, I'm sure, was behind Albaladejo Camin's Bentley last time we saw him. Yes, he was, wasn't he? So he's got past and then some as well. He's 8/10 up the road now. So spurred on by us saying that he wasn't going very quickly, he's now going quite quickly, and he's managed to get himself into some clean air. He's nearly 5 seconds though behind Valentin Barrière in the number 7 Lexus up the road, but we'll watch Rupert's lap times with interest. There were 3 cars that I was sort of taking extra notice of in this race as well. I mentioned them at the top of the broadcast, but our top 3 finishers from Split 2 last season that all got automatic promotion into the top split this time around. Well, the highest placed of those at the moment is inside the top 20, so scoring points right now. It is the number 100 car, the Turn 1 Pro team. Marcel Villert, who I mentioned, had his hands full. He was at the head of that big group of cars fighting at the back end of the points, which has got the likes of James Baldwin. In fact, it's Baldwin that's the next car behind him. That is quite an introduction to Split 1, isn't it? To have the world's fastest gamer on your tail and trying to make progress, but really, really good effort from that team.
It absolutely is. We see a replay here. This is going to be the contact early on then for the 995, and it's a very, very rude moment there for the Renvelt and Esports Ambassadors team, sent the wrong way at the corner there, and yeah, you hate to see it. It's a horrible place to be punted off at the end of the Kemmel Straight into Lecumbe. The 34 are under investigation. That's Konstantinos Kontogiannis in the Bentley. What I'm hearing, 4 times they've been under investigation. That is an absurd amount of scrutiny to be putting yourself under for Stewart.
Yeah, and I think it's been Kontagianis in the car all the way, hasn't it? So it's all been him. He's already had 1 penalty, which was for aggressive driving against the 317. So he's already had 1 penalty. Then under a further 3 or 4 investigations as well. If those investigations, even if half of them turn into penalties, then he is going to have more points on his licence than I think that car's going to have in its championship total by the end of the day, because that is certainly going to see him getting in a spot of bother with the race stewards. He's dropped now down into that 22nd place as a result of all of that, and may well, unfortunately, lose a bit more ground before we're done. James Baldwin got past Marcel Villa whilst we were talking about them, so he's now 18th place, Villa 19th, but still running a little bit better than the team that actually won all 5 of these Split 2 races in Season 3. That was the 192 squad. 192 currently finding themselves a little bit further down the order in 25th place, so good effort, as we've said, from the Turn 1 Pro entry. On board here with Romano Berenic now, and he has caught up in the slow racing team to the number 121 Bentley ahead. So Felix Rupert is starting to scarper away from this pair, isn't he? The Bentley seems to be struggling at this phase.
It really is. The problem with the Bentley is that it's in any other championship, and it's been known for its straight line speed and its acceleration. It can just absolutely tear away. We saw it at the World Cup. It was just so fast, but everything has been tightly bunched together here. And arguably, I think it makes for some of the finest racing you'll see in sim racing. And for moments like this, Romano Berenic just on the tail of that 121. He's trying desperately to catch up to Nicholas Albadeo Camins, but again, it's one thing catching up, but can they make the move stick? That's the key factor here. Also want to give a shout out to Max McCabe on YouTube there. Obviously new to the stream here, thought it was real life for a second, and again, just a testament to the production values here at the SimGrid. So a huge thank you to Mike Yao behind the cameras and making everything look so pretty.
Yeah, he does an alright job, doesn't he, I suppose?
He's alright, yeah.
It really is an incredibly professional broadcast, and I know that's sort of become a bit of a cliche now to say, is this real life? But actually, it really does look real, doesn't it? When you compare this to some of the footage you see at the likes of the Spa 24 Hours and put them side to side, there is not a huge amount of difference. It has to be said, it's an incredible looking sim, ACC, and the racing that it produces at this level in particular is just as entertaining as the real thing, if not more so, really. Romano Berenic then still stuck behind the Bentley, and he's got the 56 Aston Martin, not a million miles behind. The 56 was another car that was on that early pit cycle. Remember, they and the number 5 car, the Williams Esports car, both pitted before anybody else, just 55 minutes into the race. While the number 5 I did predict might drop down the order. They were running in 7th or 8th when they pitted, but they must have repaired that damage, because that car now in the hands of the number 5, Renan Negrini, all the way down in 16th place. So the number 5 car definitely, having spent a lot longer in the pit lane, has lost ground, but in theory that car should now be going more quickly than it was when it was carrying all that damage earlier.
Oh, I'm just looking at the timing screens here, Andy. Tauscher is absolutely on a charge while we've been watching all the stuff through the bottom half of the top 10. It's been about 0.3 of a second that Tauscher's been taken off of Andrea Capoccia. The gap now just 2.6 seconds, 2.2 seconds. This is getting very, very spicy indeed. And the two of them now coming down the Kemmel Straight is the 150. You can see they're on the minimap on the right hand side. This could very well be a move by the end of the lap here if Capoccia starts driving in his mirrors.
Hartfeld was driving off the track there over the top of Radion. He was a little bit wayward as he clipped the curb a bit too hard, I think, through Eau Rouge. But you're absolutely right. Michael Tauscher is doing a Michael Tauscher here, isn't he? And lapping considerably quicker than anybody else on the track, really. He is in the low 2 minutes 18s. The other front runners all in the mid to high 2 minutes 18s. Traffic, of course, might be starting now to play a small part in this. You can see on the mini map that well, they've got a back marker ahead, the 23, which they will catch in a moment or two. So actually no, traffic not particularly so much of a factor. This is just Michael Tauscher looking really, really quick at this stage of the race. We'll monitor that gap and see whether he can get there before the end of this stint, because of course we expect Michael to now have to get out, don't we, because he will have done 2 full stints at the end of this hour.
We certainly do. Andy, I think I'm going to have to take a deep breath here and read out all of these penalties here. Incident between cars 747 and 23 on lap 11. The 747 is the Le Mans Rennes Sports machine, and the 23 is the GTWR RHG Academy green car, and it's a time penalty, a 15-second time penalty to car 23 for an unsafe rejoin. Then on lap 12 there was an incident between the 317 and the 383. The 317, the 383 gets a warning warning for aggressive driving. And then another incident 2 laps later with the 317 and the 34. The 34 is that TF Racing Suvalaki, who is under investigation of 4 separate incidents. It's a 5-second time penalty to car 34 for that one, for aggressive driving. And then the 33 and 34, that's the Rutronic E-Racing Unicorns Love Sim Racing Machine and TF Racing Suvalaki squad. It's a warning to car 34 for aggressive driving. So 3 out of the 4 investigations complete on the 34, and it's only had a 5-second time penalty. I think that is the definition of getting off very, very lightly indeed.
Yes, I would tend to agree. We didn't see all of the incidents that they are allegedly at fault for, but it's clearly been decided that they weren't necessarily guilty in all of those cases. But yes, you're right, I did expect that maybe to be a slightly bigger penalty. Right then, back to the fight for 10th place then. Porsche versus Bentley, and the Aston Martin just behind. Is that the 56? No, the black car is the 56. They've got a lapped Aston Martin just behind them. The Porsche in the slipstream. The Bentley punches quite a big hole in the air, doesn't it? So you'd expect it to give quite a tow to the Porsche behind, but can Barinic turn that into an overtake? He's going to go to the inside line, commits on the brakes. This is for 10th position. Barinic goes up the inside. Al Baladeco Kamins is going to fight him off, hammers the curbs in the big Bentley. Still though, the pesky Porsche is up the inside. They're delaying each other so much now that the lapped Aston Martin is almost getting involved in this, and still Kamins hangs on. Another example there of a driver that does not want to give away a position, even though the car behind would appear to be the quicker.
Yeah, I love the fact that Aston is like, right guys, you do you, I'm just going to nip past here, but it's not to be. Thankfully stays out of it, but that Porsche looking very, very nippy indeed for slow racing team. Anything but slow, with an hour and a half in the books here at Spa. Romano Barinic all over the back of Nicolas Albadeo Kamins in that 1-2-1 Bentley, and again going down to show, as I'm just seeing there, is that Gabriel Semeraro just behind? No, sorry, that's Zolobov in the 56 Aston Martin, trying to get past that lap car just behind him. But this is the great thing about this race, Andy, is the fact that almost an hour and 40 into the race, and everywhere you look, every single place, there is just battles left, right and centre. Everybody is fighting everybody else for position. You know, you've got Kapocci and Tauscher are about to fight each other. Wilmoth and Hubin have been locked in battle for the past 2-3 laps. You've got Ayeta and Hetish still trying to get past. I can't believe we've still got a GTR in 5th place. I absolutely love that. That is really one of the happiest bits of the race for me today, because I love that GTR. I hate driving it, and it's a very, very difficult car to drive, but absolutely love the fact that that's still in 5th position.
Yeah, you're right, it's been tied to that 77 Aston Martin all race long, hasn't it? So this battle has been on pretty much since the start of the race, and they're now delaying each other to the point that Chris Hartwell is closing back in. Remember, he had that moment a few laps ago going through the Radeon section and ran a bit wide, lost a bit of time, but he's closing back in. There is a Lexus just behind these two, by the way, but it is not the number 7, it is the 995. So somewhere the 995 has lost a lap, because it was, remember, it started alongside the number 7 on the grid, but that next car, the one with the sort of blue and orange flashes in the background, is a lap down. So that is a shame. The 995 running in 22nd place at the moment. It is Leon Schroeder the wheel, but apologies if I'm forgetting something obvious. There has been quite a lot happening in this race, but I don't recall how exactly it lost all of that time. It is a Lexus that is actually next in the running order behind these two. That is the number 7 of Valentin Barrier, who's still in the car, has been since the start, and is running in a very solid 8th place, 4.5 seconds or so behind these two. There you can just see him, the green and blue car in the background, but something, David, has happened to the 995 car. That's a shame.
Well, if you remember, we saw the 995 getting hit in the rear on the entry to Les Combes. It was facing the wrong way round, but I don't think that was enough to put it a lap down. So I wonder if maybe it's had another issue, maybe there's been damage, or maybe it's come into the pits to do some quick repairs there. But either way, yeah, a huge shame for the 995 Red Velvet Esports and Bathurst team. But again, if any team capable of getting their way back is going to be them, as we see Nicholas Hubin right on the tail end of Maximilian Walmuth here, the 72 Porsche, and it's great to see the Porsches having a resurgence as well. 2nd and 3rd place as it stands, but Tauscher still chipping away at Andrea Capoccia. That gap now 1.4 seconds down from 1.6. This is Oleg Zolobov trying to get his way around the outside of the Bentley. Surely that's not going to work. The Bentley's going to try and outbrake him, but he's going to have the inside line, and that is a wonderful move from the Aston Martin, and makes it stick. And the Bentley of Albadeo Kamin's going backwards. Not going to be too happy with that one.
Yes, he's really fighting for every position though, isn't he, Kamin? So it's good to see in a way, but he's almost losing himself more time as a result. Now, Chris Hartveld all of a sudden is right on the tail of Sven Hetic. They've allowed Letzi to get away, and so now the Audi is closing in the slipstream. Defensive line taken by Hetic. He's been attacking to try and get into the top 5 all race long. He's now not going to be very happy at the prospect of losing 6th place, but that might just happen because Hartveld's got the inside for the left-hand element of Les Combes. That's the outside for the final part. Huge bravery by Hartveld, and he does go through. That was phenomenal racing. Great respect from both of them, David. What a move from Hartveld then.
One of the rare occasions, Andy, I wish my microphone wasn't on push to talk, because I need to applaud that move from Hatic and from Hartveld as well. I mean, the respect that both those drivers gave to each other. You've got to remember that it takes two to make this happen. Hartveld wouldn't have got that move done if it wasn't for the respect shown by Hetic to let him have that position. So Hartveld, to have that going round, was just absolutely fantastic. And here we have our iconic camera angle here at Eurasian. It's just a wonderful, wonderful sound, Andy.
It is a wonderful sight, a wonderful sound, and as you said, probably the most iconic corner in world motorsport, and it always will be. And yeah, it still remains an incredible challenge. In a GT3 car, for example, it's not quite flat out, really. Certainly not on a full tank, or if it is, you've got to be fully committed, and you've got to be precise, haven't you? Because it's very easy, I found, maybe this is because I'm a bad driver, but I found it's very easy to hit that curve through the right-hand part a little bit too hard. Well, if you hit it at all, you will unsettle the car and either spin or sort of bounce wide over towards the left-hand side of the road. So full commitment at that speed is not easy to do, and it makes it a genuine challenge in these cars.
It's a difficult one because obviously it looks straightforward and it feels easy to drive these cars around, but to get the most out of it, and when we're saying that here, you see just how little of the curb on the right hand side Nick Hubin takes going up through Eurasian Radion there. It feels a lot easier than it actually is when you're going up and you're really pushing the car as hard as it possibly can. It's a knife edge between, yeah, you're on for a good lap, or you're into the nearest potential wall. It's so thin, that gap of performance, and you see these drivers lap in, lap out, just flirting with that edge of danger, and for the most part they get it right, but when it goes wrong very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, it's just so fast there, isn't it, that you don't have time to react if it all does go wrong, especially if there's a car in front of you that gets it wrong. We saw that a couple of times in the early part of the race. Right, third place here, Maximilian Wulmuth in the Porsche, Nicholas Hoban in the RHG Esports Audi, which he's getting acquainted with now as he joins the team. And he is looking pretty rapid in it, actually, I have to say. Put in a good performance in qualifying, didn't he, for the World Cup finale a week ago at the Nürburgring, so we know that Nicholas Hoban is a very rapid driver. He's been in this car now, though, for an hour and 3/4, and still fighting tooth and nail for position, trying to recover from that really unfortunate issue that he had whilst in the lead of the race. In the lead at the moment is still Andrea Capoccia in the 457, but he's got that 150 Porsche closing in, the Yas Heat and GTWR rivalry about to reignite, I think, at the very front of the field. Wherever you look, though, there are battles going on. The slow racing team Bentley here down in 33rd place, but they've still got people to play with. This is what it's all about on the SimGrid. No matter where you are in the order, you will have a fight to be a part of. And here is the one for third, as up the inside goes Hoban into the chicane. And I don't think Wulmuth's going to fight that one too much. That was really sensible driving, that, from Wulmuth. He knew the Audi was quicker. There's no point, David, defending as if your life depends on it at this stage of the race. Let them go, settle in behind. You will both save time doing that.
Well, that's absolutely right there, Andy, because it's that 3000 IQ brain that you have to use at moments like that. Every part of you as a racing driver wants to hold on to that position, but sometimes you just have to think it's a 6-hour race. We've got 4 hours left to go. You need to just think calmly. If third, fourth place, who cares? That's a brilliant result any day of the week. I would say if you're in the top 10, then your 100% concern, your 100% attention has to be going on to consolidating the performance and the position that you're in. If you're fast and you're catching up on the car, in leaps and bounds, fair enough. Maybe you can then consider that, talk with the team and think about a potential move. But until then, you've got to think that every single move, every single position that you try to take is a risk, and it's all about making sure that risk is as low as possible.
Yeah, and you will see the intensity rise as the race goes on, of course. If this was the final hour, then I've no doubt that Maximilian Vullmuth would have fought that a tad harder. But at this stage, it's just got to think the long game sometimes, and that is what, again, the true pros at the front of the field are able to do. Now, Sven Hettich is in the pit lane, in the number 77. That is not something I expected to see, so we're a little bit early here, aren't we? We are about 47 minutes into this hour, if you like. We expected pit stops perhaps within the next 5 minutes, but more than likely within the next 10 or so. So I don't know if that's a problem for the 77, but he has bailed for the pit lane, dropping down the order, as you can see, as a result, down the left-hand side of your screen. That lead gap, by the way, back out over 2 seconds now between Kapoccia and Tauscher. So Kapoccia responding now to the pace of the Porsche right behind him. This scrap still continuing for 32nd place as well. Perella and Artak Visic making their way through. In fact, the Bentley that's in between them is a lap down, isn't it? So that's or a lap ahead, I should say. I'll get it right in a moment, because that is the Kamintz Bentley, which we've seen in and around the back end of the top 10. But actually, the 54 car, although it's a lap or so down, keeping pace quite nicely with it.
It's doing very, very well, isn't it? And again, this is the slightly less glamorous side of endurance racing. These laps where you're literally just slogging away, trying to push as hard as you can in a safe way, and just trying to do what you can for the team. And if you're outside the top 10, obviously it's frustrating. But the thing that you've got to remember in any race of this nature, Andy, is the fact that from first to 43rd, I think it was, position was 2 seconds. That was in fact, no, it was about a second and a half actually, from first to last place on the grid. So anywhere outside to finish the race is obviously a brilliant thing, but anywhere outside the top 20 is still a very, very respectful position to have, given the quality of the field. And I keep saying this, and it sounds like such a cliche, but given the amount of huge names that we've got in this championship, I'd be very happy just to get a finish in and just to do as well as I feel that I could possibly do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're finishing 20th to 30th in this field, you're doing a good job. You're still quicker than most people. This is the top split of one of the most competitive endurance championships going. So, yeah, absolutely nothing to turn your nose up at that. And of course, if you're running in those positions from about 25th to 30th, you are sort of next in line. Should anyone inside the points start running into problems, you could get into those points by the end of the race. James Baldwin is in the points now. He was in the points a while ago, actually, but he's scoring even more now. He's into 16th position. He's just gained another 2 on this lap. 15th, I should say. He's ahead of Negrini and Vidimari, who are the 2 cars behind him. The Ferrari ahead of the Bentley. Negrini, of course, in that Williams eSports car, which does not seem to have the speed, and actually still seems to be carrying some damage. So if the lengthy pit stop was for damage repair, they either didn't get it all fixed, or he's now had another bit of contact after that, because the right-hand side of the black Ferrari 488 does look a little bit scraped, it must be said. But James Baldwin's car looking fantastic. It lost all of that ground in the early stages after a drive-through penalty for actually an incident in qualifying. So pretty much from the moment the race started, this car had a drive-through hanging over it. Baldwin served that drive-through in the early stages and dropped a long way down the order. James Baldwin rejoined outside of the top 32nd place, I think he was in when he came out on track, and here he is now, David, inside the top 15. This is what James Baldwin does. He's very quick, he's very consistent, he's a good racer, and a top 10 is certainly achievable now, if not even more. So Baldwin then up the hill, and and makes his way towards towards Blanchimont, I should say, once again then, on this, the 47th lap of the race for him. The leaders have just gone through onto lap 48. There is Oleg Zolobov in the funny Formula 1 bats Aston Martin, half a second still behind Barinic. This battle continuing to rage on.
And at this point in the race, given that we're coming up to 1/3 of the race completed, Andy, I mean, what do you do if you're in the top 5, in the top 10, and you've got a cat like, so you're in the position of Tauscher? I think we know what we'd do if we were in Tauscher's shoes. You're going to push. But if you're in Walmuth's position, if you're in Chris Hartveld's position, how hard do you fight this? How hard do you push to get that extra position, knowing how unpredictable this race has been, as we see Hartveld's with a huge run on the GTR?
Yeah, well, he forces Letzi to defend into Pouhon, which is not really a place you see a lot of overtakes, but Hartveld certainly asking all of the right questions. He's really got onto the tail of the Nissan. As soon as the 77 car pitted, Hartveld took full advantage of that, didn't he? Bridged the gap to the GTR, and he's really putting Letzi under pressure, but he can't get around the outside into the second part of Piff Paff. Yeah, to your point about what to do then, I mean, some of these teams are now going to be sort of backed into a bit of a corner because of the fact they've double stinted their driver at the start of the race. So Tauscher is going to have to get out of the car at this pit stop, but they can still run the pit stop as long as they want. Tauscher now back under a second and a half away from Kapoccia as well. So they could, in theory, well, he pitted at 58 minutes for his first pit stop, did Michael Tauscher, so he can do another 65 from that point onwards, so he can do another 10 minutes or so in that car. Yeah, I'd be leaving him in as long as possible. He is the super sub, after all. He was the fastest driver in the early part of the race, fastest driver in qualifying as well, and Tauscher, we know, can get the job done, can't he? So I would be leaving him in as long as possible. If you've started to slip down the order a bit in this stint, you might be tempted to go for a slightly earlier driver change. 10-second time penalty, by the way, for car 192. It's already been served. That is the reigning Split 2 champions, actually, the RLR Abruzzi Esports Gold team, and they have had to serve a drive-through penalty, so not been their best introduction to Split 1 for that team so far.
There's been better days out the office, I'd imagine, for that one. Just looking at the gap for the leader, Andrea Kapoccia is now starting to stretch out a little bit, the gap between them and Michael Tauscher. So that gap up to 1.7 seconds on timing screens, but from the timing board, which is updated a lot faster than our live timing, that's back down to 1.2 seconds. So again, swings and roundabouts, but the pair of them just absolutely gapping Nick Hubin in the number 9 in third position, who is nearly 10 seconds behind in that RHG Esports machine.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? He's getting away from Volmuth, though, so he's clearly quicker than that car, but his lap times now he's in cleaner air are... Well, actually, no, do you know what? They're not bad, are they? He lost a lot of time, I think, when he was closing in on Volmuth, and of course he lost a lot of time when his pedal box disconnected, but his last lap was a 2:18.5. It was actually 6 1/1000ths of a second quicker than Kapoccia, the race leader. So Nicholas Hoban is matching the race leaders. The trouble is he's starting from about 12 seconds back, so he's got to take a bit more than a few thousandths of a second out of them to start doing anything about that deficit, hasn't he? Jan-Willem van Ommen here in the 383 car. He was one of the later pitters, wasn't he, in the last pit cycle. The 383 car came in very late indeed, and it slithers there up the inside of the 154. No, that's the 42 going a lap down. It's the next of the Bentleys of Semeraro that Willem van Ommen is chasing down. And Jan, yeah, I wonder if they'll stretch this next stint. You'd imagine they probably will. Those that went the full 65 minutes last time should now be able to go another 65 minutes this time around, so we may see them pitting, maybe not for another 15 minutes. And it's now that you start to see how that strategy might work. The longer you can stretch these stints, the shorter that last pit stop has to be.
Absolutely, and again, that's where the planning and the strategy all comes into to effect there. But brilliant stuff to watch unfold as we head into 2 hours in the book here for the SimGrid Endurance Cup Season 4 Round 1 here at 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps with Andy McEwan and myself, David Christie, taking you through all of the action. We're currently watching Jan-Willem van Ommen just making his way around the source then for the the 49th time of asking. They're on lap 49 just now, and it's been a thrilling race. It really has had everything you could have wanted to see in an endurance race, and we've only essentially been in 2 hours of this race, about a third of the way from finishing this 6-hour race. But the story of the day has been the 4:57. Ironically, we didn't plan it with the fact that we interviewed both the team managers from them, but the 4:57 of GTWR R8G Academy and the 1:50 of Yas Heat as well. We spoke to the team managers for both of them, and real ding-dong battle resolving from Season 3, picked up exactly where it left off with the 4:57 and the 1:50. But the big news is that your reigning champions, doing so well. And the problem with SimGrid.pro, who you would have expected after the resounding win in the World Cup last weekend, currently down in 24th position. So really on that recovery drive just now, as we see Mikhail Baikov into the pits then for his final time. He's going to hand the car over possibly to Igor Ogorodnikov or possibly to Yaroslav Shevritilov to take over from the car from that. This is now going to be the 10 minutes where we see pit stops starting to happen here, as the track temperature drops down a little bit more now, 25 degrees here at the virtual recreation of Spa in Belgium. Leon Schroeder for Renville Professionals in the 995, just chasing down the BMW just in front of him, and with just about 4 hours left to go, it's time for a very quick ad break. We'll be back with live action from the remaining
Welcome back, everybody, to the SimGrid Endurance Cup, round number 1 of Season 4 here. The Spa 6 Hours is now into its third hour of racing. Andy McEwan and David Christie up here in the commentary box. We've enjoyed an absolutely thrilling race so far, and now the next roll of the tactical dice being...
Well, so excited that we've lost Andy McEwan, but I think what he was trying to say is that it's been a thrilling first 2 hours of the race. We're 3 hours 55 left to go in the race. Our current race leader, Andrea Capoccia, in the 450.17 for GTWR R8G Academy Black. Second place is Nick Hubin in the number 9 R8G Esports machine. And temporarily in third place is our boy in the GTR, as we see pit stops coming in. In fact, there we go, in the lead of the race, Simone say, my dream has come true. We have got GTR. Let's just red flag the race right now. I know he's not red flag. I know he's not pitted just yet, but god damn it, I can dream. He's in the lead of this race, and the GTR up where it deserves to be. It's fifth place is where he is on the track though. But Andy, welcome back. I'm just going to nip and get an extra 50p in the meter.
Honestly, my life and computers, my computer just muted me for absolutely no reason. It was like, no, you're not going to tell everyone how good this race has been so far. They can work it out for themselves. But it has been a very, very exciting race. You're absolutely right. And I think also maybe my computer couldn't quite handle the excitement of the Nissan GTR leading the way. This is something we did not expect to see today. I know they haven't pitted yet, but it's still nice to see them up there. And, you know, they could yet be factors for the podium before the race is over. They were only about 11 or 12 seconds off the lead before this cycle of pit stops began.
Absolutely, it could very, very well be on the cards. Just having a look here at Milos Stamenkovic in the number 22. That's the Zancho SimSport machine. I had it pointed out by one of the commenters on YouTube, and then realised it was Ross McGregor, who is part of the Team 22, saying that the car's doing fast laps. And it might be doing fast laps, but unfortunately, it's not had the best start to the race, being in position number 42 just now. Will Dendy really has got to do some work on improving their luck on that one. So, and not only that, I've just been told by production that it has actually retired. So I'm hoping that's the same car that Ross McGregor is on about, because they ain't doing fast laps. They ain't doing any laps right now.
No, they're not, are they? That's a shame. Then first one for the retirements list, I believe, then this afternoon, and didn't even make it to the halfway mark, unfortunately. But Simone Lietzi he leads the way by 12.5 seconds over Felix Repair in second, and Jan Willem van Ommen in third. Now those three are continuously going long, aren't they, on their pit stops? I certainly remember the 71 and the 383 did in the previous stint, and it looks as though the 823 is now on this particular run as well. So down out of La Source comes the 747 then. This is Jeroen Merman in the Le Mans Rennsports car. I think this is his first stint in the race as well. We are going to have everybody in within the next 2.5 minutes, because that will be 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race. So if they were doing 65-minute stints for both of their opening stints, they would have to have pitted pretty much by the end of the next couple of minutes of the race. But the leaderboard shaking itself up as these different pit strategies start to come about. Now, one thing I do notice on the timing screen, David, is that car 150, it now has Maciej Malinowski at the wheel. Alex Tarato has jumped into the 457, but 150 is now ahead of 457, and that is not the order they were in before the pit stop. So it looks like a better job was done in the pits there by the Yashit Ricard Meal team to get what will essentially become the race lead.
And that's been a slow stop from the looks of it, because that's about 4 seconds the difference between the 150 and the 457. So you're absolutely spot on with that one, Andy. Yashit, Richard Mill are going to be very, very happy indeed, because obviously pit stops going round, new drivers coming in, and this is another exciting new dynamic to this race, isn't it? Because almost certainly for all of the cars, we're going to see the new drivers into the cockpit of these cars. And in fact, actually, yeah, there's confirmation there as well. So it always makes me wonder, how quickly can these drivers, do you think, can they get up to speed and get up to pace with the cars around them?
a lot quicker than I can, that's for sure. I mean, speaking from personal experience, it takes me quite a while because you've got a full tank of fuel, so the car is a lot heavier than it normally would be. You've also got low-ish tyre pressures and low-ish tyre temperatures as well, and I've said before that ACC is very, very sensitive when it comes to tyre pressure and temperature. If they're not in the ideal window, it can sometimes feel like you're sliding around on ice, so it's a very difficult thing to do, to jump out on a full tank of fuel with a car that's not handling very well and immediately be, straight back on the pace. But Malinovsky there, his first attempt at a flying lap is a 2:17.9, which for a full tank of fuel ain't that bad, but is probably a second or so off the pace that he probably could do. So I think even these drivers, it takes them a few laps just to get warmed up. We see it in qualifying, don't we? The fastest lap times tend to come in 2 or 3 laps into a run. It just takes them that long to get the car warmed up.
Well, for sure, and that is just another one of the issues we're going to see as we see the 995. I think that was either coming out of pit lane or going straight on at the top of Eau Rouge and Radion. We'll get an ID on that there, because that car did look like it brought out a yellow flag there. It didn't have the pit stop sign on it, so I think more problems there for Schroeder in the 995 there. But here we are with Jeroen Moerman for Le Mans Rennsport, and the 747 actually doing a good job at doing this recovery drive. It was caught up, if I remember rightly, in that lap 2 Stramash at the top of Eau Rouge, and Radion gets going again, 24th position, and they'll be very happy to try and keep pushing things down and trying to get themselves into the points wherever possible.
Yeah, not a million miles from those points, and in fact once we get the final couple of pit stops they may even just gain another position or two as a result of that. I noticed that about 4 or 5 seconds behind these two is Yaroslav Shvetalov, who's now into the number 41 Simware.Pro car, the car that, remember, is our reigning Endurance Cup champion. They were involved in that incident on the first lap, of course. They are also battling away with a brand new car to that driver lineup. At least they've not traditionally raced the McLaren, it's always been the Aston Martin. It was the Aston Martin that they won this championship in 2.5 months ago. It was the Aston Martin that they won the SimGrid VCO World Cup in a week ago. But here they are outside the points, David, and comfortably outside the points. Now the good news is they seem to have the car fully fixed now after its early contact, but over a third of the way into the race, that's a lot further down the order than they want to be.
It really is. A little bit of a nudge there with Jeroen Moerman, and I think that was the Lamborghini, wasn't it, of Zanchi in the 63 for FFF Racing by Ada. Bruno Zanchi getting a little bit clobbered from the Bentley there. But yeah, look, the 41, they expect to be further up than they are right now. They want to be further up, and they need to be further up than they are right now. Caught up in that lap 2 incident, and they've just not been able to make the same headway as the likes of the 149 Yas Heat team have been able to, because I mean that was of course James Baldwin behind the wheel of that, did a cracking recovery job to get up to 15th, and it's now Mikhail Statsenko, so it can be done with that 41. And if I remember rightly as well, I think the 41 got a penalty as well for not holding the brakes, so that added to their woes after that incident as well. So it's not been the greatest start, but we've seen them come back from once.
Yeah, I think 41, I remember the one you're on about. Yeah, that's right, warning, yeah. So, yeah, that had me confused for a second though, because I knew that I knew they were being investigated for that, but yeah, eventually a warning. But still, they lost so much time with the incident, and then never really seemed to be gaining the places back, did they? I mean, I remember when Baldwin came back out after serving his drive-through, they were next to each other on track, those two cars. Well, the 149 car's now 15th. The 41 is 26th, it's 11 places further back, and probably about 30 seconds or so behind the 149, so just never did gain that time back, unfortunately. So Baldwin then hands over to Statsenko. We've had quite a lot of driver changes up and down the order. What we haven't had yet, though, is the GTR in the pit lane. It must be due. It might even be in the pit lane now. We can't quite see the top of the timing tower, but I wonder just coming out of the pit lane, I believe, and that means that Felix Rupert, or whoever is now in the 71 car, will also be heading out of the pit lane. So Maciej Malinowski should now be reinstated as the leader, which he is. Torato 5.5 seconds back, so they really did lose out, didn't they? So it's 150 from 457. It's Yasheet ahead of GTWR at the head of the field. Then it's the number 9 car in third place, the RHG Esports Audi of Dennis Schoeniger. So Schoeniger did the first stint, then he handed over to Nicholas Hoban for the second, and now Schoeniger back in for the third stint of the race. So this is probably the last we'll see of Schoeniger in this race, you would imagine. Then you've got Lucas Kritzer in the number 72 Porsche. That's the Renvelten Esports Blue Squad, still running strongly in fourth. Thibaut Probst has got into the number 32 Audi now. That's the GTWR RHG Academy White team. And that is your top 5 at the moment. In 6th position right now, we are going to have Maxime Chassé in the Lexus, the number 7 car, then continuing to run really, really strongly, as here we are on board with the reigning champion Yaroslav Shvertelov, then trying to make a move against a back marker. That is, in fact, no, that's the Ford Zilla car, yes, which is laps down after its various issues. His next target is actually the Ferrari just ahead, the 192 car. So slightly different look to the order now, particularly at the front. A 5 or so second lead for Malinowski. That's just about the biggest lead, David, that anyone's had all afternoon.
Yeah, again, it just goes hand in hand to say how topsy-turvy and completely unpredictable this race has been so far, with the fact that it's a 5.2 second gap. Malinowski, at his pace, to come out of pits, right, and he's doing a 2:18.0 on that last lap round, he's going to be well into the 2:17s. Schoeninger's done a 2:17.8 that last lap round, so Schoeniger could easily, if he keeps his pace difference up over Alex Toretto in the 4:57, could be looking to try and take that second place. But there is a big difference in time. There's about about 6-7 seconds between second and third place, so a big gap to do, but it could be done by Schoeniger in that number 9 Audi.
Well, Schoeniger got into the 2:17s that time, the only driver to do so in that lead group. That is really, really impressive stuff, isn't it? So, yeah, he might just be able to gain that place as Jan-Willem van Ommen almost gets into the door of the Albaladejo Camins Bentley. That was close. It's going to be 11th place now for the Aston Martin. So the 383 car going long in these stints appears to be working, doesn't it? Because every time I see it, it's a little bit further up the field. So they're getting off sequence now, of course, with the others. They pitted some 15 minutes later than some of the other front runners that time, and they could save an awful lot of time when we get down to the very end of the race. So keep a mental note of this car. The 383, of those that are going long, does seem to be doing one of the better jobs. Of course, the 823 and the 71 are still a bit further up the road, but the 383 started some way behind them, didn't it? So really, really good strategy so far.
That's one of the things, Andy, is the fact that strategy plays such an important part in this race. We've spoken about it at length, with some of the teams actually having dedicated people looking into all the different outcomes and different potentials through the race. But obviously, some of the teams are just 3 drivers that are taking part in this race, and they're up to decide what they're actually going to be doing between them. So this is really where having a good strategy can absolutely make you time and make you positions up this field. And again, when you're dealing with a strength of field that is so close, you need to get those extra little 1-2%.
Yeah, and it can turn a midfield team into a top 10 team by the end of the day. If you don't have the outright speed to go and race your way to the front, play a bit of strategy. Why not? Time and time again, we've seen teams wrestle really good results, or even just half decent results out of a race that they probably wouldn't have got just on outright pace. So, why not give it a go? That 383 car was not one of the fastest cars on the track, it must be said, and yet they are, they didn't qualify inside the top 20. They were about 25th, I think, on the grid. So if they can keep that up, then they might just be able to steal a pretty decent points finish, and then maybe go on to the next track, which could suit them better, and go on and do even put in an even stronger result in that one. So it'll be really, really interesting to see how that plays out. Shvertelov then on the tail now of the 192 Ferrari. 192 is the car right in front of us. That is the car that was the champion in Split 2 last time out. They won every single race in Season 3 of the Endurance Cup, and they are now going to have the reigning Split 1 champions right behind them. So these are our Split 1 and Split 2 champions from last season, and they found each other on track, admittedly only fighting for 24th place, but interesting to see these two stacking up against each other.
Maybe for 24th and 25th place, but is there ever a time where you want the 41 to be behind you on track? Is there any more pressure that 192 Ferrari is going to feel than having Yaroslav Shevritilov right behind him? And this is going to be a very, very feisty next couple of minutes here, coming up through the Kemmel Straight here. And the McLaren, I still am trying to get my head around that 41.SimWare.Pro team in the McLaren. I don't think I've ever seen them in the McLaren before, so a big change, and I'd really like to know the thinking behind that one, because they were really quick in the Aston Martin, but this McLaren seems to be obviously 25th position isn't the best result, but they seem to be quite happy with it.
Well, when I saw that they'd moved to McLaren, I at first I thought that it was a typo or that I'd misread it or something, but then I was like, no, okay, they're definitely in a McLaren. And then when I started asking myself the question, well, why are they in a McLaren? The first and most logical thought that came to my head was, oh, they must think that the McLaren's going to be well suited to these tracks, or it's going to get a favourable BOP, or, there must be some sort of performance advantage that they seem to get from the McLaren. The highest placed McLaren in this race is in 14th place, so the McLaren is not the fastest car, at least not this week anyway. That might change next time out, but at least for this season opener, the McLaren, it would seem, is not necessarily the car to have. So on current evidence, that's not the reason for it. So I'm at a bit of a loss, really. I'd love to hear from the team if we could, and try and figure out what was the reason behind this change, because it's not like they were struggling with the Aston Martin, were they? They were really, really strong. They were winning championships, and actually starting to improve a lot when it came to consistency as well. So strange move, and so far at least not one that's paying off, but we'll see. That could change as we go through the season.
Yeah, it certainly could. Still on the tail of the RLR Abruzzi Esports Gold team, Luke Southall currently behind the wheel of that Ferrari just now. One of the nicer liveries actually out there just now in that orange and black machine just up in front in the 192, or it might be just from the angle that I'm looking at the screen from. No, it is that orange and black, that car in front. But again, Shevritilov, it's a very measured performance here. It's a very focused and very calm performance, because I think definitely has the pace to get past Southall, but again it's about that patience and about just trying to not take any risks where you don't need to.
No, exactly, which is not something you could accuse them of doing in the past, is it? So nice to see they are learning a little bit. They're coming under a bit of pressure here though from the 38th placed Fordzilla Bentley, which is multiple laps down after its part in the early collisions. It had a collision at Brussels on the first lap, and then just under a lap later got caught up in the pile-up at the top of Radion. So that car showing now the pace that it's got, as ahead of them we've got the 63 Lamborghini starting to stack things up. That is Zanchi in the 63, he's got Luke Southall in the Ferrari right behind him, and Shevritilov just trying to take advantage. If he can get past these two cars, he would be in the points. He would be in 22nd place. You score points if you finish inside the top 22. And that sort of goes to show, doesn't it, David, what we said at the top of the show, which was that, you don't have to be the fastest out there to score points. If you can just be running at the end, there's a very good chance that you'll get into that top 22. And Shevritilov starting now to ask some questions of Southall. Couldn't get him there, but just persevering, keeping your head down, accepting that you might not win the race, but that you could still score some points, is a valid way to go.
Yeah, you definitely might not be able to win the race from this point in the proceedings, but you can certainly lose the championship on performances at this early start of the season, because it's all about, we've seen it throughout all of the different races and all of the different championships, Andy, how important to get those initial points on the board are, even if it's not a case of not doing very, very well, but still getting points. I don't think we've ever seen a championship going to a team that have not finished their first race, and we just see that from Yaroslav Shevritilov there, too deep into the corner there. We're talking about risk management, and what was that?
messy is what it was, and I think a little bit of frustration creeping in now because he knows he's quicker than these cars ahead and just can't manage to prise the door open, can he? Which is an incredibly frustrating situation for a driver to be in, and it is the kind of situation where we've occasionally seen that team come a cropper. You make a very good point about having to try and score well in the first race of the season, by the way. In the 3 seasons of Endurance Cup we've had, the worst finishing position in round 1 for the eventual champion was 3rd, and that's actually happened the last 2 seasons. The team that finished 3rd in the season opener, it was Yas Heat in season 2, Simware.pro in season 3. They both finished 3rd in the first race of the year. Renvelton Pro won the season opener back in season 1, and they went on to become our first champions. So, you know, for all of this talk of, oh, it's going to be a competitive year and you've just got to be in there and you've just got to score points, perhaps we ought to be looking at those that finish in the top 3 in this race to be the championship favourites.
Well, that's a very, very good point. And given this early stage in the championship, you really have to with the top 5 at this early stage and kicking things off. But I mean, look, let's have a little chat about the rest of the season ahead, because obviously we've got Spa at this point. We've then got next month we've got Monza. They've got Paul Ricard, as I do a little shudder at that one. 6 hours of Kyalami in December, and then you've got 6 hours of Bathurst in the new year as well. So a lot of tracks that are momentum based, pace based, speed based. So I think Monza, Kyalami and Bathurst are really going to favour cars with long legs on them, the likes of, say, the Aston Martins and potentially the Bentleys.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's any coincidence that the Bentley is the most popular choice of car. When you look at the circuits we've got, Spa should be a good Bentley circuit. Not necessarily actually turning out to be one as it happens, but it should be a circuit that suits the Bentley. So should Monza, so should Ricard. Actually, Kyalami they've gone surprisingly well at in the past, and again, Bathurst always been a good Bentley circuit. But of course, this is then reflected in the BOP, isn't it? And the way that the balance of performance works in this series, and the idea that, you know, certain cars are given a bit more ballast to carry. The Bentley is carrying 15 kilos of ballast when it comes to the BOP, which is not the heaviest out there, but it certainly will hamper its performance a little bit. What I like about that calendar, though, David, is that all 5 of those circuits, when you think of GT racing at Spa, Monza, Paul Ricard, Kyalami or Bathurst, you think of long distance races. You think of the Spa 24 hours, you think of the GT World Challenge season opener, the 3 hours at Monza. Paul Ricard is known for its long distance races. Kyalami has the 10-hour race, and of course the 12 hours at Bathurst, one of the staples of the GT racing season now. So considering this is the Endurance Cup, it is kind of fitting, isn't it, that we've gone to 5 circuits known for this exact style of racing.
Well, that's absolutely spot on, and I think that it goes hand in hand with their long nature in terms of track length and the lap length. It really lends itself to some of the most iconic memories we've got from real life racing in GT3 endurance racing. I know Bathurst especially is going to be one that I'm so looking forward to, and ironically coming to about the same time as we would normally have the Bathurst GT3 race that usually sets up the season and gets everyone awake and ready for the season ahead of endurance racing. But it is what it is. Again, this halfway stage of the race, Andy, we're no closer really to knowing how this is going to go. But what I will say is, while we've been talking away there, Maciej Malinowski in the 150, 8 seconds is the gap between him and Tarato in the 457 Audi. But Tarato now rapidly getting caught by Dennis Schoeninger. Can that number 9 take second position with just 3.5 hours left to go?
Yeah, I always hate describing a driver as the weak link of the team, because Alex Tarato, we know, is capable of putting in some really good performances, but right now his pace is not that of his teammates, is it? You know, we've seen that 457 car, whether it be in the hands of Giorgio Simonini or Andrea Capaccia, be capable of leading the race and running as fast as anyone else. But in this stint with Alex Tarato at the wheel, it is losing time, and unfortunately the team will have to factor that into their strategy. He will have to do, in all likelihood, another stint later on in the race. They may try and make that a shorter stint, but that might just be the deciding factor. If they have to go for an hour and a half or 2 hours of this race losing, half a second or more a lap to the leaders, that could well count them out of contention. It's a shame after they'd dragged themselves back up there with Simonini's issues in the first part of the race. But Toronto, I think his second place is going to be under real threat before much longer. 10th place under threat here, meanwhile, though. Jan-Willem van Ommen is closing in on the number 17 ahead. Number 17 is Philippe Borovec. The 383 car, by the way, David, is the car that currently will be scoring 2 extra points for setting the fastest lap, and it's now into the top 10 as well with a brilliant move up the inside into the chicane. Jan-Willem van Ommen, they're playing the strategy game, but actually this car does have single lap speed as well. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a really nice lap there from Jan-Willem van Ommen, and he made that move look so effortless going into the chicane there, the final corner, and got the position done into 10th position. And I don't think Borovec had even an answer. In fact, Borovec pretty much just let him have the place because there was nothing else that he could do. Although the Porsche having a little bit of an answer back on the exit of Eurasian Radion here in the tow as they come down the Kemmel Straight here on the run down to Les Combes. But again, this is the one thing that we've been saying time and time again. It doesn't matter where you are in the grid, where you are in the pack, you've always got someone around you that you're going to be fighting with, and that's both a good thing and a bad thing, because obviously the good thing is that you're not really on your own. There's nothing worse than when you're in an endurance race and you're doing an entire stint, you barely see another car for position, whereas some drivers thrive on that. They love having that fight of being able to hunt down another driver, whereas other drivers don't like being under that pressure. As we see Yaroslav Shevritilov for the SimGrid.Pro machine around the outside of Bruno Zenchi. That was lovely. That is exactly the calibre of move that we're used to seeing from the 41. Finally got it done. Cool, calm, collected, as cool as you like. And they move up another position. The 149 of Mikhail Statsenko for Yazhi Pirelli in 15th position there. They're on the recovery drive right now, trying to make their way around. They've got fellow McLaren just up in front, Andy, of Jan Batomski for the 166 Beetle.Sim Racing DE by Warshirts outfit. But 3.5 hours to go. We've got about halfway in the race left very shortly. I mean, everything's happened that we thought was going to happen before the race.
Yeah, which is pretty much everything you can imagine would happen in a race, really, isn't it? We've had brilliant racing, we've had a few shunts, we've had so much drama at the front of the field. I mean, we expect to see, exciting and unpredictable things happening in the midfield, but the fact that we've had 3 different cars that have led at any one point and then gone on to have problems whilst in the lead of the race, to the point that now a car that actually stopped out on circuit when it was leading about an hour and a half ago is now back in front by 10 seconds. That's how topsy-turvy it's been. We're not even halfway through, and the fact that we've had all of this in the first half of the race means that I certainly am intrigued to see what happens in the final 3.5 hours, which we are now into. Mikhail Statsenko then looking to become the highest placed McLaren in the race. If he can get past Jan Batomski, then the 149 goes almost into the back of the 166 into La Source, takes to the grass in avoidance, and that looked to me, David, like it wasn't aggressive driving from Statsenko. I think he was just caught out by how early Batomski was braking into La Source corner. That's very easily done when you're tucked underneath the rear wing of a driver that you don't necessarily spend that much time racing with.
Yeah, Bill absolutely dodged on that one, and he's going to be very thankful. What was the word we were using earlier on, Andy? Risk management, risk mitigation. That's exactly what the 6-hour race is all about, and it's moments like that that Mikhail Statsenko will be breathing a big sigh of relief. Not only will Mikhail be breathing a big sigh of relief, but also Eamon Murphy and James Baldwin as well. But you're right, 3.5 hours left to go. I've got to be honest, I see the second place battle changing very, very quickly with Terato under huge pressure from Schoeninger, but that gap does stabilise very slightly. Schoeninger about a second slower on that last lap there, but I've got no doubt he will pick the pace up, and if he can get this move done, if he can get that before done before the next pit stops, that'll be a huge turnout. But I've got to be honest, 150 of Malinowski, not a chance. I don't think anybody's got a candle to the pace that Maciej Malinowski has got right now.
Yeah, it's actually even more impressive than Michael Tauscher's in the first part of the race, and that is saying something, isn't it? And the unfortunate thing for everyone else is that they're going to put some bloke called Jaroslav Honzik into the car for the other stints in the race. He is not slow either, so really excited to see just how Jardier gets on in that car, and it may well be that when he jumps into it, it's got a pretty healthy lead, but a lot can still play out in all of this. Alex Tarato, I'm hearing, is the slowest car inside the top 7, which, yeah, you'd sort of believe that, wouldn't you, given the time that he's losing. On the previous lap, he was actually only 3/10 slower than Malinovsky, but he has been at times double that, about 6/10 or so slower than the race leader, and the car behind was also a little bit quicker than him. So Dennis Schoeniger actually matching the pace at the moment of Malinovsky, isn't he? So again, Dennis Schoeniger is one of the fastest drivers here. It's just a shame that that car, David, has also had to overcome a fair bit of adversity.
Yeah, I love the fact that obviously we have to put a little bit of context on Alex Tarato there when we say that he's the slowest driver in the top 7. Again, he's still lapping about 3.5 seconds faster than I can even look round Spa here. So the difference is 2/3, but the problem is at this level of competition, Andy, that is the level of performance that we've got with all these drivers, that 2.3 could drop you off a mountain in terms of position in this 6-hour race. But in the most part, he might be losing that time, but Schoeniger still not in a position where he can take advantage of it. And when all is said and done, nobody's going to care about second advantage or pace per lap or average speed. It's all going to be about position.
Yeah, exactly. And if they can manage to play the strategy game correctly, they could undo some of the damage being done in this stint. And actually, as you say, Tarato is getting a bit more comfortable out there now. He's about to cross the line again, and well, it's a 2:19.2, so that was quite a slow lap actually, 8/10 or so slower than the leader, and Schoeniger behind him does an 18, so he was 8/10 quicker. So Schoeniger, again, matching if not fractionally quicker than Malinovsky up the road. He is 14.5 seconds off the race lead at the moment, Dennis Schoeniger in 3rd position, and if he keeps that rate of closure up, he'll be on the tail of the other Audi before much longer. It's interesting, David, isn't it? We were talking a lot at the start of the race about how much variety of car we had at the front of the field. We had on the grid at the start of the race, we had a Porsche on pole, an Audi second, an Aston Martin third, a Ferrari fourth, we had a Nissan and a McLaren up there as well. And now, look at that top 5. 3 Audis, 2 Porsches. They have really risen to the top, haven't they, as this race has gone on?
They absolutely have, but also look at the Aston Martins, 8th, 9th and 10th. They're on their way up as well. But, I mean, full props to Karim Matea in the 823 Nissan GTR in 6th position. Really, really happy with that. But, I mean, again, look, I really like the idea of the GTR being competitive. It's a shame that we haven't seen that. We saw the BMW being done very well by the likes of BMW Team G2 Esports in various other championships, but the GTR, we haven't really had a swan song from that car as well. But the Lexuses seem to have really had a resurgence as well. We've got the number 7 up there in 7th place, ironically, the Virtual Drivers by TX3. Now, that was Valentin Barry that was behind the wheel of that one. It's now Maxime Chassé that is piloting that particular Lexus. But you know, weird to see that the 2 cars that we almost have disappeared from ACC back up with a vengeance in 6th and 7th position.
Yeah, and you look at the tracks, we were talking about the calendar just now, the circuits that are coming up this season, they're all circuits that I can completely imagine the Nissan and the Lexus, for that matter, going pretty well at. You know, they're all these fast-flowing, open circuits which suit the big front-engine cars. This is the highest placed of the front-engine cars in the race at the moment, the Aston Martins being the next quickest at the moment, but the Nissan is consistently lapping a little bit quicker than them. So if they can have this pace at Spa, there's absolutely no reason, in my mind anyway, why they couldn't also have this pace at Monza, or have this pace at Paul Ricard, or Bathurst, or even Kyalami. So I'm not necessarily expecting this to be a flash in the pan. You know, I do think Rebel Racing Team, they've clearly got a setup that works on the car. They've got a driver lineup so far that seems to be pretty evenly matched. The pace that we're seeing from Karim Matea is pretty much the same as we were seeing in the earlier stint as well. So, yeah, maybe they could be contenders for a few top 5s over the season if they can be consistent enough. who knows what they could achieve at the end of the season.
Yeah, potentially. I'm also keeping an eye on, we've had a look at Alex Tarato now consistently for the past couple of laps, and I've got to be honest, I'm really, really concerned about the pace from that Audi 219.0, that last lap round, and Porsche and the other Audi much, much faster. Maciek Malinowski 218.4, and you've got then the third place of Dennis Schöninger doing a 218.6, so it's not going to be long, surely, before Schöninger is right on the tail of Tarato.
No, it's not, is it? That gap now, just under 3 seconds, so another 3, maybe 4 laps, and he's going to be right on the tail. And of course, once he gets within a second or so, he'll start picking up a bit of a slipstream as well, so that will further aid his rise through the field. On board here with Luke Southall. Now, shout out to him, because he's had Yaroslav Shvertelov on his tail for quite some time now, and he's not relinquished this 22nd place. He is hanging on to it pretty well. His lap times right now, he did a 2 minutes 20.7 on the previous lap, which is quite a bit slower. Sorry, the 2:19.6 helps me read the right line on the timing screen. So yeah, he's about a second or so quicker than the BMW of Cascatau ahead. He's holding on to this place pretty well, and Shvertelov, try as he might, can't quite find a way past, can he? So this is good driving from the RLR Brits eSports driver. He's not flapping, he's not making silly mistakes under pressure, and likewise Shvertelov not really doing anything too rash to try and take this 22nd place away from him, for the time being at least anyway.
Absolutely, and it's about being patient, isn't it? It's about just holding on and really, really trying to do what you can there. That's the key aspect of that. It's a daunting prospect to have any car coming fast up behind you, but for it to be the 41 of Yaroslav Shvertelov there, I've said it before and I've said it again, there's no other car that really I don't want to have behind me but this Ferrari. Let's not forget this battle has been going on for lap after lap after lap, and the Ferrari really, really doing well in the 192 to hold off that 41. But I think it's on merit, I think it's on pace, and I think it's well deserved that this Ferrari is in front.
No, I think I absolutely agree with you. It doesn't look like it's massively holding up the McLaren behind. I do think that Shvertelov could probably go a little bit quicker, but not massively, in fairness, which, again, sort of tells its own story when it comes to their debut in the McLaren, doesn't it? They're not quite at home with it. I have to say, though, every time I see that blue and black McLaren, I do a double take, because from certain angles, especially at the front, it really looks like the old Maserati MC12 GT1 car, doesn't it, with the sort of Vita 4.1 livery on it. Is that just me? I don't know, but it does,
I absolutely agree with you, Andy. I think that's an absolute spitting image on that car, and it's fantastic that a livery can evoke such memories.
Well, what's worrying is that that's a memory, because in my mind that was a couple of years ago. It was probably over a decade ago now. Car was racing, but as we discussed off air at the start of the day, it's time is a little bit quicker the older you get, doesn't it? Now the McLaren's going a bit quicker up the hill. It's in the slipstream. It's almost pushing Southall's Ferrari through Francorchamps, and he's surely going to try and have a go now into the chicane. Does the Ferrari cover the inside? It does. So Shvertelov is forced to go the long way round, but we know this can work because you get the inside for the left-hander. It requires a bit of teamwork almost from the car that you're racing with, and Southall left him just enough room, but on the dirty side of the road there, David, Shvertelov just couldn't find the traction to finish the move.
Yeah, and this is good play from Southall there. Knows how easily that 41 team gets frustrated and tries to make the move stick where it really isn't on. So Southall just needs to keep the calm, keep the focus, and keep the pressure on. And I've got to be honest, I'm not liking how interested this Bentley behind, it's on a completely different lap, is in this little fight as well. It always looks like it's within a little shout here as Shvertelov, if I'm not mistaken, is actually easing off the throttle a little bit there as they come down into Lake Coombe. That's outrageous. That is an outrageous move from Yaroslav Shvertelov. I don't think, can he get back? Yeah, he's done it. That is a ridiculous move, Andy. Hats off to Yaroslav. That's one of the moves of the race right there.
That is an example of how a slightly scrappy move can actually be really well executed. That was a proper send. It was a bit of a block pass, really. but it really worked out well for him. Now, Karim Mattea, not satisfied with being best of the non-German cars, is now going to try and get right amongst them, and he goes right up the inside of Thibaut Probst. Oh no, there's contact at Les Combes. He was a bit too far back to make that work, really. Now he'll let Probst hold on to the position, might just get away with without a penalty there, because no harm, no foul in a way. But Mattea's Nissan was so much faster in a straight line there, he almost felt that he had to go for the move, but patience is a virtue, isn't it? Sometimes it's better to wait for a slightly safer opportunity to do so.
And that previous scene was brought to you by Risk Management, something we've been talking about consistently for the past 3 hours. Like, he is almost certainly going to get his knuckles wrapped by the stewards for that one. It was aggressive driving, it was unintended. You know, it was unnecessary contact there from the GTR, and it's silly given the pace that he did have, and you rightly pointed that out. I mean, it's absolutely catching Thibaut Prost hand over fist in that Audi, but to undo that work, yeah, it's a bit difficult to stomach, and we'll keep an eye what happens with it. The GTR will get past 100%. It's got the pace to get past Thibaut Prost, but just because you're faster than another car doesn't automatically mean you're going to be ahead of that other car, and that is unfortunately as true in sim racing, Andy, as it is in real life motorsport.
Yeah, there is this general sort of mindset in sim racing that I find sometimes, which is, you know, I am quicker than the car ahead. I have caught the car ahead by a second a lap. This is my first chance to get past it. I must pass it immediately. Well, no, you could wait. You could maybe sit there for a few laps, force a mistake out of them, see where you're actually quicker than them. You might be faster over a lap, but are you quicker going into the overtaking opportunities? Just because you have a run on somebody doesn't mean that that's going to be the last opportunity you ever get to overtake that car. Just sit and wait and let a better opportunity come to you. Now, if it's the last lap of the race, then okay, fair enough, I can kind of understand it. But at this stage, yeah, I would have just waited there for a slightly better opportunity. It was a little bit too far back for my liking, but we'll see. They might get away with it because the position didn't change hands, and actually they didn't lose a huge chunk of time. Thibaut Probst did a 2 minutes 20.2, which is maybe within a second or so of the pace he was running anyway, maybe just over a second. Mattea's closing in again at the same part of the circuit, but you bet he's not going to have a go at that move again anytime soon, and he stays in 6th for now.
So I've got to be honest, Andy, when you were saying about, you know, this isn't your only opportunity and you know, just holding your horses and setting yourself up, I've got to be honest, I was very quiet there, because my entire motorsport career this year, my real life one, has been pretty much set on dive bombs from left, right and centre, and once or twice it has come to hitting another car, but proving that point almost exactly as we've got big drama. We've got a car off in front there. I think that is the Aston Martin just in front, isn't it? Is that the 12 that we've got off? We'll have a look there. But yeah, it comes back to the point of that whole idea of looking after your car, looking after the team, and getting yourself in the best possible position. And just because you've got the car in front of you, just because you can feel it, you've got the momentum, you've got that, you know, you've got that good feeling about the car underneath you, you know you can take that position, doesn't mean that you can and that you should. Again, it should be a joint decision from the group whether or not you make that move, because ultimately it's a decision that could have lasting consequences for the entire team.
Yeah, and I know it sounds like we're being really boring here, but, you know, we are experts in this after all, and we know what it takes, don't we, David, to win in a high-level sim race. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. But I do think that we see far too many people getting involved in contact that is unnecessary. It's unnecessary contact that gets my goat, and, yeah, that was a tad unnecessary, I'd have to say, from Karim, but he does look like the quicker of the two, and he's going to try and make that move before much longer, as, I reckon, is Dennis Schoeniger, because he's less than a second now behind Alex Tarato for second place, so the number 9 Audi catching the number 457. Now, David, here's a question for you. Those cars are both run out of the GTWR RHG stable. They are different teams subtly, but they're all kind of under that same umbrella. Whisper it, but team orders, could that become a factor? Is there any sense at all in Tarato trying to fight with Schoeniger to hold on to that second place?
I think it's going to happen regardless, given the pace that Schoeninger's got. But yeah, it's a difficult one because Schoeninger isn't catching Terato up at the same pace as like Karim Mattea and Thibaut Prost here. It's by like 2-3 tenths of a second per lap. But it looks like Karim Mattea actually might be just easing off of Thibaut Prost, maybe cooling the tyres down a little bit and going again. But no, I don't think team orders at this early stage in the race. They'll be mindful of Schoeninger's pace and potentially try to get him past Terato and trying to close that gap to Malinowski. That's the only thing I think they're thinking about right now.
Yeah, it is tricky, isn't it, when you come up against a teammate in this sort of situation, or a semi-teammate. Like I say, they are all GTWR RHE drivers, but slightly different branches essentially of that team. So we'll see what they do. The gap's only half a second now. We're on board Terato heading up towards Blanchimont. Then we've got a back marker just a few seconds up the road, but only half a second behind us is the number 9 Audi of Dennis Schoeniger. Now this is the first opportunity that Schoeniger might have to make a move into the chicane. Terato is turning into the corner though and not letting him go for the time being. So Alex Terato hangs on to P2 for now. They are about 14 seconds or so. We'll get the official gap now. Yeah, 13.8 seconds behind Maciej Malinowski in the lead of the race. So actually that gap has sort of stabilised, and in fact on that lap Terato was half a second quicker than Malinowski, who may well have had a bit of traffic. Yes, he did, so that possibly accounts for that. Karim Mattea still in 6th place. Meanwhile, Thibaut Probst stubbornly hanging on to this 5th position for the time being. Both of them lapping a bit quicker than Lucas Kretzer ahead of them as well. So despite the little battle they're having, they're almost spurring each other on, aren't they, to run quicker and quicker lap times.
Yeah, but the gap is about 9 seconds, so I can't see anything happening there as we see Dennis Schoeniger doing my pet hate up the Kemmel Straight here. A little flash of lights on the entry into Le Cumbe, and Schoeniger now right on the back end of that fellow Audi. And again, the performance difference is almost non-existent. And Andy, your opinion on flashing the lights when it's not a lapped car involved?
Controversial opinion maybe, but I actually like it. I think that's a really valid way of trying to force a mistake out of someone, because I know from experience driving, be that on a sim or even just down a motorway or something, if I see someone flashing my lights behind me, yes, it irritates me, but it distracts me, and a flash of light in the mirror at the wrong moment can very easily lead you to just miss your braking point, put a wheel on the grass or something, make a mistake. You know, when these cars are just as evenly matched as they are, clearly Schoeniger is quicker than Terato, but not massively. He's not going to just be able to drive straight through. Use every tool you've got. Use every single advantage that you can find to get past that car ahead. And, you know, there's nothing in the rules saying that you can't flash your lights at the car in front, so I don't know. It doesn't aggrieve me quite to the extent that it aggrieves some people, that's for sure.
Yeah, it aggrieves me massively. I just think, for me personally, I take the opposite viewpoint. I think it's such a tacky and cheap tactic to try and distract your opponent into making a mistake. If that's the only thing you've got in your... And there we go. I mean, what was that? That was an absolute boneheaded move from Dennis Schoeniger. Wraps Alex Terato round the corner. Yeah, like that goes, for me, that goes hand in hand with the flashing of the lights. You're not able to do it properly or in a position to actually make the move stick on track, so therefore you've got to resort to trying to distract your opponent. I just personally... it's something that doesn't agree with me. But you're absolutely right when you say it's not in the rule book, so it is a tactic they can use, and if they feel happy enough with using it, then, you know, fill your boots. But they're almost certainly going to get into some huge trouble for that one, as Luke Seidel has gone from bad to worse, because the 192 was holding on to Yaroslav Shevritilov, has lost that position and had lost the position to Cascato in the 12 BMW, has got that position back now, licking his wounds and trying to catch on to the back of Shevritilov. But you get the feeling that Yaroslav is now unleashed and away down the road.
Yeah, he's into the top 20, but he's also 20 seconds now behind the number 100 car, isn't he? Which is running in P19 at the moment. They've had a driver change at the most recent pit stop as well. Andre Michel now in the 100. Replay incoming. This is on board with Dennis Schoeniger. You can see him flashing the lights then at Tarato ahead of him. He's about marker in the distance as well, but that's going to stay well to the right. Schoeniger just late on the brakes, and I don't know why he was looking up the inside. We may disagree, David, on the flashing of the lights, but we could both agree there that Alex Tarato did nothing wrong, and that was a silly move to make against anybody. When it's someone who is essentially running within the same team as you as well, that ain't going to go down well at all. And I think even if Schoeniger were to give that place back now to Tarato, it would likely still result in a penalty, because that was 100% his fault, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you see that conversation going down within the team as we get another penalty coming through? Instant on lap 69 between cars 32 and 823. That's the GTWR RAG Academy white car and the 823 of Rebel Racing Team. It's a warning to car 823 for aggressive driving. Quite a few warnings coming out today, Andy.
I think that's the right call, though, because remember, we said the position didn't change. It cost them maybe a second and a half, so I think that's the right call. But I like warnings as well, because as much as I think we need to have a strict sort of driving code of conduct, and you need to be penalising people for silly driving and over-aggressive driving, I get all that. But sometimes I think there is a place to say, OK, that was dodgy, don't do it again. Because drivers often learn better from that. I think sometimes if you give them a penalty, the red mist can descend a bit, and then they're more likely to be really aggressive. We've seen that sort of vicious cycle happen a few times, haven't we? So giving them a warning, it just sort of lets them know that race control are watching, they didn't like what you just did. If you do it again, then you'll definitely find yourself in more trouble, as there's a bit of Bentley on Bentley action there going into the chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. And 3 hours, 5 minutes left to go in the race. So we're rapidly, Andy, approaching the halfway point in the race. And strategy-wise, Maciej Malinowski is just out in front, out in charge. And the 150 team must be absolutely delighted with that one. Yas Heat, Richard Mill. He'll be jumping into the pits, he'll be taking another stint, and then likely handing the car off to Jaroslav Honzig. But they're in the real prime seats right now, aren't they? They really have got everything made up for them.
Yeah, I think they probably will keep Malinowski in the car, like you say, just because he's going so quickly. Here comes Visick on the outside, meanwhile, trying to gain a bit of ground here, and it's all getting very busy indeed. The car he's actually racing here is the 164 Aston Martin, which had just got past that little knot of traffic. There it is, look, just ahead. So those two overtakes there for Visick weren't actually for position, but he needed to get through to try and get after Mazzetti, who he is fighting for 27th place. But yeah, Malinowski, I expect to stay in the car. He's got the speed. There's no need to drag him out at the moment. Leave him in. Try and capitalise on this pace. Build a big gap before you stick Jaroslav Honzig in for the final 2 hours. Although, interestingly, David, I was hearing a bit of a nugget there from Michael Hamlet that Jaroslav doesn't seem to be backing himself particularly. He can be a bit like this sometimes, can't he? He sometimes tries to maybe not be too optimistic and not oversell himself, but he's a very, very fast driver, and I've no doubt that he'll be able to run at least a reasonable pace once he does get in the car.
It's really disappointing as well, Andy, because again, with us being average to mediocre sim racers, when you speak to these drivers afterwards and they're really downhearted, and this is the level of performance that and pressure that they put on themselves, and expectation that they put on themselves as well to consistently perform week in, week out without any failures. Sometimes you're just not going to have a race that goes your way, and I think that for the 41, I think that's going to be today in that McLaren. Obviously, the McLaren isn't the fastest round here at Spa, but when you look at the recovery drive by Mikhail Statsenko to get himself up into 12th position in that 149 shows that there is pace there in that McLaren, but maybe just not enough to be in contention today.
Yes, Statsenko then is now the highest placed McLaren. A while ago he was battling with Jan Batomski, wasn't he, for that honour. They almost had contact at La Source, and he's now about 8 seconds ahead of him, having also passed the 154 Bentley. It'll be interesting to see when this next round of pit stop shakes out exactly where that 149 car is. But you can see Tranchianelli here in the 154, having lost that place to the yellow and black Yas Heat Pirelli car just up the road. I definitely think a top 10 is on the card for them. The Statsenko is 75 seconds off the lead, but he's only about 45 seconds or so away from the top 5. So they may well be able to get themselves in amongst the top half dozen or so, although I'm now hearing that they're running a wet optimised setup, so they were clearly expecting a bit of rain. We've still got over half the race to go. It's not going to rain in the next half an hour, but a bit of rain in the final third of the race or so could really change this. I'm surprised to hear that some of the teams have gone for a wet setup, but that could really come to them if the weather changes.
Yeah, it really, really could, and we've seen this in various other championships as well, where everything looks cool, calm and collected for the teams, and then it all kicks off with a little bit of rain. I mean, look, not to play devil's advocate here, but could you imagine a little downpour just an hour into the final of this race here, the 6 hours of Spa? It certainly would be something for the books. Let's have a minute to appreciate our usual appreciation for that man there, Jaroslav Honzik, Andy. A bit of a beacon of light in our sim racing community, isn't he?
He really is. I actually watched one of his streams the other night. First time I've really had time to sit down for an hour or so and watch him, and he was racing around Alton Park, best racetrack in the world, and he was sort of fighting it out amongst a few of the drivers towards back in the top 10. But how he manages to drive the car wheel to wheel around one of the most difficult circuits on ACC and have a perfectly casual conversation with his viewers. I mean, he's responding to all the comments, he's answering questions, he's got a smile on his face, he's laughing and joking with his strategist. I mean, I don't know how he does it. I cannot have a conversation with someone whilst I'm ordering my pizza from my local pizza joint or something. How on earth he can drive to the standard that he can, and the same is true of a lot of these drivers that stream their sim racing antics. That really takes an awful lot of multitasking ability, doesn't it?
It really does, and again, just another reason why we're behind the microphones rather than out there on the circuit. So yeah, great to see him out there. It's always a privilege to have him along, and there's something about that smile, that happiness that's just so infectious when you're watching a stream. So yeah, great to have him part. But just having a look here, and Prime E Racing's Aston Martin, they had disconnected, so they've reconnected, but that is going to be a bit of a huge loss for the 77. That drops them down to 32nd.
Well, I remember about an hour and 20 minutes ago or so, they pitted well out of sequence, didn't they? So I'm guessing that was before the disconnect. So they'd already had a delay of some sort where they had to make, for whatever reason, an unscheduled pit stop. But yeah, the disconnect will certainly have lost them more time. Oh, I said, in fact, I'm hearing that might well have been, was what, even over an hour ago was the disconnect potentially? Okay, and they've only just informed us about it. Right, okay, so there we go. I did spot something important. I didn't realise it was important at the time, but I did manage to catch that. That's a shame, though, because they were running pretty well, weren't they, in the first hour or so of the race. Another team, David, who can blame technology, unfortunately, for letting them down a little bit in this one.
Yeah, and again, that's the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it? With just over or just under half of the race left to go. It's all these little stories. These are the things that we'll be coming back in about 3 months' time, Andy, and going, well, we can track their season's progress back to that point at Spa where they either had the good luck or they had that fortunate performance or they had that unfortunate run of luck that all started from there. It's crazy to think that the entire season rests on today.
Yeah, absolutely. Points won or lost today can make or break a championship. We've said that a few times, and yeah, that could not be closer to the truth. Now, Malinovsky is in, Kreutzer is in as well, so the two Porsches that were running inside the top five, both pitting. That's on the 77th lap of the race. That is about what we expect, actually, because I think the 150 car, yeah, they've been going just under an hour per stint, so they are, rather than making the last stint shorter, they're sort of slightly shortening all of the stints so that they, but perhaps putting a bit less fuel in the car, of course, at each stop. If you are only intending to do, for example, 23 laps per stint rather than 25 or 6, then that will save you quite a bit of fuel, especially around here at Spa when it is a long lap. It's quite a thirsty track as well. You know, you use a lot of fuel to get around here at speed, so that strategy certainly seems to be working well for them at the moment. It means that Dennis Schoeniger now takes over the race lead, albeit temporarily, with Alex Tarato, wow, 9 seconds behind him, though of course he lost a lot of that time with the spin, and we haven't yet heard of any judicial procedure regarding that contact, have we, between Schoeniger and Tarato? I'm sure it's being investigated. It may not actually be resolved until after this round of pit stops, but that is most definitely looming ominously over that number 9 car for the time being.
But just on that note, the problem with that is that obviously it almost becomes too much to track, because there's so many different little stories and little pages in these chapters that we've got 43 cars on, or we'll make that maybe say 40 cars now we've got going in this race. And every single one of them is locked in their own individual little struggle, their own little hell for 6 hours. I mean, I've done endurance races. I did a 12-hour endurance race last weekend, and the concentration and the energy it sucks from you. I was done in for about 2 days afterwards, and I don't know if it's the same with yourself, Andy, but the fact that these guys out here do this several times a week is just absolutely absurd.
I get worn out walking to the fridge. I mean, yes, I absolutely would not be able to have the stamina to do these endurance races on a regular basis as these drivers do. They might be doing, a lot of these drivers were racing at the Nürburgring at the weekend in a 24-hour race, and now they're back again doing a 6-hour race a week later, and they'll be out again next week, and they'll have done lots of races and testing in between as well. It is really a full-time job in a way, and it's interesting to hear actually some of them saying earlier on, for example, that they have sort of been weaving this in and out of real-world jobs or family commitments or school, even one or two of them. It takes an awful lot out of your life to do this, but as we've said a few times, and we're so happy to see this, it's starting to pay dividends. You can make a bit of a career now out of being a sim racer. There's actual money up for grabs if you do well. A potential prize pool in the Endurance Cup this season of over $3,000. So, that is some serious money. Admittedly, it gets spread out between the whole team, but still, better than nothing, and it's a real step in the right direction to getting sim racing the sort of profile that it absolutely deserves. Just a quick point, by the way, on the Schoeniger-Tarato contact. Michael Hamlet tells me that nothing has been reported about that one, so I wonder if that's maybe team management stepping in and saying, okay, now you need to behave yourselves, but no, we're not gonna go snitching on our friends, because they might actually still have a chance of winning the race.
Well, potentially. I mean, that would be insult to injury, I think, doing it that way. But look, they just have to lick their wounds and get on with it. I'm just wondering as well, I mean, what do you think we're going to see out of these final 2 3/4 hours here of the race here? Because very, very little that can happen as we see Schoeniger into the pits. We've got the pit stops happening just now, but I can't see any strategy changes making any big moves, because for the most part, Andy, I think the drivers are going to stay in the cars.
Yes, I would imagine maybe they might get Tarato out of the 457. That's the only one that I can see. If I were in charge of their team strategy, I'd maybe want to get one of the, forgive me, quicker drivers in, as we've seen either Simonini back in the car perhaps. He's been rested now for a couple of hours since he last got out. Get him in, try and get the car back into contention, and if you realise you've got one driver that's not quite on the pace of the other two, you try and put them in when you're not actually in the thick of a battle, so unfortunately they've dropped quite a bit of time over the course of this stint. That car getting on for 20 seconds off the lead when this pit cycle started. Stick someone like Simonini back in though, and they might be able to claw a bit of that time back. But apart from that, I agree with you. I don't think we'll see a huge amount of changing of drivers here. Thibaut Probst is fresh into the 32 on that previous stint. Karim Mattea is fresh into the Nissan as well. So we'll wait and see. Schoeniger might have to get out though, because I think this was his second stint of the race, wasn't it? So it'll be about 50-50, but certainly if you're happy with the pace of your driver right now, you're not going to be in any hurry to get them out.
Absolutely, and again, you've obviously only got a certain amount of time that you can have the driver in. Each driver, you've got to have 3 drivers for the race itself. But this is the point I was saying, where the time seems to slow down a little bit. The drivers seem to get themselves into a little bit of a rhythm and a little bit of calm, essentially, before the storm of the final half of the race. We've already done 3 hours of the 6 hours of Spa here, And just looking at that mini-map, that is a swathe of action all through the track. And again, the issue with the pit stops is when they all come out together, they're going to come out in the way of faster cars as well. So just as we see there with, as I said, 2 hours 50 left to go. We're all watching Alessandro Apolloni for BHK Esports just now in the 35 Bentley. The top two are into pit lane just now. So Alex Tarato in the 457 jumps into pit lane. He is going to hand over the controls of that machine then to likely Giorgio Simonini or Andrea Capoccia in those cars as well. They've already been behind the wheel, but again, he's done his stint in that car as well. Karim Mattea then is going to inherit the lead of this race again for Rebel Racing Team. It makes my heart sing with joy to see the 823 up in the lead of this race, again provisionally, because he has to take the car into pit lane. I believe this is Karim Mattea's going to be his second hour behind the wheel of the GTR when it does come into the pits. The 71 has handed over the control to Daniel Klein behind the wheel of the Renvelten Esports orange machine. Renvelten, another team with multiple cars out there. They've got 3 teams, I believe. They've got the 72, the 73 and the 995. Now, it's down as the 73 in our entry list, but it is actually on the screen as the 71 in the Aston Martin. So that is the Renvelten Esports orange team out there just now. But as we said, 2 hours 50 left to go in this race, Andy, and it's a nice little time for me and you to get a little bit of a breather and think about what on earth we've just witnessed over the past 3 hours.
It's flown by, actually, hasn't it, the first 3 hours, which I kind of had a feeling it would, but it's been even more action-packed than I think either of us would have dared predict, really, and scary to think that we're only halfway through the race. I mean, 80 laps completed and so much more that could still unfold, but it has been a brilliant, brilliant race. There are a few favourites that are starting to just emerge, though, aren't there? I mean, it's going to be very difficult to beat the 150 Porsche. The pace they've had, every driver that they've put in that car so far has been more than capable of running at the front. I'm going to be fascinated to see the pace that Jaroslav Honzik has. If his speed is anywhere near that of his teammates, then they have to be the favourites for the win, really, don't they? But if it's not, there are a good group of cars that are not that far behind them, really, that could potentially still become a factor. And then you've got the likes of this one, Karim Mattea, the Rebel Racing Team, that are on this alternate strategy, going longer with each stint. They should be able to get at least another 10 minutes, I think, out of this stint, maybe even 15 minutes by this point of the race. Yeah, they should, really. Is that going to prove to be a race-winning strategy? They're close enough to the front that they could still be a factor in this. So it has been a truly excellent 3 and a bit hours of racing so far. Still so much more action to come as well, but it's interesting as well to see the thoughts of our YouTube chat viewers, because we've had a poll running for the last half an hour or so asking who is the favourite to win. 55% of people say the 150, 5% say the 457, 8% say the number 9, but 32% of our viewers, David, think it could be somebody else. So I'm intrigued. If it isn't one of those 3, who else might it be?
Karim Mattea, 100%. That's
I had a feeling you might say that.
No, in all seriousness, it's a difficult one. I think Karim's got a good chance of a podium as we see contact, and that's the 111 up in front. That's Jarno Kalsch that's been, well, I was going to say spun round, but held on to that massive kudos there. That was a bit epic there from Jarno Kalsch to hold on to that. And this is starting to get a little bit argumentative and a little bit bitey and a little bit fighty. And I think that might have been Maximilian Vidi that was responsible for that one there.
Yes, so, yes, I think it was, wasn't it? He had the contact with the Lamborghini. I could see that coming for about 15 seconds before, because they were weaving around and squeezing each other up the Kemmel Straight, and then they got to Lake On, and rather predictably, they both wanted the same bit of track as well when they got there. So very, very fortunate that no one ended up pointing the wrong way, but they may well have damaged their cars in doing that as they worked their way through. It is Jarno Kausch here in the GTRC Endurance Team Lamborghini who was involved in all of that. The 42 Bentley behind him, though, is on a different lap to these two. 42 is running 4.5 laps down, actually. Igor Murdasov in that car right now, and I think that's one of the last cars still running. In fact, I think it is the last car still running. We don't appear to have Milos Stamenkovic in the number 22, and we know that the 328 had its problems earlier on as well. So the Bentley can go through. It's multiple laps behind. There's no need to fight this, Jarno. Oh, he was still thinking about it, wasn't he? On the outside through Blanchimont corner, but yeah, we're getting to that point of the race now, aren't we, where any courtesy that drivers were showing each other in the first hour, not that there was a huge amount of that evident, maybe there was a little bit of it, that's all out the window now, isn't it? Everyone's getting a bit tired, everyone's getting a bit frustrated with one another, and we are still 2 3/4 hours from the end of the race, so they really could do with learning to play nice. So out of La Source goes Alessandro Appolini, who heads down into the Eau Rouge section of the track. So at the moment then, it is Karim Mattea that leads in the Nissan. It is Daniel Klein in second in the 71 car, and it is Nicholas Albaladejo Kamins in the Bentley in third. Those three yet to stop. Jaroslav Honzik then in fourth place. Number 150 is the highest placed car that has pitted. He's about 13 seconds ahead of Jordan Sherratt, who jumps into the number 9 Audi, who in turn is about 8 seconds ahead of Maximilian Vullmuth now in the number 72. Those have all made pit stops. I tell a lie, actually the Bentley number 121 is just now making its next pit stop. So Honzik's times pretty decent at the moment, 2:18.6, which is about 4/10 slower than Sherratt behind him, but not a big enough difference in pace there to have me worried just yet. So I think Jaroslav is settling in quite nicely to this stint, but the deeper we get into this race now, David, the longer we're going to have to wait for the pit cycles to sort of run through, aren't we? We're still expecting another 5 or 10 minutes out of the 823 and the 71 before they make it down the pit lane for the third time.
Well, that's absolutely spot on there, Andy. And the other thing as well is that gap being 13 seconds or just under 13 seconds. That's almost exactly what it was when they went into pit lane. So despite having both done driver changes, both Jaroslav Honzik and Jordan Sherratt come out at exactly the same place. And the problem with that is that both of them are massively quick drivers. Jordan Sherratt, we know how fast he can be in the number 9 Audi, and Jaroslav Honzik, well, we don't need to say any more about him in the Porsche as well. Normally used to seeing him in different cars, but it's nice to see him behind the wheel of the Porsche, and I think a different challenge for him this season.
Yeah, I've certainly seen him in the McLaren more than any other car. I know he drives others as well, but he's had some pretty good performances in the McLaren. The Porsche, a completely different car really to any other, isn't it? Because it is rear-engined, and it's, again, phenomenal, the accuracy with which they've managed to capture the handling of a rear-engine Porsche. It is a car that I can't get to grips with, that's for sure. It's a really challenging car to figure out, but that Porsche with Jaroslav Honzik, I think is going to be certainly on the pace. I know you were saying that he might struggle a little bit, but I think he will be on the pace, and he's clearly warmed to the Porsche pretty well, because his latest lap again was a 2:18.6, so he's sort of matching those around him right now.
One of the other reasons, Andy, that I love working with the SimGrid here is you get little nuggets whispered into your ear, like we just had from Michael Hamlet there. Over the course of the race so far, the Porsche has been faster than Audi by 4 1,000ths of a second. That is almost non-existent. As Patrick Pignon, we just cut away at the tail end of that. Patrick Pignon sent it Danny Ricciardo style and got that move done on the I think that's actually a lap car that he just did that on, but yeah, that was a move and a half there. 2:18.4 last lap round there for Jaroslav Honzik. So yeah, thank you very much for Tasty Crayon in YouTube chat pointing that one out. It is. So that's Patrick Pignon, and that is the Bentley, that is the Fordzilla Bentley actually, isn't it? That's all the way down in 36th position. I think that's Janis Sherdakis that's behind the wheel of that one, getting a little bit too close for my liking here.
Yeah, it is really, and this has kind of been the story of that car after its various problems earlier on. It's been multiple laps down, but actually has had a half-decent pace, really. It's a shame, because Team Fordzilla, they're a strong outfit. They've got some very, very well-established real-world drivers, of course, that are associated with Team Fordzilla these days, admittedly more down their single-seater side, but, good to have them here on the grid for this Endurance Cup. Shame that they haven't really been able to fight for a strong position. I think that car would definitely have been a top 15 contender had it not been for the problems earlier on. This is another car that showed great promise in the early part of the afternoon, but once the race got underway, things have started to unravel for them a little bit, as there is some contact. And these two cars already hit each other a few minutes ago, and they're back at it again through the chicane, as the Bentley, I think, stays ahead on that occasion. But yeah, the BMW, the number 12 car, qualified 14th for this race. They had some contact earlier on, and I think maybe a time penalty in the opening stint of the race, and they find themselves now down in 26th. The only BMW in split one. It had the pace potential, but again, just hasn't quite stayed out of trouble.
It really, really hasn't. I can't believe Jarno Kausch and Alessandro Apollone have come together again. This is getting difficult to watch. We've got a yellow flag. That is the 66 that's shown as in trouble. That's Hamza Bilhassan that gets going again. In fact, that car has got going again on the entry to the final chicane there. So that is the long left-hander at Blanchiment. The car comes off there. Very easy to run wide and unsettle the car and send it into your nearest appropriate barrier. But yeah, Jarno Kausch is going to have to calm it down a little bit. As I say, very unusual to see Jarno in anything that's not a Porsche, but Apollone obviously has done something to upset him, and he's feeling the wrath of that one.
Yeah, those two cars do seem to be a little bit magnetised to each other, don't they, at the moment? So the sooner that one of them pits or drops back a little bit, I think the better for all concerned, really. 777 has just pitted, by the way, so we are now getting into the pit stops for those that are going a little bit longer on stints. In fact, the top two have just pitted as well. So Karim Matea and Daniel Klein, 8:23 and 71 respectively, both making a pit stop. So that was at the 3 hours 20 mark. So realistically, we expect them to make their next pit stop at sort of 4 hours 25, and then they'll make a last pit stop with about half an hour to go. That's contact. Around surely has gone the McLaren, or the Ferrari I should say, a half spin in the end, and unfortunately Victor Nicolai is going to lose even more ground out of that, really. He was battling with that Ferrari, the 192, for 25th place, but that was a fairly straightforward attempted push to pass, but actually didn't get the pass made anyway.
Well, that was rather entertaining, I think is the word that I'd use on that one. Meanwhile, the 111 of Jarno Kausch, that is the 42 that he's got just on his rear end, and that is the 42, behind him, and that is Igor Murdasov that is right on the tail and several laps down. But yeah, it's not where you want to be for that GTRC endurance team. Meanwhile, I've heard that our little fighty boys, that Jarno Kausch and Alessandro Apollone, are under investigation. I wonder why, Andy.
Yeah, I just can't think of anything. We haven't really seen anything of those cars, have we, over the last 5 minutes or so? They've done nothing wrong that I can recall. Oh, apart from the 2 times they drove into each other. Yeah, it's probably something to do with that. They're together again, still heading towards Lake On, and I wouldn't bet against them making more contact. Now, speaking of which, these 2 cars have just said hello to each other in a rather more physical way than they should have done up at Brussels. This time the BMW of Nicolai makes the move stick, so it goes ahead of the 192 into 25th place. Now, is Leo Monroe going to try and fight back at La Source? No, he sensibly thinks better of that. They've got one of the GTWR Audis that has just put a lap on them as well. I suspect that might well have been one of the front runners. Now, of the front runners then, we do now have a proper order for you, so we'll run down that top 10 as we are 2 hours and 38 minutes and change away from the end of this opening round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. It's Jaroslav Honzik that leads by 11.5 seconds now. There he is, the Ass Heats car out in front. So that gap is coming down. He's about 2 to 3 tenths of a second per lap slower than the second place car, which is the number 9 of Jordan Sherritt. There is the RHG Esports Audi. So Sherritt is a little bit quicker than Honzik, but he's got 11.5 seconds to close before he can even think about taking the lead away. In third place are Renvelten Esports, that's Maximilian Vullmuth. This car's quietly been going about its business. We haven't seen a lot of it, but it's been inside the top 5 or 6 for quite some time now, and finds itself in this portion of the race running in a podium place. They are, though, only 1.8 seconds ahead of the 457, so Giorgio Simonini did jump back into that car after Alex Torato's slightly disappointing stint over the last hour or so. Simonini on the previous lap was 9/10 quicker than Vullmuth ahead, so that's the next battle probably that's likely to kick off. He is then 9.1 seconds ahead of Thibaut Probst in another GTWR car, this time the RHG Academy White example, number 32. This is Thibaut's second stint of the race, and likely therefore the final time that we'll see Thibaut in the 32 car. Karim Matea then is in 6th place in the Rebel Racing Team Nissan. This car going long on its fuel strategy, so it's on slightly fresher tyres now than those around. It's on its first flying lap of this stint, but we reckon they're playing the long game here to try and make their final pit stop significantly shorter than the rest. They may have to put half the fuel in at that last stop that some of those around them will be doing. Then we've still got a Lexus in the top 10. In 7th place, appropriately, is still Maxime Chasset in the number 7 Lexus. Only 3.2 seconds behind Matea, actually, so a really, really solid effort from them. With Jakob Osterman back in for his second stint. Now remember, Jakob was leading the race in the first hour of the race before he got a 20-second penalty for some contact on lap 1, actually, with the Williams Esports Ferrari. And Osterman back in now for a second bite of the cherry and catching Chasset ahead of him, less than a second at the moment between them. James Parker is in for the 383 car. This car is also on the long stint strategy, and I think still holds the fastest lap of the race as well, which I believe was set by Jan Willem van Ommen in an earlier stint, a 117.7, which at the moment would bag them an extra 2 championship points. And then rounding out the top 10 is the number 56 car. There it is, the funny Formula 1 backs, Alexei Meyer in the 56, only 1.8 seconds further back. So some interesting things there, David. Interesting to see Simonini back into the 457 car and immediately going quickly. And Max Vullmuth perhaps under a bit of threat here for that third place. And also Jordan Sherritt versus Jaroslav Honzik. Those lap times are going to be very, very interesting indeed.
Yeah, it really is. We've just had 2 penalties coming through. Instant between cars 32 and 823. That is the 32 of GTWR RHG Academy. And sorry, excuse me, that's one we did earlier. Instant between cars 111 and 35 on lap 81. That is the GTRC Endurance Team, and the 35, excuse me, of BHK Esports. That was Alessandro Apolloni. Now that's changed actually, because when I looked at that was a warning, but it's now a 5-second penalty for the 35 car. So the BHK Esports team of Alessandro Apolloni getting a 5-second penalty, and then it gets so it's a warning to the 111 for that. That'll be rescinded and likely updated. But I think it's going to be a 5-second penalty basically for both Apolloni and Jan Lukesh there, Andy. It's a confirmation.
Yes, which I think is fair enough, really. A slap on the wrist for both of them and a small penalty. There we go. No warning for car 111 still at the moment, but it is often the case that they will be re-appealed, if you like. If the team that initially put in the protest, for example, aren't happy with the outcome, they could try and appeal it and get the penalty increased. But yeah, 111. The 111 will get a warning, then a 5-second penalty though for the other car involved. Now here is Jakob Osterman then, 8th position, right on the rear bumper now of the big Lexus ahead then of Maxime Chasset, who's doing a really, really solid job here to hold on to 7th, but I think that the Renvelten Esports car is quicker. Don't get into the back of him. That was almost contact into the chicane there, because Osterman so desperately wanted to commit to the move, but he knew he wasn't quite close enough, and he sort of half committed, couldn't really bail out of it. Good awareness actually there from Chasset not to turn in, because if he had have done, I think they may well have made contact, and it would have been the Lexus that went around. And now Osterman again launches up the inside, and this time there is contact once, twice. The Lexus gets bashed out wide, and Osterman, if I were him, David, I'd be lifting off the throttle to make sure I didn't gain the place because of that.
Well, I think that's exactly what he's just done. There was no need for that, to be honest, going into La Source there. The car was never anywhere near. It's going to be on the run from Eau Rouge and Radion here. Now you've got the run, now you've got the chance to get past here, Andy, but is it too little too late after that earlier contact?
Well, he might get away with it as long as this is a clean pass, which it looks like it will be. I think Chassé lets him go, lifted off the throttle and let the Aston Martin through. But Jakob Osterman, in the early part of his first stint, got a penalty. Needs to be careful not to do that again. Now, that lead gap that we've been monitoring, it started off at 13 seconds at the start of the stint. But David, Jordan Sherratt is now less than 11 seconds behind Jaroslav Honzik. Honzik's pace isn't bad. He's in the mid to high 2-minute 18s. Sherratt's is just better though, and actually for what it's worth, so is Maximilian Vollmuth behind and Giorgio Simonini. So Honzik, as fast as he's going, he's just those few tenths of a second off the pace of those behind.
Yeah, that is a turn up for the books. We'll have a look though, because obviously it could be a number of things. There was a way to say Jaroslav Honzik could be in traffic, but then I just had a look at the timing screens. He has got no one anywhere near. This could just be a measured performance, Andy, just trying to make sure he can eke as much out of the car as he possibly can. But yeah, he wasn't saying it was rather he was saying that he wasn't feeling too confident in the car, and that could be exactly why. So we'll keep an eye on that. But 150 laps. He's going to have to try and get in, I would imagine, given that we're on lap 88 just now. That surely means we're going to be about 130 to 150 laps, I think, total stint in this race. So he's going to have probably, I think, about maybe 30 or 40 of those that he's responsible for. But yeah, what a race we've had so far, and I think that Sherratt might have something to fire across him, especially Honzik doing a 2:19 flat that last lap round.
Yes, and importantly, the 9 car has been every bit as quick as the 150 all race, even when the 150 had Malinowski in the previous stint. Actually, the number 9 car in second place was every bit as fast when it was Dennis Schoeniger in the car. So Dennis, Jordan and Nicholas, they're all capable of matching the pace of the 150. They just lost a lot of time when they had their stoppage out on track. Then they had that little bit of a collision, of course, with their teammate as well. So if they can close that gap down, put them back on a level playing field for the final hour and a half, hour and 3/4 or so, then actually I think the number 9 team do have the potential here to take the fight to 150. They've just got to bridge that gap, and this is the stint to do it in. Also remember that Honzik will probably have to do a second stint as well later in the race, when he may continue to lose a bit of pace. Now, play nicely, boys. Oh, yep, just about avoided contact that time as Kausch goes back ahead of Apolloni, the Lamborghini back ahead of the Bentley. They got within a few millimetres of making contact for a third time there, David, but just about avoided it.
Well, it was certainly raised the old heart pressure up there a couple of notches. Apolloni finally succumbing to Jarno Kausch there in the 111 Lamborghini. Meanwhile, we go back to Funny Formula Wombats number 56 of Alexei Mayer, who is trying to catch up to James Parker just ahead in that Aston Martin. Top 10, I don't think there's any real surprises, Andy, of the cars that we've got there in the top 10, apart from the fact that Karim Mattea is still holding on with that GTR, but even better for Maxime Chassé in that Lexus, now down to 8th position, losing the place to Oosterman in the number 71, but the Lexus still a really good showing from them.
Yeah, if you were going to have a stab at predicting a top 10 from this race, that's pretty close to what you'd say, but I would probably have deleted 8, 2, 3 and 7 and inserted in their place 149 and 41. Well, 149 is knocking on the door of the top 10 now. Mikhail Statsenko is in for a second stint. He's in 12th position. That's the car, remember, that served that drive-through a few laps into the race after a qualifying collision. However, Statsenko is 11.5 seconds behind Garcia in the Bentley, who's then about another 10 seconds or so behind this car that we're watching now. So it's going to be a long, hard slog over the next hour or so, realistically, for the 149 car to get into the top 10. The 41, meanwhile, is now solidly into the points in 20th position, but Yaroslav Shvertelov again in for his second stint, still not making the sort of progress that the other rapid McLaren, the 149, has been able to make. But yeah, apart from that, we expected Yasheet and GTWR to have their various cars up near the front. We expected to have a smattering of Aston Martins
to go, but the pace that it's got and the recovery drive that it's got, the momentum it's got right now, I cannot put it past that 149 team of getting not only into the top 10 but into the top 5 as well. Meanwhile, we're watching Philip Borovic here for Slow Racing Team in the 17. Having a look at Fosher in the 154, surely nowhere near close enough in that Porsche to think about making a move. But yeah, the Porsche gets better of it, thinks better of it rather, and is going to try and leave the Bentley for another, possibly later on in the lap. But the Porsche just again having to stalk its prey and having to think very, very carefully about what it's doing. Meanwhile, the gap at the front is kind of stabilised now. Jaroslav Honzik and Jordan Sherritt doing times to within 1/10 of a second to themselves now. I wonder if Jaroslav is just managing that gap right now.
Well, yes, maybe. That's all he has to do, really, isn't it? He came in with it's quite a luxury, that, actually, as a driver, isn't it? To jump into the car. Not only are you jumping into the race-leading car, you're jumping into a car that's leading the race by 13 seconds. I mean, given how close this race has been, that's quite a comfortable position to find yourself in. And so maybe it was the ideal time, really, to put Honzik into the car. If he is feeling a little bit low on confidence in the Porsche, don't put him straight into the heat of battle. Put him in when he's going to have a bit of breathing room. And it just means that he can take the first half of his stint, if he needs to, just to feel sort of where the car is, how hard he can push. He can warm himself up slowly rather than having to be straight back on the pace from his outlap, basically, from the moment that he gets back out on track. So I think that is kind of what we're seeing. He's slowly bringing those times down into the mid 2-minute 18s. I think that's going to continue to improve as we go on. Now, here is Borovic up the inside of Fosher, who tries to fight it in the big Bentley, but the Porsche will go through. 13th place now then belongs to the Slow Racing Team Porsche, which moves ahead of the 154 Bentley, which is another one of the many GTWR cars. Alexei Meyer now at the inside of James Parker, two Aston Martins together, this for 9th position. And James Parker doesn't seem to have the speed that the 383 car has had in earlier stints, particularly when it was Jan Willem van Ommen in the car. What did I say about it an hour or so ago? That 383, every time it comes out of the pit lane, is 2 or 3 places higher than it was at the start of the previous stint. It qualified outside the top 20, then it was running about 15th, then it was running about 12th, and now it's hanging on to 9th place.
And it's doing a great job there. Just to go back to that move between Borovic and Fosher there, that's the bit that annoys me about some of the collisions we've seen earlier on. Fosher tried to turn in, knew the car was there, and backed out and thought, nope, right, you have that position. That is intelligent driving. That is what you need to do. And yes, Fosher lost the position to Borovic, but he tucks in behind, keeps himself going, and can just regroup. Whereas we've seen it so many times, a car will try too hard to defend the position, end up taking itself out and still possibly getting a penalty as well. So really intelligent driving there from Fosher, so well done for the 154 team in that one. But again, with what you were saying about holding the times in, I think that he doesn't really need to worry right now for the likes of Honzik doing his 219 flats, because the gap is still just under 10 seconds, and yes, it looks like it's come down by about 2-3 tenths a lap, but there's not enough laps with the time that there's going to be any real worry there. So I think at the moment he's doing what he needs to do and just keeping that car safe inside.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, if you take a 13-second advantage that he had when he got in the car, let's say, for argument's sake, that he does a full 2 hours in the car, he can afford to lose between 6 and 7 seconds per stint. That's quite a big chunk of time, and at the moment, that's kind of what he's on course to do, maybe even to do slightly better than that. He's lost about 4 seconds in the first half of his stint, so realistically, you can expect him to go quicker now in the next part of the stint. He might be able to reduce that to another 2 seconds over the next 20 minutes or so. What I'm saying is I think he's bang on track to hang on to the race lead here, even if he double stinted here, even if he did the 2 stints together. So, Honzik is, I think, doing everything that's expected and indeed needed of him so far, knowing full well that they've got that pace in their pocket when they start putting the other 2 drivers back in, Malinovsky and Tauscher. So, Tauscher's done his 2 stints, hasn't he? So Malinovsky and Honzik will take the car from here to the end of the race.
Yeah, he certainly will. But 2 hours 25 left to go in this race, and it feels like a bit of a cliche, but again, It feels like we haven't seen the final outcome of this race here, with Jaroslav Honzig for the 150 Yasheet Richard Mille team out in front by 9.7 seconds ahead of Jordan Sherritt there in the number 9 Audi, and then in third place it's the Porsche again of the 72 of Rennfeldt and Esports Blue, Maximilian Walmuth, who I've got to be honest, I think is doing everything he needs to stay ahead of Giorgio Simonini, and that gap though just a second, so he's doing everything he can, but it's not exactly the most comfortable of margins, is it? A second, I mean that's a sneeze or a run off at Blanchimont and you could lose that position, Andy.
100%, yeah, and Simonini is continuing to apply the pressure. He's closing at half a second a lap as well, so Bournemouth will definitely, that will have caught his attention and ultimately making it far more likely that he might actually make a little bit of a mistake. Now, Luke Addison here in the, guess what, GTWR RHE Academy car. It's always a fair bet that if we cut to a new car, it's going to have GTWR on it somewhere. 29th place for him. He's got the 317 Ferrari just ahead. This is for 28th position then at the moment. That 317 car is, I think, the third highest placed Ferrari in the race right now, but seems to have the legs maybe on the Bentley coming out of La Source. Have you been surprised? I know I have been, David, but considering Bentley was by far the most popular car on the grid, we had 12 of them entered into the top split here this weekend. The highest placed of them is still the 121 car, running all the way down in 11th place. Alberto Garcia back in the car now for the second time. Are you surprised that this circuit as well, Spa, should be perfect for that car, but we just haven't had them anywhere near the front, have we?
I don't think we've seen the pace of the raw power that we've seen in other championships with this specific balance of performance that they've got, and I've got to be honest, it's a good thing because, you know, having like 10 teams picking Bentley, they've picked it for a reason. They've thinking that it's going to be OP, that it's going to be an absolute bullet in a straight line. It can be, but it's just not worked out for them today. And the thing is that the way balance of performance usually tends to end up working is that the more popular a car is, the more it's scrutinised and gets absolutely blasted down in terms of the actual performance that it does. So it's it maybe favours more to the teams of like the Lexuses and the Nissan, where they've not really got the same amount of scrutiny and they're able to keep going on this one. The problem is going to happen is that it's that balance of performance conversation, isn't it? And you're never going to be happy one way or the other. Drivers are going to complain that it's too harsh. Drivers are going to complain that it's too lenient. You're never going to win. And at the end of the day, what I want to say is that this Endurance Cup qualifying has proved that the margins now are almost non-existent. There is no OP car. There is just drivers and teams performing to an absolute best that they can over 6 hours. And this is what happens. This is the way the dice rolls after 4 hours. What on earth is going to happen with the next two? So, no, in answer to your question, I'm not surprised to see the Bentley not doing as well as it was predicted. But the Aston Martins, I think, are predictably, you know, they're very, very strong. I would argue that they're actually in a stronger position than the Bentley, and the positions are kind of proving that one.
Yeah, well, we've got 3 Aston Martins in the top 10. We've got exactly 0 Bentleys in the top 10. I think when you're picking your car, when you know that there's going to be BOP in play for a season like this, there is a lot of merit in picking a car that should be slow. Because if it should be slow, it will probably get a little bit of assistance from the BOP, whereas the Bentley we expect to be like a rocket ship around these circuits that we're racing at. Therefore, you have to expect it's going to be given ballast. There were 4 cars that were available to the drivers that were given 0 kilos of success ballast. One was the Honda, the NSX, one was the Lamborghini, one was the Lexus, and one was the Nissan GTR. Well, we've got 0 Hondas, we've got a couple of Lamborghinis, got 1 Nissan, and we've got 2 Lexuses. So again, it's the least popular cars that actually have the better weight brakes. So, you know, there is a lot of thought that has to go into picking what car you're going to run with, and going for the obvious choice might not necessarily be the way to go, and that's definitely being proven by the performances that we're seeing from the 823 Nissan and the number 7 Lexus in particular.
Absolutely spot on with that, Andy. I really couldn't have said that any better myself. And It's refreshing as always, because we do have a soft spot for the Nissan and for the Lexus, two of the most underrepresented cars in Assetto Corsa competitions. Hang on a second, as we see a Bentley, it's Apollone and Maximilian Verri, both of them involved in contact with other drivers, but it looks like Maximilian Verri going to get that move done, and that is a very clean move. But is it done? Yes, it is. Apollone tries to hold it in to the very last second there, but Maximilian Verri for Virtual Drivers by TX3 makes the move stick. And again, these Bentleys basically tripping over themselves to try and get positions here. And Maximilian Verri doing a decent job, but again, only 17th place.
Yes, although higher up, I think, than that car started the race, the 133, I seem to recall. So they have made a little bit of progress. Yeah, they weren't inside the top 20 on the grid, so they have worked their way into the points as the race has gone on gradually. Still remarkably close battles up and down the order, though. We've been talking about the gaps at the front sort of shrinking, and it's still 9.2 seconds between the top two, so it's going down fractionally. But then behind them, you've got less than a second between Woolworth and Simonini. That's third and fourth. Then you've got less than a second between Mattea and Osterman, that's 6th and 7th, and then less than a second between James Parker and Alexei Meyer for 9th and 10th. So many nose-to-tail battles inside that top 10, as there is a 5-second penalty here for the 164 car. That is for aggressive driving against the 77 a little bit earlier on. But David, still remarkably competitive here, and some of the gaps that are a bit bigger are actually shrinking, aren't they? So this race is doing everything that we want it to, really, from a neutral perspective. It's staying competitive, and it could get even closer as we go through the final 2 hours.
It absolutely could. I'm just watching the gap between Maximilian Walmuth and Giorgio Simonini in the 457 and 72 respectively. That was a second. Remember, I said that Maximilian Walmuth doing pretty much what he needed to keep that settled. I don't know so much now, because Simonini on the pace, on the charts to try and take that final spot on the podium with just 2 hours left to go in this race, Andy. This is starting to get a little bit close, and I think Walmuth is going to start looking in his mirrors now.
Yeah, there they go, out of the chicane, look, nose to tail. Also saw there that Osterman is now ahead of Mattea, so that's for 6th place. That's changed on this lap. Wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that if we can dig one out, because Osterman, we know, is not backwards in coming forwards when it comes to making moves, and he was lapping a little bit quicker than Mattea up to that point. Mattea is now struggling. He's into the 2-minute 19s. The only other driver inside the top 10 who is doing 2-minute 19s, in fact, the only other one inside the top dozen, is the race leader, Jaroslav Honzik. So the leader is pretty much slower than everybody else immediately behind. And the Nissan also struggling, as we've said, in this stint, which is interesting because Karan Mattea was pretty rapid in his previous stint, wasn't he? Going up after the 32 hourly to try and take 5th place away. So intriguing stuff. The lead gap down to 8.5 seconds. This gap is down to around half a second as they go through Les Combes, and Simonini in the wheel tracks now. Maximilian Woolmuth ahead, and the 72 car ain't gonna make this easy, is it? The Renvelten Esports car, the only one really of the Renvelten cars that we've seen troubling the very front of the field. They're not going to give up this podium place without a fight.
And you can't exactly blame them, can you? I mean, they've worked really, really hard to get there, and coming up to the final third of the race, it's now go time. It's now a case of get your head down, get knuckles down, and just absolutely chap on with this race, because this is now what you've set yourself up for. We talk all the time, Andy, about endurance races being a case of setting yourself up for that final stint. This is coming into the final stint now. Within half an hour, we're going to have our final drivers, for the most part, we're going to have our final drivers into the car for their basically their last charge, their last push. Now here's the question: have some of the teams saved their, what you would say in air quotes, fastest drivers for this last charge, or have we seen a more balanced attack on the race so far?
Well, that is an interesting train of thought, actually, isn't it? Because we know that the 150 car that is leading the race, Michael Tauscher, is unlikely to get back into that car. He mathematically could do sort of half to 3/4 of a stint, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to work the stint times now correctly to allow that to happen. This, by the way, is what happened in the change for 6th position then. through Eau Rouge and Radion. The Nissan just a bit slower. Goes way wide. That was a really unfortunate connection with the curb there for Karim Mattea. And Jakob Osterman then gets a much better run, gets in the slipstream and goes to the inside line. Mattea tries to contest it, but the Aston Martin's got the preferred line. It's late on the brakes and then into the braking zone. Look, Mattea just hit the brakes a bit early, let him get the corner and through slide Jakob Osterman. But that was a bit of an unfortunate run through Radion there for the Nissan. Just to finish the point on driver stints then, so Honzik is likely to do one more stint and then Malinowski will likely do one more. We know Malinowski's been a bit quicker than Honzik so far in this race. The 9 car, well, what do they have left? They've got another stint left in the bag for Jordan Sherratt and I think another stint for Nicholas Hoban, haven't they? They've both been really quick. I don't know. Do you know what, at the moment, David? I think I favour this number 9 car. I really think they've got something for the Yas Heat car out in front. They just need to maximise this stint of the race where they've got Sherratt closing in on Honzik. If he can get that gap down to less than 5 seconds by the time we get to the pit stops, which I think is doable, I really do think they're in contention for this.
You know, it's funny you should say that, actually, because I literally, just while you were talking there, Andy, I was looking at our live timings here, and I don't get it. Jaroslav Honzik 2:19.4 and Sherratt doing a 2:18.6. That's 0.8 of a second on one lap. I'm just looking at Jaroslav's times here. 2:19.4, 2:19.2, 2:18.8, 2:18.8. That is really, really hemorrhaging time, and I've got to be honest, I think you're absolutely spot on. I think it's only going to be a matter of, let's say, about 10 laps before Sherratt comes into fighting contention with Jaroslav Honzik. Not only that, but potentially if they start fighting, is that going to bring Maximilian Walmuth into the battle as well? He's another 7 seconds behind there. Yeah, this is looking a bit spicy for the end of the race.
Trying to cast my mind back now to what the Renvelten strategy has been. This is Walmuth's second stint, isn't it? But I think that Kreutzer and Ibrahimi, therefore, have only done one each, so those two will get back in. Now, Kreutzer wasn't quite as strong as Ibrahimi, so if they can keep the car in contention going into the last stint, presuming that's when they'll put Samir back in the car, then yeah, you're absolutely right, they could still become a part of this, and of course, so too could the GTWR car right behind them, because we know that Giorgio Simonini's going quickly, and Capoccia and Tarato will both have one more stint to come as well. It's going to be a really intriguing final part of this race, isn't it? Just a thought on Jardier then, and as to why he might be struggling. If you're struggling for confidence in a car, David, you might be able to cover that up on fresh tyres because the car's a bit more compliant. It's sort of, you know, if you make a mistake, it's easier to catch, it's easier to carry speed through the corners and have that confidence. As the tyres wear out, though, which is exactly what will be happening now into the final part of the stint, that just gets a little bit harder to deal with. If he's got a lack of confidence, the car is now going to be moving around even more underneath him, and that might just explain why his lap times are starting to fall off a little bit of a cliff. I mean, he's still only 4/10 or so slower than Sherratt per lap, but he is consistently in those 2-minute 19s, isn't he?
Yeah, but that's a huge change of fortune, given that the 150 was consistently faster on its earlier stints early on through the race. And look, confidence is absolute king when it comes to being able to drive these cars at the absolute pinnacle of their performance, Andy. And the problem is if you don't have that confidence, you don't have that extra faith in the car to drive it to, you know, the absolute limit of both your ability and the car's ability as well. So that is where the extra half a second, almost a lap, goes. And the problem is half a second at this level. Oh my goodness me, it's a huge hit on the 53 from, I believe that was that not Christensen in the 52 behind. They just absolutely clattered into Timo Burkle there. And I tell you what, his back is going to feel that one in the morning if that was a real life accident there. But back to the point, I mean, half a second, Andy, is enough to go from first to 15th on the grid in qualifying.
Yeah, precisely. You can't afford to be half a second a lap slower than everybody else, not at the front of the field, well, not anywhere in the field, but if you want to win the race, then you just can't afford that, really. The only saving grace for the 150 car is that its nearest pursuer has had a drama in the early part of the race as well. Can you imagine if Nicholas Hoban didn't have that problem in the in his first stint of the race when was it the button box on the, no, that was Tausch's car, wasn't it? It was a pedal disconnect for Nicholas Hoban. If they hadn't had that, then that car would be in the lead by now. I'm fairly certain of it. So the time they lost was all lost through that stoppage at the side of the road. So provided that isn't a repeat issue for Nicholas when he gets back in the car, then I do think they might just have the performance to get back into contention here. Now, these two had a pretty ferocious battle at the opening part of the stint, didn't they? Alexei Meyer came up behind James Parker when James was fresh out of the pit lane, threw everything at it for a few laps, and then just sort of sat there for the rest of the stint, hasn't he? Is he content, do you think, to work with the 383 car? I mean, James Parker's pace is certainly not slow. He's in the high 2 minutes 18, so I don't think Alexei is really applying too much pressure right now, is he?
Andy, you're a real-life commentator. Has content ever been in the vocabulary of any of the drivers you've ever spoken to? No, look, he's doing what he needs to do. He's doing a stable job. But no, I don't think he's content. I think as long as a racing driver has a car in front of him, he's going to just feel that urge just to put that right foot down a little bit harder than he would if he was out in the middle of nowhere just now. So Mayer, I think, is definitely going to be pushing to get past James Parker. Look, James Parker is a very well-seasoned esports racer. He knows what he's doing. He's got control of this situation, and it's usually at times like that we see the car I'm talking about exiting stage left. So thankfully, we haven't seen that from James Parker. A little bit further up the road, though, we've got Oosterman and Mattea down in 7th place now. But I'm also very interested in that battle between Maximilian Walmuth and Giorgio Simonini now. That gap that was a second, just 0.3 of a second now between those two. And there we go. And you wanted a little bit of action and drama. Well, here's a couple of things. One is that the track is completely clouded over. So if there was to be a hint of rain, this is the time that you would start to get those clues. Also, track temperature dropped to 21 degrees and also light falling very, very quickly.
Yeah, that is all we need, quite frankly, isn't it? A bit of rain.
Andy, sorry to jump in. A little bit of top secret news, thanks to JC Grobler on YouTube chat for this. Your race leader, car 150, which might explain why he's so cautious, he's on 3 track warnings.
Okay, so, and remember, that is something that is policed by the sim. It is not in the hands of the stewards. If you exceed track limits too many times, you get handed a penalty, and there's no arguing it. It's a drive-through as well, so it can't just be served on your next pit stop. That is really interesting. Well spotted that, David, and thank you very, very much to our insider there, giving us that inside knowledge. Michael Tauscher also said we told him to take it safe because he has no experience in the car. So there we go. There are two theories then. One is that he's backing off so he doesn't get a penalty. The other is that the team are telling him to go slowly anyway. So there's no need to worry. He's just doing as he's told. Who you believe is up to you. But either way, the pressure just starting to ramp up a bit here for our race leader, isn't he? The gap is down to 7 seconds now, so he's lost half of the advantage that car had immediately after the last round of pit stops. And he's still got another stint to do, whether that be the next stint or the final stint. Jaroslav Honzik will have to get back into that car, won't he? And remember, that team have not been going long on pit stops either. They've been pitting just before the hour mark each and every time, so it will be a full second stint that he's likely to have to do.
Michael Tauscher there in chat just confirming both are true. He's been told to ease off the car because he's rare on experience, shall we say, and also that he is on the last warning for track limits. Just having a look, there's an appeal for the 12 car that had a penalty which has been appealed, so that is withdrawn under re-investigation. I also got to say a very big shout out to the number 747 Le Mans Rent Sport team, and especially to Brad Williams, who makes a sim SimGrid debut tonight in that Bentley, currently in 35th place. Very warm welcome to the community, Brad. Best of luck in your session, and we've got no doubt you're going to have a real fun time behind the wheel of that one. And again, Andy, it goes back to the point we were making earlier on. It doesn't matter if you're in the top 5 or if you're in the bottom 5, you're always going to have an absolute blast because you've always got loads of people around you that you're fighting with.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, it's not just at this level either. The SimGrid runs so many races that we just don't have the time to broadcast, but are still well worth getting involved with. If you want to get into sim racing, you know, if you've watched a few races here on the SimGrid and you've enjoyed what you see, I'm sure you did, then yeah, head over to the SimGrid, get involved in some of their races. And it seems to me that once you get in there, you sort of get addicted to it almost, and you find the level at which you're comfortable racing, and you do that for a while and you get better. You could even head over to Coach Dave Academy, of course, if you want to get a few more tips on how to be quicker, setup advice, and driver tuition as well. And the better you get, the more chance there is of you then competing in an event like this. Maybe in the lower splits, maybe you could even get up here into split 1. So well worth getting involved. And it's great to see more and more drivers are starting their sim racing journey. There was obviously a big boom in interest in sim racing at the start of the pandemic, understandably, but it's nice to see that's continued, and there's still lots of new interest in getting involved.
And it's only getting bigger and bigger as more professional companies come into the fray and more money comes into it as well. And you know, the one thing that's blown me away with my time since joining the SimGrid is the level of effort and the level of production values, and not just that, but the organisation behind the scene. I mean, we obviously have got quite a lot of experience in real life as commentators, and I've got to be honest, I feel jealous, you know, when I come and doing SimGrid stuff and esports commentary. You know, we don't get that level of preparation. We've got to do that ourselves in the real world, Andy. We get everything handed to us on a plate here, and again, it just really raises the bar of what's expected with esports. And you know, we see the things of like you know, the league championship, of the world championship rather, of like Gran Turismo, and we see all other platforms. And you know, regardless of whichever platform you're on, the journey that esports has taken and that sim racing's taken, going at a very, very fast pace right now.
Yeah, and so it should really. I mean, a lot of people want to be racing drivers. I wanted to be a racing driver, and then I realised that I wasn't rich enough or talented enough to do it, so now I just talk about it instead. But you know, if you wanted to be a racing driver, it always used to be that you needed very deep pockets or very generous parents who were willing to fund it, and it gets more and more expensive with every year that goes by, it seems. And yet sim racing is now becoming a legitimate way of getting into motorsport. You know, just look at the likes of James Baldwin, who went on to enjoy real success in real GT3 racing in the British GT Championship. It is now a valid way of making a little bit of money, getting on people's radars. There are so many real world teams now that have associations with sim racing teams, or just outright run their own sim racing teams. So it is now a legitimate way of getting into the business, and you can do it for a fraction of the cost of going real racing. Yes, you can go out there and spend thousands of pounds on a new PC and a new rig and a new wheel and super sensitive pedals and all the rest of it, but I know lots of people who are using 15-year-old gear that they got second-hand in a charity shop or something, and they're still really, really quick. You can do it on a budget, which you just can't do in the real world. If you want to go and do a real world race, even at club level, you've got your set amount of money that it's going to cost you to hire a car, put tyres on it, pay your entry fee. But then you've also got to factor in, well, what if I crash? What if someone crashes into me? What if the engine blows? If I damage it, I'm going to have to pay for the repairs. You don't have that to worry about in sim racing. So for me, it's the way to go. If you want to be a racing driver, get yourself a PC, get yourself a half-decent set of pedals and wheels, and you could be out there doing this, running wheel to wheel on the track in the SimGrid, keeping us all thoroughly entertained.
Absolutely, as Benjamin Baumann in the 63 Lamborghini, that's one way of entering the pits. I mean, 10 out of 10 for style points on that one. We were watching that car all the way through, and yeah, not the best. Give you a different perspective on that one then, Andy, because obviously I've done my first part season of real life racing myself, and I did, for example, in sim racing, did the Petit Le Mans last week, and me and my teammate won it in our split. And I've done the real life race, the 24 hours C1 race at Silverstone, and I've got to be honest, I enjoyed myself way more doing sim racing than I have done in real life racing. Real life racing is an amazing buzz. It's something that, like you, I never thought I'd do, and it costs a lot of money to go and do it and things like that. But the what you were saying there about the worry that you have, the panic, the fear of, especially if you're in a team race for real, about handing that car off to the other teammate in one piece is absolutely immense. And I can't imagine even ever getting behind the wheel of a GT3 car in real life and being able to drive it to the same ability that you would have the comfort and confidence to do in sim racing. You get this age-old pushback of, oh, it's not real racing, it's just pixels. Like, that's a bad thing. And it's like, well, yeah, I can have the same dopamine hit, get the same enjoyment, the same thrill of racing cars on a track without the fear of losing myself £50,000 if I make a wrong move. So you're absolutely right. And the thing is, there doesn't need to be that split. There doesn't need to be it'll never be better than real life racing. It's not trying to be real life racing. It's something completely different that gives you a very similar hit. It gives you a very similar experience for a fraction of the cost. And there's room for both real life racing and sim racing to exist side by side, because at the end of the day, we are all absolute fanatics. We all sit and watch, we all sit and play, we all sit and talk about sim racing, real life racing. This is our lives, and the more ways that we can get to have that as part of our life and experience that, I think is the better for all of us.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's so nice to see sim racing getting this recognition that really for an awfully long time it was fighting to get. Speaking of fighting, Yaroslav Shvertelov there ahead of the 100 Aston Martin. That's a move that's been on the cards for about an hour or so, and finally the Simware.pro team are into what is at the moment 15th place, but there is a little bit of shuffling to go on here with pit stops happening. Jaroslav Honzik is in now, so they've gone just past the hour mark this time, so that was actually, I think, a slightly longer stint than the last couple have been for the 150 car, but Honzik is in. Wait and see whether he hands over to someone. Maximilian Vollmuth in as well. So the two Porsches, I do remember, pitted on the same lap last time, and that is the case once more here. And that will now move Jordan Sherratt into the race lead, and it will move Giorgio Simonini into second, making it an Audi 1-2 for the time being. There is Simonini making his way out of Les Combes. Thibaut Props will move into third, so it's actually going to be an Audi 1-2-3 for the time being. The interest is going to be, again, those that are going longer here. The 71 of Jakob Osterman, the 823 of Karim Matea. How is this all going to shake out? They're still there, aren't they? Lingering just outside the top five, ready to try and pounce on those ahead. Simonini then dropping down through Pouhon and making his way back towards the top end, the far end of the circuit, furthest away from the pit complex, through Piff Paff into Stavelot, looking really, really strong in this 457 Audi R8. So he makes his way towards the end of the lap then. Vollmuth and Honzik both back out onto the track, and I think I'm right in saying that graphic would have updated by now if they changed drivers. So Honzik looks like he is staying in now. He's double stinting, and that's interesting then, getting his stint out of the way almost before they then hand over for the final stint to Maciej Malinowski, which does sort of make sense, because although he'd lost about half the gap that he had, he still had a 7-second cushion or so it makes more sense to put him in now and then leave Malinowski to bring the car home.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely on the money there with that one. It would make perfect sense for Honzik to stay in the car, just basically suck it up, and then leave their fastest driver to get back into the car. And again, that's absolutely no disservice to Jaroslav Honzik, because when we say the faster driver, we have to use relative terms, and 2-3 tenths of a second, it all adds up over the course of this race. So yeah, great to see that. But also, I mean, it's crazy looking at the timing screen to see in fact, actually no, that's not Jaroslav then, because Jaroslav, it's Maciej Malinowski that's behind the wheel just now. So, wow, that changes things a little bit there.
Okay, so what do we know? Obviously the plan now then is to build the gap back up if they can, rather than keep hemorrhaging time. They're going to try and stick Malinowski out on track. I guess they know now, don't they, that if they can give Honzik a sort of 9-10 second lead when he gets in for the final hour, he should be able to hold on to that because he only dropped 7 or 8 seconds in the previous stint. So maybe that's the plan, to put Malinovsky in, give him the target of building that gap up back into the double figures, back over 10 seconds or so, and then maybe Honzik's a bit safer for the final hour.
That's if that's possible. We don't know if there's any damage to the car, or maybe the setup isn't liking these cooling conditions. So I think also what this will do is that Malinowski will be able to get an accurate benchmark on those times, because while Honzig was a little bit slower in that stint there, I don't think he was massively slower than the previous driver of that one. So again, we'll get a little bit of context to this very, very shortly. But Andy, can you believe we're in the final third of this race, just with 2 hours left to go? It's really starting to ramp up in terms of the time that we spent on this race.
Absolutely, but I've not been bored for 1 second of it. There's been something exciting happening every single minute of this race. It's been a real joy to watch, and we still don't know who's going to win. I'd say there are realistically 3 teams still in contention. That could well increase if we get rain in the final couple of hours. We've made the point that the track temperature's coming down. It's clouding over. We're going to be running into slightly darker conditions as well. I don't think it'll go fully dark because the race is going to finish about 10 past 10, isn't it, in sim time. But the time of year is set to the summertime because that's traditionally in July when the Spa 24 Hours would take place. So sunset is quite late. The full darkness won't come until right in the final half an hour or so, if at all. So even so, it's going to get a little bit challenging out there. You can see the headlights now coming on as the drivers try and pick out those apexes and pick out the rear end of the car they're chasing in the shape of Yuri Yelenko here for the slow racing team. He has got the 164 car right in his high beams. This is the fight for 20th place at the moment then. That car in front is Francesco Trancanelli. Oh, no, it's not, excuse me, 164. Get it right, McEwan. 164 is Milo Mazzetti, who is under pressure for this 20th place. Got a penalty here for avoidable contact, 15-second penalty going to the 154, which is the Trancanelli car, actually, ironically, running in 18th place.
It's never what you want to see, and quite a few penalties coming in. As Mazzetti's got one, Nicolai in the BMW has got one as well. Now, I'm just trying to have a look, because where is the 149 McLaren? The 149 McLaren is in 9th place. Now, granted, we're still in the middle of pit stops all cycling through just now, but we did say top 10 is very, very likely for Mikhail Statisenko. But what a recovery drive to get themselves up into that position. I mean, showing us 6th now with Sherritt, Chassis and Mayer into pit lane here. But I mean, that is, if you look up the definition of determination and resolve, you're going to find a picture of that Yas Heat McLaren.
Well, I think they'll get a top 10, which was, given the fact they rejoined outside the top 30 when they had that penalty, that is really, really impressive. And if it rains, we know that car is set up for the rain, isn't it? So they could get even stronger a little bit later on. It's actually even more impressive for me then that they've made all of this progress in a wet, optimised setup, because in theory that means the car probably is running higher downforce levels, which means it's going to be slower in a straight line, always harder to race when you've got a car that's down on straight line speed. So the progress they've made was impressive enough as it is, but in a car that probably is not built around these conditions.
Yeah, fantastic thing to see. I keep asking you though, Andy, we've got 2 hours left to go. And again, we're in the throes of the pit stops and the strategies all coming through, with Masic Malinowski behind the wheel of that 150 car just now then. What do you think that we've got in store for us? I've also just noticed that the 149 and the 150 are actually almost side by side on the timing screens just now, but 2 hours left to go. What do you think we've got to look forward to?
Lots of exciting racing, and that's about as much as I'm willing to commit to that, because I don't know. I still don't know who's going to win. The lap times we're getting now from the 150 car are back into the low 2 minutes 18, so this was absolutely the right strategy for that team to deploy to get Malinowski back into the car. He's doing 2:18.1s, whereas, where's the number 9? Jordan Sherritt, well, he's just pitted, hasn't he? So we'll wait and see what he's doing. First of all, wait and see what the gap is when he gets back out onto the circuit to the 150 car, but then also compare their pace. But Sherritt wasn't generally doing those lap times. He was sort of in the mid 2:18s, maybe the odd 2:18.3 or 4. So Malinowski is definitely going to stretch the advantage in this stint. I'll say definitely. I'm sounding more confident than I actually am in that, but I reckon he's got the potential to extend the margin. The question is whether Honzik can then hang on to that when they stick the final driver into the number 9 car. It's Nicholas Hoban, by the way, who's jumped into the number 9, so they did go for another driver change, which means they're going to put Sherritt in then, aren't they, for the final stint. So Sherritt versus Honzik, an exact replay, basically, of what we just saw in the previous stint, and we know how much time, roughly, that Honzik lost.
And that's exactly the key factor here, because it gives us that great idea. I don't think actually too much time has been lost in the pit stops, but again, when we see Malinowski straight out of pit lane and do a 2:18.4, so that's about maybe 4/10 faster, 5/10 faster than the pace that Honzik had. I think that's exactly what you were saying there, Andy, is that he's been sent in to build up that buffer again and to make sure that Jaroslav has a good cushion in that final stint.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see how it works itself out. Well, in fact, we can give you the gap now. It's 9 seconds, basically, between Malinowski and Nicholas Hoban after that pit stop. Both of them back in now for their second and final stint. Now, Alexei Meyer here we're on board with. He's in 12th place at the moment. That's the number 7 Lexus ahead. These have both pitted, I think. So that's been either a really quick pit stop for the Funny Formula 1 bats or a really slow pit stop for the virtual drivers by TX3 squad, because these two cars were not this close together before the pits. The 7 car was a couple of positions higher up, but it had a few seconds in hand, I seem to remember, over for the 56. So I'm leaning more towards a slow stop for the Lexus, you'd have to say, and unfortunately that means that it's straight into the firing line here for Julien Hennault, who will be in that car for the final hour and 3/4, and immediately has to go on the defensive here. Meyer is looking a bit quicker, looks to the inside into Piff Paff. That didn't quite work, unfortunately, on that occasion, and he would do well, I think, to wait for a slightly more sensible place to overtake. The Aston Martin should be good up the hill through Blanchimont. The chicane at the end of the lap surely is the place to strike.
Well, you'd think so, but again, it comes down to how badly do you need to get that position. That's what it all boils down to. The 7 having to do a lot of defensive driving here for virtual drivers by TX3 Julien Hennault, and they're almost side by side coming through Blanchimont here. The Aston Martin thinks better of it for Formula Funny Wombats, and this is starting to get a little bit scary now. I don't like what I'm saying here. It's a jink to the outside. The Lexus under big pressure into the final chicane, cuts it too deep, and of course Lexus is going to scoop that up. And again, how badly do you want it? Well, apparently for Alexei Meyer, that badly.
Yeah, that was quite a risk, wasn't it? But, you know, it's a position on track, and we are getting down to crunch time now, aren't we? We're into the final third, and for me, psychologically, this would always be where, as a driver now, my mindset would change a bit. I might just start fighting for every position a bit harder, because now you don't know if you'll get another opportunity to get that place back. If you lose a place now, you might never be back on the tail of the car that just overtook you. So, yeah, I do think we'll start to see a little bit more in the way of argy-bargy and a little bit more in the way of hard defensive driving over the next few laps or so. Giorgio Simonini just pitted, by the way, in the 457 car, so Jakob Osterman now reclaims the race lead, and Karim Mattea back into second place, 8 seconds behind him. We expect those two cars to stay out, I reckon, for another 10 minutes in this stint, and they've both been pitting at more or less the same time at every pit stop as well. So interesting to see where the 457 car comes out in all of this. Also, Thibaut Probst hasn't yet stopped in the number 32s. No, he has. He's just pitted, I beg your pardon. 32 now has Marco Muir at the wheel. So we've got Capoccia back into the 457. Simonini done for the day then. Capoccia in for his second stint of the day. Lucas Kreutzer stays in the 72. And as I said, Marco Muir now into the 32 car. But what are those gaps going to be? Because the 457 car was still well and truly in contention for this.
The other thing that comes to mind now as the dust starts to settle after all of the pit stops is so many unanswered questions going into this final 2 hours and essentially this final chapter of our first championship race. It is obviously Malinowski who, after all the pit stops, is going to come out on top there, because we've still got Oosterman, Karim Mattea and Alberto Garcia still to come into pit lanes. But Maciej Malinowski, if ever Andy you wanted proof that it's maybe a little bit more left on the table in terms of meat on the bone for that Porsche performance. 2:17.8 from Maciej Malinowski on the last lap there, 0.2 of a second faster than Nick Hubin. So again, the pair of them absolutely going for it right now. But the swing and the pendulum starting to go back in the direction of that 150 for the Yas Heat Richard Mill team, and Cam's going to be absolutely delighted with that performance from them, as well as the 149 possibly on the edge of getting into the top 10.
Yeah, that car was 12th, wasn't it, before this round of pit stops? So again, we'll see where it settles out. A 2:17.8, we haven't seen a 2:17 for quite some time. That is almost exactly 1/10 of a second away from the fastest lap of the race, I believe, which was a 2:80.7 flat. So that is pretty good pace. But then, like buses, you wait all day for a 2:17, and then two come along at once, because Alexei Meyer also just did one in the number 56. So a sign maybe that the track's getting quicker. It's getting cooler, isn't it? It's down now to 20 degrees, so it's come down by another degree or so over the last hour. That will help the performance out on track, won't it? Maybe that's what's leading to some quicker lap times.
It certainly could be. The Porsche in the right hands and driven to its absolute end is a very, very quick car. And look, at the end of the day, and that was a car facing sideways. Car back on! Maciej Malinowski is hit! The car goes sideways, and that's it. Blanchimont keeps control of it. Keep the foot in, son. Maciej Malinowski just gets to recover to that, but that was a big, big hit, and I wonder who was caught up in that right at the end there. Oh my goodness me, Andy, that was absolutely huge.
I'll tell you what, I picked the wrong moment to start eating my dinner then, didn't I? Nearly choked. What on earth was that all about? The back marker had a huge moment, and Malinowski, save of the century. How on earth did he not lose control of that car? Now, the next question is there damage done? Did he make significant contact? There is the 52 car of Jonathan Seville. That car's got damage. He can't turn into the pit lane. Thank goodness no one was coming at that moment. That could completely turn this race on its head. No doubt about it, Malinowski will have lost time, but is there damage done to the 150 car? The gap now is only 4.5 seconds back to Nicholas Hopen. Behind him, that cost him, David, about 6 or 7 seconds, but is the car wounded? That's the key.
That is what we're going to have to find out. That is a huge, huge turn of events here for the race here and for Maciej Malinowski. We're going to have to wait with bated breath, because the tyres are going to be absolutely destroyed after that one. But if I'm not mistaken, Malinowski's set in the purple sector 2 there. So I don't know if that was on the last lap gone, or if that's on the lap that he's doing just now. In fact, it'll have been the last lap there. So he was on a charge, but that car does not look in very great shape. And it's probably just me, but it does look a little bit squint at the rear end. In fact, no, it is definitely me. Yeah, look, this is scary stuff. That gap now, 5 seconds to Nick Hubin behind in the Audi. You wanted drama, you wanted chaos, you wanted excitement. Well, you better be careful what you wish for, because you've definitely got it in abundance here. You wanted RHG versus Yas Heat, you've got it, but I mean, that smile is a little bit less on Jaroslav Honzig's face right now.
So, a couple of points to make then. It doesn't look like it's done any damage, because unless my timing screen is lying to me, the first sector time for Malinowski was actually about 100th of a second quicker than Hoben. So the Porsche appears just about to have got away with that miraculously. His middle sector is another 0.3 quicker than Hoben. So Malinowski appears to be fine. However, the whole point of this stint for Malinowski was to build the gap so that that man there on the left-hand side of your screen, Jaroslav Honzik, didn't have to fight in the final stint. They just lost about 8 seconds with that one moment alone. Yes, it could have been a lot worse, but in a heartbeat, there goes all of the advantage that they might have had. Malinowski now, even if he puts in the stint of his life, is going to find himself, unfortunately, under quite a bit of pressure. Certainly Honzik is going to find himself under pressure when he gets in the car for the final hour. Now, this is the replay of what happens. So the Mercedes and the Aston Martin are side by side into Blanchimont. Never a good idea, but hey-ho, they go for it. The Mercedes loses it, the Aston into the barriers, and then did they hold the brakes? Well, amazingly, there was no contact. Malinowski never hit the back of that Mercedes. He scraped very, very gently down the wall on the left-hand side, but I think that car is A-OK. That could have been race-ending, and it's only because of Malinowski's lightning-quick reactions that he managed to save that. Brilliant.
Well, you don't want to know what I think on that one, but if that was the 52 and the 53, they need to get the absolute book thrown at them for that one, because that was just stupidity. Coming through Blanchimont, it was the 52 basically caught himself in his own accident, took the 53 with him, if I'm right in saying, and let's look at the reactions here. I'll tell you what as well, right, for Maciej Malinowski, the fact that he has to take a little bit of blame on this, the fact that he did not either let off or put on the brakes as well, that leaves him into some sort of, it leaves him at risk there. If that's me, I'm absolutely putting a little bit of brakes on just to watch what's going on there in front of me. I've played too many other sims where cars come out of absolutely nowhere on that one, and yeah, that's a little bit too close for comfort with me. Now, the thing that we saw when we went to Jaroslav's stream there, chat is obviously talking away. Now, in the commentary booth, we can't hear what Jaroslav is saying on his stream. From what it looks like, he's saying that there might be a little bit of damage on that car, and Smarsh in our YouTube chat popping on to say that there's a little bit of about 4 seconds worth of damage to that car. So not enough to make any great influence here, but enough to be there. But it's not enough to turn the tide, because Malinowski is still a tenth faster on that last lap than the number 9 of Hubin. I just don't know if my little heart can take this final hour.
You don't want to lead this race, do you? Because every single person that's left for any period of time, something weird has happened to them, be it a penalty, a disconnect, or now that most random of back marker problems. I mean, that was just astonishing. Seeing it from the onboard, there definitely was, it was a harder hit with that concrete wall than I thought it was from the outside. No surprise at all to hear that there are 4 seconds worth of damage. Now, just to explain that to those that may be new to ACC and the way that this works, when we say 4 seconds of damage, that means that in the pit stop, if they wanted to fix all of that damage and put the car back to showroom condition, which thankfully is something you can do an awful lot more easily in a sim than you can with a real GT3 car, that would cost you 4 extra seconds. So if they decide to fix all of that damage, their last pit stop is going to be 4 seconds longer than it should be. Now, David, would you do? That car doesn't seem to be hurting too much performance-wise. If it were me, I wouldn't want to give away those 4 seconds. I would tell the drivers, do you know what? You've got what you've got. Your pace isn't too bad. We're not going to fix that car, because they need to give Honzik the biggest possible gap they can when he gets in the car for the final stint. If they spend an extra 4 or 5 seconds in the pit lane, that gap disappears.
I think you're spot on with that, but I think we're going to find out in the next 5-10 minutes just how drivable that car is. Malinowski doing a good job of really pushing it as far as it can, but what damage tends to do, Andy, as well, is that it exacerbates handling characteristics of the car. So if it's pitching to one side or the other, or if it's maybe lacking in brakes or whatever, then you're going to find that out. The other thing as well is tyres. It's going to have a huge implication on tyre life management for Maciej Malinowski there. So if we don't see any issues here just now, don't count out in 20-25 minutes when we get the final pit stops in, that car really struggling for pace. So again, it's a case of wait and see, but that gap is coming down, and it's coming down very, very quickly indeed. I think that's about maybe 3.9 seconds that they're going to be split up by, certainly well under the 5 seconds, and it is starting to come down quite quickly. In fact, Hubin took 0.7 of a second off of Malinowski that last time round.
Yeah, I'm trying to look on the tracker to see if there was any traffic. I can't see any that the 150 car has just negotiated, so I don't think we can blame traffic for that. That is a genuine pace advantage for the number 9 car, and that's all of a sudden. It looked like it looked as though Malinowski was sort of managing the damage for the first few laps, but now maybe, as you said, it's starting to deteriorate, and they've got to think of Honzik in all of this. If he's already sort of struggling with a handling imbalance with the car, or struggling for confidence in the car, the last thing they want is another handling imbalance created by the by the damage that's been done. So interesting decision that will have to be made here by the 150 team. Incidentally, Jakob Osterman and Karim Mattea have now pitted, and they're back out on track again. So Felix Rupert is now in the 71 car, and we'll see at the end of Sector 1 in a moment or two who's got into the 823. The Nissan is... now, why is the Nissan so far behind the 71? That gap seems to have gone up, actually. They've got James Parker now and Marco Muir between them. So Rupert, the 71 car, has jumped ahead of the 32. That is a change for 5th position. And James Parker, that 383 car, again gaining ground in the pit stops. They pitted a bit earlier than the 823. They've come out 2.5 seconds ahead of them. Yeah,
that is a turn up for the books. I don't know how to break this to you, Andy, very gently, but I want you to have a look at the tracker available at pitwall.live and click on our race leader, Maciej Malinowski. Have a look at him on the map and have a look who is in front of him. That is the number 41 of Igor Ogorodnikov. If there's a car that you do not want in front of you as a race leader, nursing a tiny little bit of damage in the final hour and a half of the race, it's the number 41 SimWare Pro of Igor Ogorodnikov, your reigning champion.
Well, and if there's ever a driver you don't want to be having to lap in this race, it probably is the driver that won the championship last time out, because he's not going to be in the best of moods, let's face it. 19th place and nearly 1 lap down is not what SimWare.pro expected to take out of this race. You know, new car or no new car, they still would have expected to be a lot further up than that. And in fairness, they would have been a lot further up than that had they not had that involvement in the shunt on lap 2. But Ogorodnikov might come over all stubborn when the race leader gets up behind him, and I absolutely agree that could be a pretty pivotal moment in this race. 4.1 seconds now is the gap between Malinowski and Hoban. Hoban is definitely coming for him, isn't he now? He was slightly slower on the previous lap, but the lap before that he was quite a chunk faster than the Yassi car out in front, and so the Audi closing in all the time. He's then got about 8 seconds in hand over Kapoccia in 3rd. Kreutzer is then another 3 seconds back in 4th position, and Felix Rupert, then that's where the big gap comes really, between 4th and 5th is about 22 seconds. So you've got the top 4, all of them now, I would say, David, are in contention as well, because the only thing that the 457 and the 72 needed to get back into this was some sort of drama to befall the 150, and that's exactly what they've got.
Yeah, absolutely, and with less than 20 seconds, less than 15 seconds separating first to fourth, that's absolutely nothing. That is a sneeze, and that position could change. I've got to be honest, my heart is in my mouth right now watching the little blip of Maciej Malinowski right behind that 41, because the gap is coming down and down and down between the 9, and it's visibly closer between the two of them right now. We are on for an absolute stormer of a race, and if you remember, Maciej Malinowski is the slightly faster of the two drivers. Jaroslav Honzik is going to get behind the wheel of that car, possibly take 3 to 4 seconds of a hit for repairs for that car, and is also then going to have to basically nurse that car home right now. But I wouldn't be surprised to see that gap down to, well, it's gone up slightly actually, 4.7 seconds, but here we go. Is Maciej Malinowski going to be able to put a lap down for Igor Ogorodnikov? I think this is going to be, I don't want to say spicy, because I think that underplays it massively. I think it's going to be absolute fireworks right now.
Well, I would have expected if Ogorodnikov was going to get out of the way, that was a bobble, wasn't it, over the curb? If he was going to get out of the way, I think he would have done it by now. He has not done it, so I do agree. There, you can see the gap. There is the Audi in the background. Look at the way that Hoban, he can see his prey now, and that, as a driver, psychologically, is a big win, isn't it? When you can see the car that you're chasing, it just makes it that much easier to find that last little bit of motivation you need to pull the gap down. Again there, Ogorodnikov did not get out of the way down the Kemmel Straight. Is he holding up the race leader, Malinovsky? It's hard to tell, really. I'd say at this part of the lap he probably is. The Porsche definitely looks like it's having to lower its mid-corner speed a bit to avoid running into the back of the McLaren. It's also running in the dirty air, of course. That will be affecting its cornering ability. If he does start to really hemorrhage time here to Hoban behind, at what point does Malinovsky get his elbows out? He's flashing the lights. Now, I'm sure even you wouldn't disagree with this. This is a lapped car that should be getting out of the way. Malinovsky's looking to the inside. He's making mistakes. Ogorodnikov is making life as hard as he can here for the race leader. And I don't think he's making many friends whilst he does it. Well, he's making friends with Nicholas Hoban, but not with Malinovsky.
Normally, anybody else would be complaining and moaning right now, but who's going to tell Ogorodnikov he's got to get out of the way? You're going to go and jump in his voice chat and tell him? I certainly am not right now. The thing is, the other thing as well is that the blue flag ruling is that he can't defend, but he doesn't have to move out of the way. He doesn't have to lift off. And right now, he does there. I mean, yeah, you've got... am I the only one that's slightly disappointed by that? You know, I want to see a little bit harder work, but look, he does it. He moves over. Ogorodnikov lets him through with minimal of fuss. And I've got to be honest, I think that is textbook how you behave as a back marker. And did you ever think we would be talking about Igor Ogorodnikov, our reigning champion, as a back marker?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I cannot believe what we've just seen. As I say, I know they've had problems, which we've documented at great length, but yeah, not an ideal start to the season, especially when you consider just how consistent that team were last time out. They had 5 races in the Endurance Cup in Season 3. They won 3 of them. They had a 2nd place in one of them and a 3rd place in the other. They never finished off the podium. And they're only just in the points in this race, 19th place out of 22 that will score points. So, yeah, that unfortunately puts them on the back foot. It's quite a short season, really, isn't it? Just 5 races. So, really, if you have one complete disaster, I don't see any way back from that, do you?
Absolutely not. That's why this race is so important. And given that we've seen with all the other championships that we've commentated on, Andy, that the... oh my goodness me, that's a little bit close between the 17 and the 166 here of Potomsky and Midvesk. Yeah, this is not good. But yeah, if you get into an issue in round 1, it's almost certain that you're not going to win the championship. You need to have a really, really, you know, a flawless performance to be in with the shout for the championship. And confirmation there, penalty for the 23 car after an incident with the 192. So that is the 23 of GTWR R8G Academy Green and the RLR Abruzzi Esports Gold Team. So yeah, look, it's not the best. I think that they need to knuckle down and get as best a performance as they can. But for the 41, that is possibly a monumental issue for them in this championship. And I've got to say as well, the gap to the lead in 2nd place, 3.4 seconds.
This couldn't be going much worse, really, for the race leaders, but it couldn't be going much better from a neutral perspective, could it? Because we have got a real race on our hands right now, because not only is the 2nd place car lapping quicker than the leader, so are the next 4 cars behind. Felix Rupert just did a 2:17.9. He's the fastest driver on the track at the moment in 5th position. It's a shame that he's another sort of 30 seconds behind the top 4 drivers at the moment, but some real pace being shown by drivers out there for the time being. Got an hour and 25 minutes to go in this race then. No rain on the horizon at the moment. The next half an hour will stay cloudy but dry, and means that really we're not looking likely to get a downpour here. If we do, it will be right in the middle of the final stint, which would be interesting, and certainly not what the teams want to see at that late stage of the race. But at the moment, it looks as though it is going to stay dry, and Maciej Malinovsky has the race lead then by 3.5 seconds over Nicholas Hoban in 2nd, Andrea Capoccia in 3rd, Lucas Kreutzer in 4th, Felix Rupert in 5th position, and it's Marco Muir down to 6th place, having lost a position during that last round of pit stops. James Parker gained one into 7th place, 8th place Alexei Meyer, down to 9th for Julien Hennaut in the Lexus, and then the Nissan of Sai Andra in 10th. So those are the two cars that really lost out in that last round of pit stops, and I don't really know why, especially the Nissan. That car was challenging for a top 5 an hour ago, and now it's just about hanging on to a top 10.
I mean, the past 2 hours, though, it has been consistently going backwards. It was in top 5 for the first 2-3 hours, and then it's just been going from sort of 6th, 7th, 8th, and now all the way down to 10th position. Again, it's just different drivers, different driving styles, and different abilities in terms of pace, and it sounds so much worse than it actually is, but 2/3 of a second per lap can mean the big difference with it all. I just noticed there, Felix Rupert has actually just set the fastest lap of the race, and I said this with about 2 hours to go, 2:17.643 for Felix Rupert in the 71. So given that that's an extra 2 points for the team there, that is a huge turn up.
Yes, and of course the higher up the order he can get that car, although 5th place looks like it's as good as it will get, that's going to be a really, really handy points haul. 17.643, it's about half a tenth quicker than we'd seen earlier on from the 383 car, and that is Marcel Villard in the barriers, arriving at the bus stop, pointing 90 degrees to the wrong direction. What on earth happened there to the team that was second in the Split 2 Championship last season? Now he's not pitting, is over the curb, goes wide again coming out of the final chicane. Front of that Aston Martin looks remarkably intact given the whack that it just gave that concrete wall coming out or towards the chicane. That was a terrifying moment then, not just for Marcel but for the cars around him as well. I mean, how they avoided him I will never know.
Yeah, that was a bit wild there for Marcel Villard, and a bit of a scary moment, but I did see in the chat a Code Brown moment earlier on. I think we need to reuse that comment for that one there, because that was a very, very scary moment indeed. But he gets the car going. Like you say, it looks okay, but we don't know if the car has internal steering damage on it or not. But an hour and 22 minutes left to go in this first race of the brand new Endurance Cup Season 4 here on the SimGrid. And I'm keeping my eye on the timing screens. Last up there for Maciej Malinowski, 2:18.8. Nick Huben, 2:18.2. 0.6 of a second was the difference there. Are the tyres starting to go away from Maciej Malinowski? Is he starting to feel the limit of that Porsche? I think we're about to find out, because Huben has got 2 cars in front of him. This is a replay of what happened to the Aston Martin. I can see a mile off what's happening here. He's too close to the car in front, misjudges the braking there. And yep, there you go, bit of contact, accident that didn't need to happen, Andy, and yeah, it's disappointing to see that.
I'll tell you what though, Paul Swift would have been proud of that, shooting the gap between those two cars whilst completely sideways. I mean, yes, he should never have been in that position in the first place, but at least he styled it out pretty well and managed to get away without too much damage as well, it would seem. You're right though, of course, he's far too close to the 33 car ahead of him, and when that car brakes a little bit earlier than he's expecting, just there, he runs into the back of it, tries to avoid it, loses control of the car. You can't put those sort of steering inputs in during the braking zone and expect to keep the car pointing in the right direction. And sure enough, around he goes. Right, the leader does a 2 minutes 18.8. Nicholas Huben in second place comes across the line now. The gap is 3.6 seconds, so actually went out slightly that time, but there was a little bit of traffic, wasn't there, for Huben to deal with there. Capocci is still sort of lingering in third as well, isn't he? He's doing 2:18.4s, matching Hoban in front of him. That gap at 9.7 seconds right now. Lucas Kreutzer as well. They're all running pretty much the same pace, aren't they? The front runners. The fastest man on the track consistently is Felix Rupert. The slowest of the race leaders, equally consistently, is Malinowski, although he just did a 2:18.3. That's a lot more like it.
It certainly is. Well, we've got a very special guest joining us in the virtual commentary booth. It's team manager for Yas Heat Racing. 2 horses in the race today is, of course, Cam Royal joining us virtually. Cam, firstly, how many nails do you have left on your hands? And secondly, I mean, this is going so well for you right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's the nature of the Endurance Cup, right? I mean, this is what we see every single season, basically. So my nails are very much off, but at the same time, you know, I'm really enjoying the racing that we're seeing. A lot of interesting strategies, a lot of interesting incidents and things happening as well. Obviously, for us, not not ideal with that back marker, and obviously for the 149 getting the drive through at the very start, due to quality stuff, obviously not helpful either. But various strategies coming out there for both cars, and we're just kind of getting sunk in now to the last hour of the race.
Now, obviously, we're watching the lap times for Malinowski like a hawk. Is there any damage that you're aware of on that leading car?
So there's about 5 seconds worth of damage, from what I gather. But in terms of kind of the actual handling of the car, they're just saying it feels a bit weird on the straights, especially. Don't know to what degree that is in terms of time. Maybe it's too hard to say. We're kind of playing it by ear right now, and then I think in about 15 minutes you'll see us kind of make a decision on whether we repair that or not.
And also with the 149 down there in 12th position, they're on a bit of a recovery drive, as you said, after that early incident. What is going to be the goal for them? Because it's looking very likely they could get a top 10 finish out of that.
Yeah, I think top 10 is probably the play for that car. Unfortunately, I mean, we kind of took a gamble, obviously, because we were at the back of the grid after the drive-through. We swapped over to a full wet setup for that car. So they're driving on a completely wet setup. And as such, they're kind of, they're doing brilliantly, given the circumstances. And I think, we'll be shooting for a top 10 on that car for sure.
Awesome stuff. Well, Cam Royal, thank you very much for giving us that insight, and hopefully we'll be talking to you as a team winner for the first race in just a couple of hours' time.
Hope so. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
So there we go, and an upbeat Cam Royal, but one who you get the feeling is a little bit nervous right now.
Yes, understandably, really, let's be honest, because this race, it's been a proper nail-biter, hasn't it? And they probably thought that they had it, not in the bag, but they probably felt reasonably confident, with the 150 car at least, that the race win might just have been theirs, because, Malinowski was doing exactly what he had to do in this stint. He was building the gap up to hand over to Honzik in the final part of the race, and then that one moment, one blink of an eye moment, which actually was nothing to do with Malinowski, really. It was 2 cars ahead of him that he was coming up to lap that had an accident, and it could have cost them the race, because the gap between the top 2 is now under 3 seconds, 2.9 seconds between Malinowski and Hoban first and second, in a stint in which Malinowski was supposed to be building a gap. He is instead now under more pressure than that car has been for quite some time, so understandable that they're a little bit nervous, a little bit frustrated with the way their race has gone. And as we've kind of made the point, they almost wouldn't mind losing the race as much to any other team. The fact that the next 2 cars behind them are GTWR cars is just rubbing salt into the wound, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and Hoban has got traffic in front of him. He's got Igor Ogorondikov as well as the number 11. That is, of course, the Vipperman Racing. They've really not had the best of days today as Vipperman Racing, but they're down in 36th position. Florian Mark in the cockpit of that one just now, as I'm just watching that. It's still not able to get ahead of the 41 just yet is Nick Hoban. So stuck behind that car, and meanwhile Maciej Malinowski now in a bit of clear air, and that gap is going to start extending until Nick Hoban can get past that 41.
Yeah, this will be interesting then, won't it? Because Ogrodnikov, he didn't really do anything particularly wrong when he had the race leader behind him, but look at that, he pulls immediately out of the way of Nicholas Hoban. It's always the way, isn't it? You fight a little bit harder to stay on the lead lap. Once the leader has been and gone, though, you're almost a bit more inclined then to move out of the way of the lapped cars. And Ogrodnikov, as I said, he didn't do anything wrong in particular when he had Malinowski behind him, because, you don't have to move out of the way for the blue flags until the lap ahead car actually tries to make an overtake, if that makes sense. But he certainly made things easier for Hoban, didn't he? What do you make of that?
To be fair, I don't think he did though, Andy, because I was watching on the lap tracker, and it did look like he was a little bit behind Ogrodnikov for about 3/4 of that last lap there. So I think in Ogrodnikov's defence, he gave just as much of a fight for that position as he did to Malinowski. But more importantly, that does release Hoban with at least half an hour left to go in this stint. 3.6 seconds of a gap. I mean, that's just a tissue paper's width for that lead gap. And certainly if I'm Malinowski, I'm starting to sweat now.
Yes, and if I was Jaroslav Honzik, I'd be starting to sweat as well, because I really do think that if he were to come out of the pit lane for that final time with a 3.6 second lead, he might just struggle to keep Jordan Sherratt behind him for the best part of an hour, but we shall see. Never write him off. Jan Batomski here then in the 166 McLaren, defending Bisley. He's got Medvesek still right behind him here in the number 17 Porsche, which looks to try and get a good run over the top at Radion, but actually the McLaren a little bit faster through there, and we know the McLaren is pretty decent in a straight line. In fact, it's very decent in a straight line, really pulling the gap here on the Porsche as they head towards the top of the hill through Les Combes once more. Then we're on the 122nd lap now for the race leaders, who are 2.7 seconds apart at the start of that lap. And this lot, best part of a lap behind them. Then we have, I think I'm still right in saying 17 cars on the lead lap then. Florian Becker in the 111 Lamborghini, the only Lamborghini still on the lead lap then. And actually fairly impressive that for 4 3/4 hours into the race to still have the better part of 20 cars circulating within a lap of the race leader. Helped a little bit by the fact that almost everyone that's ever led this race has had some sort of a drama, but still that shows again the competitive nature of the field, as there we've got Syandra in the Rebel Racing Nissan, unfortunately dropping out of the top 10, or is he? There's going to be contact with the Bentley if he's not careful. That's Marion in the 121 car, which hangs tough around the outside but doesn't actually manage to make the move stick. But Syandra definitely slipping back here, and I think it's a matter of time, isn't it, really, before they drop out of the top 10.
Oh, Andy, Malinowski, last lap there, 2:18.6, last lap for Hubin, 2:18.1, pair of them in clear air now, and the thing for me is that Maciej Malinowski has just got past the number 11 car of Florian Mack, and Mack really not dropping off the way that he should be as the Bentley in the background goes round and Marin into the wall at the top of Eau Rouge and Radion, and is going to get going again, but that car's stuck into the wall. And yeah, that is not the best sort of thing to see, is it?
It's brilliant news, though, if your name's Eamon Murphy, because you've just moved into 11th place as a result of that. So, you know, with every incident, there are winners and losers. No doubt that Mario Marin and Odox Motorsport are the losers in that situation, but Eamon Murphy gets the 149 car into 11th and is now only 8 seconds away from that coveted top 10 position. With still an hour and 12 minutes to go, they may yet gain more places than that. A remarkable recovery drive that's been, but yeah, that was a bit of a weird one, wasn't it, really? It's a strange place to lose the rear of the car in that way. If it was ever going to happen to any car, though, I would say it would happen to the Bentley, because it does have a habit, this car, of being a little bit, you struggle to have a feel for what either end of the car is doing. I mean, partly because at any given time, either end of the car is in a different postcode to the other, and it just makes it that little bit harder, doesn't it, to catch those slides. You're not always aware that it's a little bit sideways until it's too late.
Yeah, it's always a case of around and around and around the corner, isn't it? But yeah, it is what it is. Managed to get away with it without too much of an issue, but Mario Marin, certainly that is going to wake him up with an hour and 10 minutes left to go in the session. I'm just thinking as well into pit stops here for the number 9 RHG esports machine, because am I right in saying Jordan Sherratt still has another stint to do, or is this Nick Hubens to the end here?
No, it should be Sherratt, I think, in for the end.
So yeah, if Sherratt jumps back in against Jaroslav Honzik, yeah, this is going to be a little bit squeaky watching how this one goes on, especially because Malinowski now has about 2 cars in front of him. He's got the 111 just in front of him, and that is, let me just double check who that is just now. That is Florian Becker in the Lamborghini, and the 23, I think, just ahead of him there. I don't know that those cars are going to particularly move out the way very, very quickly for Florian Becker, or sorry, rather for your race leader, but also that means that Nicholas Hubin does get to come up very, very quickly. We've got a yellow flag as the 42 is off at Les Combes, and that is, of course, SimWare.pro, Alexander Novkov, Kirill Sajarov and Igor Mudrazov. And it looks like they've got considerable damage at Les Combes there.
Yes, because the car is still stationary. We might just see it. Oh, there it is. It's has it gone off or pulled off there? It's flush against the barrier, isn't it? And I can't see a huge amount of damage. So has this car had a hardware problem as well? And stopped at the side of the road. They were running in 38th place anyway. Matters little for the overall result, but yeah, yellow flag there. That'll be slightly concerning for the drivers as they make their way through that particular part of the circuit. 2.8 seconds now the gap, so it goes back out again at the front of the field between Malinowski and Hoban in second position. Creeping though, aren't we now, towards this final round of pit stop. There is Nicholas Hoban. Now there is what David was talking about. There's quite a knot of traffic ahead to be dealt with now for both of them. So again, how well will these back markers deal with the leading two coming through? We'll probably get a good view of it on the next shot as they go, or the next shot but one, as they go up the Kemmel Straight, because we get this long view down the straight. There you go, look, so there are two back markers, then the Porsche, then a back marking Bentley, then the Audi. So there are two more back markers here for Malinowski to deal with in the imminent future, and then that might just be it for him actually before the end of his stint. These might be the last two cars he has to overtake, but he may well have Nicholas Hoban on his tail before the end of the stint anyway. I have to say I'm still quite impressed with Malinowski here though, because he could have lost a lot more time than this when you consider the gap was, what, 5 seconds or so when he had the moment, once he'd recovered from the initial time loss obviously. He's only really lost a further 2.5-3 seconds since then, so given the fact the car clearly isn't handling well, that's not a bad effort. He's certainly doing everything within his power, isn't he, to keep that car in contention.
Yeah, he's certainly trying to minimise the impact of that incident earlier on. He's doing a really, really good job of it. But again, it might be out of his hands with these next cars coming up just now, because he's got two cars in front of him. He's got a car behind him as well. This is going to be a replay then of that accident for the Odox Motorsport 121 machine. Again, getting a bit of the curb now. That is a scary, scary moment when you're behind the wheel of that car, because you know it's spinning. There's nothing you can do to stop it, but you are pretty much passenger. Thankfully, a very considerably light touch on the wall at the top of Radion there.
Yeah, so from that second view, it's a bit more obvious what happened. He had a slide through the right-hand element, didn't he? Which then meant that he hit the curb awkwardly on the left at the top of Radion, which I hadn't spotted first time round. So the moment started actually quite a long way before he actually lost control of the car altogether. Open here through the chicane. Now, another one of the Bentleys have been negotiated by Malinowski. He's putting in a good lap here because he's not really going that slowly, even though he's in amongst all of these back markers. Let's see what the times are as they come through. The gap goes out again. Look, 3 seconds. First of the Bentleys gets out of the way of the RHE Sports Audi, though. This is it. 3 seconds between the top two with an hour and 7 minutes to go. One more pit stop remaining for all of these cars. And now then the question becomes, when do they take that pit stop? When can they take that pit stop, of course? Because you've kind of made your bed now, haven't you? Based on when you've been pitting previously, bear in mind that you can't go more than 65 minutes. Do you choose to pit at the first possible opportunity? Do you stick to the strategy you've been running? Technically speaking, we could see drivers pitting in the next 6 3/4 minutes. In the next 1 3/4 minutes, once we get to the 65 minutes to go mark. Might it be an option maybe for Jas Heat to bring the Porsche in, just to get that damage repaired as soon as possible?
It's 6 2/3, isn't it? Because the whole thing is you've got a concern about Jaroslav Honzig and the pace compared to his other teammates. So you might argue you want to leave him in for as little time as possible, given that even with a battered car, Maciek Malinowski's still lapping probably about 2-3 tenths a second faster than his teammate. And I hate saying that about Jaroslav because he is not a slow coach, but he's obviously just taking a little bit longer time to get used to the Porsche. And look, some combos, drivers don't like. Some, Porsches and Spa might be the kryptonite for Jaroslav. But back to your point about strategy, personally, if it's me, I'd leave Malinowski in as long as physically possible in his stint, and then do Honzig as little time as possible, so he's also got a lighter car as well that takes him through the race and is able to consolidate that gap at the front.
I agree with you 100%. I think that's absolutely the thing to do. It's the only thing they can do now, really. But then the other big decision they have to make is whether or not they repair the damage. We sort of touched on this half an hour ago, or 20 minutes ago when it happened, but the time loss in the pit lane, you have to try and figure it out, and it's so hard because you don't know until you actually get into that situation. But is Jaroslav Honzig likely to lose 4 or 5 seconds through driving a damaged car, or is he better off losing that time in the pit lane and then having a healthy car to take to the finish of the race? I honestly don't know what the right call is. The simple fact is that if they choose to fix the damage in the pit lane, though, that car is going to come out in second place. If they send him back out there with a damaged car, he will at least have track position. Now, he'll have to defend for an awfully long time, but at least he's got the track position to start with. I really don't know. It's such a 50-50 decision that they'll be chatting away with Yaroslav, with the rest of the team now to try and make that decision, I'm sure. Here comes James Parker, meanwhile, about to take 6th place away from Marco Muir. That is a brilliant drive, this, from the 383 car. They've really played the strategy game perfectly. Remarkably, they're into the top 6. Fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic job there for James Parker, getting himself up to the 6th position with that textbook move there on Marco Muir. Also noticing that Eamon Murphy just on the cusp of getting into the top 10, just 3 seconds behind the Nissan GTR. Going back to your point though about Maciej Malinowski and hand the car over to Jaroslav Honzik, in terms of damage, I think they have to 100% fix that car, because if Jaroslav didn't have confidence in the car when it was working like 100%, then how much slower is he going to be when the car's just feeling that little bit off? Not enough to affect it in the straight line, but enough for it to remind you, yeah, I'm not feeling too good. And that is enough to really make a driver think a little bit more cautiously. And if it comes to it, second place is still better than finishing outside the top 10, which could very well happen given that we've still got 10 cars within 70 seconds. So if anything bad was to happen to Malinowski or to Jaroslav Honzik, I think they'd be kicking themselves far more if they didn't consolidate a result rather than focusing on the win.
The one bit of good news that I can give Honzik and the Ass Heat team is that I think second place should be theirs, barring an absolute disaster here, regardless of what they do, whether they decide to fix the damage or not. If they accept the race win might go begging here, they at least have an extra 10, nearly 11 seconds in hand over the third place car. At the moment, it's in the hands of Andrea Capoccia, but we know that Alex Tarato will take over that 457 car for the final stint. He has to. He's the last driver that hasn't yet done a second stint. And we know he's the slowest of the 3 drivers in that team. So, in theory, regardless what Yasheet decide to do, they shouldn't come under threat from the second of the GTWR Audis at the front of the field. So, I don't know, I really would be leaning towards not fixing the car. Just try and hang on to the track position, and then if he ends up losing the lead on track, at least they put up a fight for it, safe in the knowledge that they shouldn't then lose any more places. If he loses the lead to the number 9 car, they can tell Yaroslav, okay, let's just settle for second, bring the car home. You don't have to overdrive it, because the car behind you isn't going to be quick enough to catch you anyway. It's an interesting one, isn't it?
It really is, and crucially, Nick Houben has gotten past the 111 Lamborghini that was in front of him just now, so he's got a good toe off of that car down the Kemmel Straight there, so he's going to have a bit of a boost on this lap time round. That gap came down, now it says here 2 seconds, on my timing screen it's saying 1.5, so I've got, I'm out by about probably half a second here, but even so, if that's 2 seconds, there we go, there's Nick Houben just behind in that number 9 Audi. I don't think it's going to matter whether they fix that damage or not if we've got another 15 minutes of this, because that last lap round, now bear in mind, Maciej Malinowski was in clear air, he has nobody in front of him, did a 2:19.0. Houben had the 111 in front of him and still did a 2:18.4, so I just don't see this happening where there's any outcome where Houben doesn't take this position in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, you might be right. And to be fair though, I think the pit stop might come first, because the 150 car has, mind you, I said they did a slightly longer stint. Let me just scan back through my notes. Yeah, so their last pit stop came about 2 minutes past the hour, I think, 2 or 3 minutes past the hour. So realistically, they could go another 5 minutes, I think. They will likely not go the full 5 minutes. Well, no, they might do, actually, to keep Malinowski in the car. So let's say, for argument's sake, they do another 5 minutes. Is Houben really going to get there in the next 5 minutes? He could do if the gap continues to come down the way that it is. We are getting a few others coming in now for their final pit stop. You can see a lot of those running at the back of the pack are in. We've also got Jan Batomski in the 166 McLaren, which was running in 15th place at the time that it bailed for the pit lane. So we are now starting. We're in the window. We can get to the end from here without exceeding the maximum stint time of 65 minutes. And so we are now starting to see the final few rolls of the dice. The sector time's looking good for Nicholas Hoban at the front of the field. 2 tenths faster than Malinowski in the first sector on this lap, as he continues now to apply the pressure.
And Malinowski has now had a backmarker come directly out in front of him. Didn't have any choice, obviously, because of the way that the pit lane exit goes, but that was the number 100 that comes out of the pit lane. That's Marcel Villers, who adds to the woes then of the number 9, who's now got the 100 and the 11 to get past just now. If it was me, if I'm honest, if I'm Nick Hoban, I'm pitting right now. I'm going to try and take the undercut, because I've got 2 cars in front of me that are either going to hold me up or maybe keep me back a little bit, and then just sort of try and do it on the undercut there. There's an hour left to go. He could easily make this work, but what a scintillating finish we have for this final hour.
We're sort of giving this to the number 9 team, but they've still got a lot of work to do here. Even assuming they can get the lead away from Yasheed, they've then got to hang on to it. I don't think anyone has managed to hang on to the lead for more than an hour without something really dramatic happening to them. So they've got to dodge quite a few bullets still, have Yasheed, to bring this one home. They are not guaranteed the race victory just yet, that is for sure. Konstantinos Kontagianis here in the number 34 Bentley, meanwhile, goes through. There is Eamon Murphy, and there is Eamon Murphy into the top 10. Goes around the outside of Syandra in the Nissan GTR, which is now officially out of the top 10 as a result of that. Then it fended off the advances of the 121 Bentley before it spun, but it couldn't fend off Eamon Murphy, who, wet setup or not, has managed to get that car into the top 10. Now he's 14.3 seconds behind the Lexus number 7 ahead, but he's capable of lapping about half a second a lap faster. So in theory, that might not be the last position that car makes.
That could very well be come from that one, but it's goodbye to the GTR. Farewell, we hardly knew you outside of the top 10. So the dream looks to be dashed with that one. Just looking at the gap, still about 2 seconds between first and second place there. Both Malinowski and Nick Hoban doing a 2:19.1. And Nick does have the benefit of having, I think, 2 cars to get a toe off of on the Kemmel straight here. He'll be looking to try and get the back of that one, but Andy, I'm just absolutely on tenterhooks with this.
You and me both. This is properly nerve-wracking stuff, isn't it? The race ain't over yet, that is for sure. And we said right from the start it would keep us guessing down towards the very end, but we kind of always say that, and sometimes it's true, but sometimes the race doesn't quite pan out that way. This one absolutely has, though. It's been a real barnstormer, and I'm hoping is a sign of what is still to come over the remaining 4 races of the season. Remember, we will be back in action on the 6th of November in about a month's time for our next round, the 6 hours of Monza. All of the races this season in the SimGrid Endurance Cup running to the full 6-hour duration. So lots more racing to come this season. Still, though, a lot of racing to go here. You can get tricked sometimes, can't you, in an endurance race? You tick over into that final hour of the race, and your brain kind of goes, okay, we're in the home stretch now. It's just a sprint to the finish. A lot can still happen in 56.5 minutes, can't it? They've got a long way to go. They've got still another 20 odd laps to complete of this 7-kilometre Spa-Francorchamps circuit, and still could be a bit of a sting in the tail of this one, regardless who it is that ends up in the race lead after this final round of pit stops.
The thing is that for anybody thinking that the final hour of the race is a done deal, you feel like you want to patronisingly put your hand through their hair and go, oh, because they're so naive. They've obviously never seen what happens in a SimGrid final hour of any kind of endurance race, because normally we're about 15 minutes away from something happening that we don't see happening at all, completely turns the race on its head, like somehow Malinowski and Nick Hoban come together, and something absolutely bizarre and nuts. So that always happens. So you've got that to look forward to. But yeah, 55 minutes left to go. You can't switch off. This is ultimately the most important hour of the race, because this is what everything has been leading towards. It's not like you do your 5 out of 6 hours and go, right, we can just coast home, lads, we're fine here. No, this is the time. This is when you put your fastest drivers in. This is when you fight. And the 150 into pit lane then. So Masek Malinowski is trying to do the undercut and your race leader still out. And more importantly, what has happened actually excuse me, sorry, I got it completely mixed up. Masek Malinowski goes into the pits. It's Nick Hubin that stays out, but he's still got lap traffic in front of him. This could be a huge turn up for the books for Masek Malinowski. I think it had to be Nick Hubin that had to pit to have any advantage on this.
Yes, this was when we expected the 150 in though, because remember it's been pitting on the same lap as the 72 pretty much all race, certainly for the last 2 or 3 pit stops, so they have run to the very end of their stint limit. They will stick Jaroslav Honzik in for what will be probably the final 54 minutes by the time he gets back out on track. Hoban though should be in soon. I don't think they've been going much longer, maybe only a lap or so, and honestly I would react to that anyway now and get in, get some fresh tyres, get a fresh driver into the car. We expect it to be Jordan Sherratt that will get into the number 9 Audi R8 LMS Evo for the final stint, and then we shall see what the gap is and also try and find out for you what the Yas Heat team are doing about that damage. Are they going to fix it? Are they going to send Jaroslav Honzik out with a slightly wounded car in a desperate effort to try and hang on to the track position? That is going to be the key. There are lots of things the teams can do here to try and get track position. There it goes, out to the pit lane just as these two go past. So Jaroslav Honzik is back into the race. He will appear hopefully just at the back of the shot. Wait. There he is. The grey Porsche, the 150 car, back out into the race. Rejoins in 10th place, but of course we know that this car will still be either first or second. We do not think that they executed the repairs though, David. The pit stop was about the same length as all of the others had been. So that was the decision. They are desperately going to try and hang on to the track position, and that tells me that they're not interested in finishing second. They want to win the race if they can.
Well, Hubin hasn't pitted, so Hubin stays out for another lap here, obviously feeling like he can get some extra pace out of this, so I think he'll pit at the end of the next lap is what we're hearing from our production team. But at the moment, he's behind the 100 and the 193, I think it is, just now. The 383, excuse me. I just don't know. I think that he had the opportunity. There was a gap there. But I also hear that it was a bad stop for the 150. The car didn't start on time. So, yeah, that's we'll keep an eye on that one.
Okay, well that's doubly frustrating. They've lost time. That's frustration number one. Secondly, they might as well have fixed the damage. If it was going to be a slow stop, they've ended up spending just the same amount of time in the pit lane, but they didn't fix the damage. So that is definitely going to be interesting. They only had a second and a half or 2 seconds or so to play with, didn't they? That was the kind of cushion they had over the number 9 car, which we expect to be in the next couple of minutes. They might get one more lap out of this stint. Looks like they are going to run right to the sort of end of their stint window, basically running the same length stints each time. They're not going to get tempted into changing their strategy here just because of what the 150 car is doing. They're going to try and stick to their plan. Igor Ogorodnikov is in as well, by the way, for Simware.pro, the number 41 car, making its final pit stop of the day. But quite a lot of them are stretching this as long as they can go. If they can put even 1 or 2 seconds worth less of fuel in at this final stop, worth doing, isn't it, to try and save yourself a bit of time? This is what the whole strategy game has been sort of building up to, trying to make this final pit stop as short as you possibly can.
It really, really is, and it's like a jigsaw. It's putting these last couple of pieces in together. That's when you have to be the most careful to not do any more damage than you already have done. It's just, I mean, this is the point now where everything that we've said over the past 5 hours goes out the window. Everything that we've predicted, everything that we've thought goes out the window, and we have to just call it now as we see it, as this is going to be the final lap then for Nick Hubin on his current stint. It was a 2:18.5 that last lap round for Nick Hubin. Meanwhile, for Jaroslav Honzik, he's still not completed his first lap out of the... well, he should have done by now, so we'll keep an eye on that, because he's got to do 2 laps before it actually shows up on the time screen in terms of pace. But yeah, this is now probably the most important 5-10 minutes of the entire race.
It really is, because the the Yas Heat team, they put all of their eggs in one basket. They are trying to hold on to that track position. If they can't, then it was all for nothing, and they may as well have prepared the car, really. Alexei Meyer is in for the funny Formula Wombats. There is the Porsche that has been leading most of the second half of the race, really. It's been I would imagine it's led more laps than anybody else so far. Certainly it's been an ever-present at the front of the field. I don't think they've ever dropped any further down than fourth, apart from during pit cycles and whatnot. And this car that had such a strong opening part of the race, battling away with Giorgio Simonini for the race lead when it was Michael Tauscher in the car, but then the button box disconnecting for Michael on the 18th lap of the race. Getting towards the end of his opening stint, the car stopped on track on the run up towards Blanchimont. He lost probably somewhere in the region of 8 or 9 seconds. That was all. It wasn't a massive time loss. They fought their way back. They got into the race lead as others around them started to have difficulties, and it really looked like they had this in the bag. But then that moment with the back markers, moment is putting it lightly, really, that terrifying moment as they came across 2 crashing back markers through Blanchimont, it put the 150 car of Maciej Malinowski into the barriers. And from there on, the car has never been as strong as it was beforehand. Waiting then for the final piece of the jigsaw to fall into place. And I think Nicholas Hoban is heading through Blanchimont now, on his way, we think, to the pit lane.
That's exactly what it looks like just now, with just 49 minutes left to go in the race. We're currently watching Boris Desprez for the Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine on the back end of the 164 Aston Martin. That is, of course, Michael Romagnoli in the behind the wheel of that one. That is the GTWR RHG Academy Red. Now, hang on, I'm trying to get my head around it. He's staying out again. Hoban is having another lap.
Yeah, okay. I must confess, I didn't make a note of when they made their last pit stop, and I was going to, and then something happens, but we've still got time. Okay, that's good. I can't remember when they pitted for their last stop. They've obviously got a little bit more time left then, so yeah, okay, they've been going just over the hour mark, I think, for the last couple of pit stops, so they've probably got another lap or so in it then. See, I knew that I'd forget to make a note of something important, but I think something crazy happened at that point when they pitted on the last time. They are, though, lapping quicker than Jaroslav Honzik, aren't they? Only slightly, by a couple of tenths of a second, but David, that's all they might need. They were only a couple of seconds behind.
They were about 2 seconds behind that car, that's 150, when we went into the pit stop window. And to be honest, I just don't see it. I can't see how the 150 holds on to this. If they come out, it is going to be the most outrageous battle over the next half an hour that you have ever seen before. So yeah, it's really actually blooming exciting, given that we've got 47 minutes left to go in the race. I am literally, figuratively and every other way on the edge of my seat right now.
Yeah, same here. This is absolutely brilliant. This race has delivered, and then some, based on my expectations before we got underway. There is a battle. Well, it wasn't actually a battle. That was Boris Desprez going through past a back mark. He's 9/10 of a second behind the Romagnoli Aston Martin, which is now the next car ahead of it. But the next car behind this group is the 150. Here it comes down through Eau Rouge and Radion. So again, they're now having to deal with a bit of traffic here. Jaroslav Honzik is up into 8th place, as a couple of others have now made pit stops. Interestingly, 15.7 seconds ahead of Samir Ibrahimi, who is about 3/10 quicker. Samir is into the 217s, a 217.9 there on what was pretty much his first flying lap of the stint. So Ibrahimi, could he even pose a threat maybe to the Porsche ahead, the Yas Heat car of Jaroslav Honzik? Depends how much time Jaroslav's going to lose here. 46.5 minutes to go is not a sprint to the finish, and he's still got to deal with the back markers. The 121 car, which was in the wall not long ago, just about steps out of the way at the last second, going through Brussels. Now down through Speaker's Corner as the leader is in. Nicholas Hoban then is in. He pits with 46.5 minutes to go. This is it, David. In half a lap, we will know who's going to have the lead going into the final stint. If it's Honzik, then he's still got a chance. You have to say, though, if it is going to be the number 9 car of Jordan Sherritt that emerges in front, that surely has to put them one hand on the race winner's trophy.
Less fuel as well for Nick Hoban in this final stint, but the other bit of context that should we need to remember, thanks to Cameron on YouTube chat for this one, remember that Jaroslav Honzik is on 3 track warning limits already. He has to drive within his limits. Otherwise, he could find that not only does he lose that first place, but surely that could put him in contention, maybe not within realm, but within contention of losing that second place as well.
Is absolutely true. They've got to be careful. As hard as they'd like to fight this, they might just have to play second best. They're coming into the chicane now, but the number 9 car, you can see on the tracker, is pitting right down at the end of the old pit lane, so we've got a little way to go yet. Another 15-20 seconds or so before those 2 cars will be together. This battle continuing here for 27th place. That's the 171 and the 54 Bentleys nose to tail. 150 car is at La Source. It's about to accelerate down towards Eau Rouge. Who is going to come out in front? Will it be Jordan Sherritt in the number 9 car or Jaroslav Honzik in the 150? Watching the tracker, the 9 car is on the move. I think it might just do this. It's going to be mighty close, but there, up over the top of the hill comes the Audi. It's got to get up to speed yet, though. Honzik's going to be carrying a lot more speed over the crest of the hill. The Audi comes out in front, but the Porsche has the momentum. There they are, as close as you like it, less than a second between them, but it is going to be the number 9 Audi then that get the lead of the race in the final round of pit stops by less than a second. Now, has Honzik got anything left in the tank in that wounded car, a car that he's not been happy in all day, really? And he throw one last challenge at Dennis Schoeniger. It is that got into the number 9 car, my mistake, so they put Schoeniger in. Must have had just about enough time left in his maximum driver time. Can Honzik get him? This is going to be such a crucial few laps.
Oh my goodness me, you wanted drama, you wanted excitement. Well, here you go. Jaroslav Honzik in the 150 Yas Heat machine. Richard Mill trying to make his way down. The other thing that he's got on his side is the fact that he's got 2 lapped cars ahead of him just now. So Jaroslav looking cool, calm and collected, getting all the info that he needs to do. Remember that Audi on cold tyres as well, or colder tyres, trying to get them up to speed in the safest possible way. But yeah, 43 minutes left to go, and look at that, Jaroslav right on the back here. We are in for an absolute cracker of a finish here, Andy.
I don't know how he's doing it, but he's quicker than Schoeniger on this lap, isn't he? I think Dennis just struggling on low pressures. He's got this traffic ahead of him as well, which is not yet moving out of the way. Up the hill we go then. The Audi hanging on, but the Porsche we know has been really strong in a straight line, and Honzik surely has to go for this now at the first possible opportunity. Is he going to be close enough into the chicane? The answer, I fear, is going to be no, but is that Bentley going to get out of the way of Dennis Schoeniger? I think the answer might be the same. Schoeniger goes for it up the inside. Honzik tries to follow him through, but can't quite do it, and the 133 car of Desprez is trying his best to get out of the way, but he couldn't just disappear, and that has definitely cost the Porsche time.
Oh my goodness me, this is just so frustrating there, and the 17 car then out of the way. So let's see how this is going to happen here. If the 164 makes it difficult for the 150, I'm not going to like that, because that is obviously, you know, relative teams coming into it. It's, yeah, Andy, this is crazy how this has all come out.
Yeah, so that 164 of Romagnoli, that is another GTWR associated car. It's the Aston Martin they're just about to lap. Well, the leader has lapped it because Romagnoli pulled straight out of the way of Dennis Schoeniger as they came out of La Source. What is he going to do when Jaroslav Honzik arrives on his tail? I think, though, that now that Schoeniger's got himself up to speed, he's starting to look a bit stronger anyway, so I suspect that might have been the one chance that Honzik had was going through the chicane. But, yeah, Jaroslav, fair play to him on that outlap for Schoeniger. He did look almost strong enough to really take the fight to the Audi, but now the gap is creeping up to 1.6 seconds. They've got this back marker still between them, which is not moving straight out of the way for Jaroslav Honzik. Not that he has to right now, because Jaroslav isn't exactly right on his tail. But I think maybe now the realisation just starting to dawn on Yas Heat that it's going to be second place again. And when you look at this team's performance last season, in Season 3, of the 5 races, they finished second 3 times. The first 3 races of last season, the Yas Heat 149 squad, as they were back then, finished second place in all of them. Then they had a DNF at Paul Ricard and a 4th at Misano. They appear, David, to be forever cursed to be the bridesmaids and never the brides.
Yeah, it's disappointing to see. It really, really is. But it is what it is. This is the way that the cookie crumbles. I'm just watching that 17. The 17th place car in front, the 164. It might not be breaking any rules. It might not be. Well, there we go. Actually, it moves out of the way. That's absolutely fine. No issue there whatsoever. So yeah, I'm really happy to see that with the 164. Although it's getting a little bit tight on the outside. That was a little bit scary. But yeah, like it looks for me, it looks like it's done. It's dusted, and a very, very good performance there for them. You've got to say, I mean, they'll be very, very happy with that one.
Well, there you go, everyone. Thank you for joining us here on the SimGrid. You may as well all go to bed now, because this race is done and dusted, apparently. Dennis Schoeniger's going to disappear off into the sunset, quite literally now, as it's 9:30 at night, and win this race at a canter. I suspect it's not going to be quite that easy. He's still got to have his wits about him, hasn't he, to bring this one home. But what a performance it's been so far, touch wood, for the number 9 squad. It looked like they were out of it about an hour or so ago, but that one moment changed the course of their race. It wasn't even a moment that happened to them. It was a moment that happened to their rivals when they tangled with those back markers, and it has not only put them back in contention, but it's now put them 2.5 seconds ahead with a better car, a car that's in one piece, a driver that clearly is in the groove, and Dennis Schoeniger is looking really, really strong. He still, by the way, doesn't lead the race. He does, though, have the fastest lap of the race. I just glanced over at the timing screen. A 2:17.598 is a new fastest lap. So not only, David, are they leading the race, although they're not yet, they're third, but the two ahead of them owe us a pit stop, but they also have the fastest lap. Maximum points at the moment would be going the way of car number 9.
Maximum points and maximum attack, you've got to say. I'm going to make an outlandish prediction here. I think Jaroslav Hontik's going to finish outside the top 5, and I'll tell you why. I think he's going to struggle to keep the pace of that car on. I think he's going to accidentally get that final track cut. He's going to get a drive-through for it, and that, I think, is going to take him outside the top 5. None of which I want to see, and I hope he doesn't, and I hope he keeps himself in second place, but I just have that horrible gut feeling that is what's about to unfold.
Well, he'll thank you for saying that, I'm sure, but you're right in your train of thought there, because that car is going to be harder to drive now, and we know they can't really afford one more mistake, can they, as far as track limits are concerned. So we shall watch it. We shall notify you as soon as we hear anything on that. We'll get the drive-through message will come up straight away on the timing tower, should that happen. The other battle that certainly is not done and dusted is going to be the one between Simonini and Ibrahimi for what will be third place. Simonini has just come out of the pit lane, except that we don't think that will be Simonini now, or do we? Has he stayed in the, or got back into the 157 car? There is Ibrahimi then into fourth place now, because Rupert and Andra have both just pitted. So we've got the 71 and the 8T3, the last two pieces of the jigsaw to fall into place. They're going to fall towards the back, if not out of the top 10, having made this final pit stop, although we know this should be a shorter pit stop for them. But yeah, that is Giorgio Simonini then, back into the 457. So that's a bit of a game changer, David, because we were expecting Alex Torato to have to get into that car, but some of these teams have really played their strategy well, and they've managed to make this final stint short enough that they can give one of their drivers a third stint in the race. Remember, the maximum driver time doesn't allow for that. You can't do 3 full stints, but you can do like 2.5 or 2 3/4. So they played that well, GTWR RHG, to get Simonini back in for the final stint, and he's less than 2 seconds off the podium.
Well, that's it. Again, all 3 drivers have to compete, and I think the maximum stint time is literally that. The maximum stint time is 65 minutes. You can then either reset the timer or go and get another driver in. But for sure, I mean, that's great to see Simonini back behind the wheel, and you wouldn't put it out the realms of possibility for this to be 2 Audis in the podium.
And that would be quite the start, wouldn't it, for that team, the GTWR team then, who are really looking very strong, it must be said, at this stage of the race. At the moment, 3 different teams occupy the top 3 positions. We've got a GTWR Audi leading, a Yasheet Porsche in second, and then a Renvelten Porsche in third position. But Simonini looking to try and make this an ideal start, pretty much, to the season for the GTWR affiliated teams by getting both of their Audis, or 2 of their Audis, into the top 3 positions. The other one, the 32, though, that's kind of faded, hasn't it, over the last stint and a half or so. Marco Miura in the 32, that car at one point was rounding out the top 5, wasn't it? And making it an all-German top 5, but all 3 of those Aston Martins now, 71, 383 and 56, have managed to find a way ahead of Miura. And actually Miura is less than 2 seconds now ahead of Hinault in the number 7 Lexus. So that car falling back, but the Lexus, ironically, coming back into this.
They really are, and I hate to do this, but I'm about to pop someone's balloon on YouTube because they were thinking that the number 9 is about to get a penalty because they've only used 2 drivers, but unfortunately Schoeninger and Sherritt and their first driver as well, Nick Hubin, have done stints, so 3 drivers have been in the car, so unfortunately that is them. They are legal and they have done all of the driver changes as well. So poor George is going to have to find something else to get Yaroslav back up into the lead of this race. And I've got to say, I mean, that last lap round, about 0.8 of a second that Dennis Schoeninger is faster than almost everyone on the circuit. So incredible performance, but this is a very intriguing battle right now with 35 minutes left to go. Giorgio Cimarini for GTWR R8G Academy on the tail of the number 72 Rennfeldt Esports Blue Machine of Samir Ibrahimi. And could it be 2 GTWR cars on the podium? That could be a very well. I guess it wouldn't, because it is the number 9 actually a GTWR car, Andy, or is it just affiliated with them?
Well, it's an R8G car, an R8G esports car, so it's one of, I believe that falls under the umbrella as one of these 6 sort of GTWR affiliated cars on the grid. So, yeah, strictly speaking, an R8G rather than a GTWR R8G, but, you know, potato and all that, it's pretty much the same thing, really. Certainly, I think Giorgio will celebrate that as a win for the team, and he will be keen to try and get 2 of these Audis onto the podium, as you said. We haven't really said enough, though, I don't think, about the Rennfeldt squad. I feel like of all the cars that are running inside the top 10, it's the one we've mentioned the least. And that might actually be a good thing, because it's not really... I'm scanning through my notes, I'm racking my brain, and I can't think of anything that they've done wrong. I can't think of any incidents that have been involved in, any penalties they've had. They've just solidly driven around in circles for 5.5 hours, not hit anything, and they're fighting for a podium now. I mean, it's not the most exciting way to do it. It's not the way to do it that will get you the most screen time, maybe, on the broadcast, but very effective, clearly. And if that car can hang on to a 3rd place, it would be very, very well-deserved.
Yeah, and I mean, it just shows you, though, how this race goes all the way down to the wire, Andy, because, I mean, you look at the 121 Odox Motorsport machine that we saw on the wall about half an hour ago of Alberto Garcia, fastest lap of the race, gone purple, 2:17.4, so, yeah, it's absolutely stunning times. And also seeing the number 71, so I wonder if the Aston Martins in this late stage of the race, Andy, where the track is cooling, maybe the Aston Martins are starting to come to life, because Oosterman on the verge, he did his personal best that last time round, but this track is getting faster and faster.
I remember about halfway through the last stint, I said that the 5th place car of Osterman was about 30 seconds behind the 4th place car. Well, he ain't anymore, is he? It's about 26 seconds or so, 27 seconds, sorry, no, can't count, 17 seconds or so that he is behind the top 4. So they've really carved into that advantage, and it's no wonder we're getting green and purple sectors everywhere you look, and an awful lot of them are Aston Martins, I have to say. So new fastest lap, as you said, for Garcia, 2:17.436. The Bentley now looking quick. It does seem, doesn't it, like the front engine cars in general are liking these cooler conditions. I'm not a mechanic, I couldn't tell you why that is, but they certainly look to be a bit more at home now, don't they?
They absolutely do, and it's just so enthralling to see. What I'm actually thinking, right, Dennis Schoeninger is going. We just had it put in chat from our production crew, about 2 minutes away from his limit. Now, I wonder if that also depends on when the flag falls and when the time falls, if that has any relevance to it. Because remember, 2:18 for a lap here. If he has to do an extra lap, could you imagine the heartbreak to see that coming dangerously close.
Oh, now, this came up in a British GT race at Silverstone a year or so ago, and I cannot remember what the rule was. I think the time ends when the time ends, if that makes sense. So when the clock is at 0, I think that's it. You can do another lap, I think. But someone, I'm padding here in the hope that Michael Hamlet's going to come in with that little nugget of information that we're waiting for and just confirm me right. But I do think that as long as the the driver time hasn't run out when the clock runs out, I think they're okay. Do not quote me on that. I have slept since that British GT race at Silverstone, and I can't remember exactly what the ruling is, but I would imagine it would be a similar rule here in the SimGrid Endurance Cup, although Michael Hamlet is now disagreeing with me and saying that it will continue running until the moment the car takes the checkered flag. So we'll wait and see. How's that for an answer, David?
That's good enough for me, my friend, because I don't have a clue on that one, but all I know is it's some extra spicy peppers to add in to the final half hour of this first round Endurance Cup Season 4. Andy, I've just had the best afternoon. It was a chaotic start. It was a thrilling midway point of the race, but this final hour, I mean, if we were struggling to get through the final 3 hours, this final hour, I'm absolutely wired to the moon right now.
Do you know what? I love endurance racing, and I cover a lot of it, both GT cars and other series as well here in the UK. And there's always something happening at the end of a 3 or a 4 or even a 6 hour race such as this one. There's not normally this much going on, though. This is particularly exciting, and yeah, you're right. It's almost more rewarding when you get to the end of a 6 hour race and it's still really exciting than the end of a 1 hour race, because you kind of expect it to be close after an hour. After 6 hours, though, you would expect things to have petered out a little bit, but that 100% is not the case here. This theory about the Aston Martins liking the cool conditions continues to look strong, by the way, because Jakob Osterman has done another fastest lap now, 2:17.289. We're creeping down towards a 2:16 now, which, given the fact they're still carrying a decent amount of fuel and are on tyres that, for the most part, have done quite a number of laps, although the 71 car, remember, was one of our later pitters, so they are on fresher tyres than a lot of the cars around them, but that is still going. A 2:17.289 then now takes the fastest lap away, and in Season 4 of the Endurance Cup, that is even more significant than normal, because it means that they will score a bonus 2 championship points if they can keep that to the end of the race. Eric Neath here in the 995 Lexus. They've rebounded quite well, actually, to get back into the points. They ran inside the top half dozen within the first half an hour or so before a couple of incidents saw them drop back. The number 100 of Andre Michel there, we saw them have their huge moment at the chicane about half an hour or so ago, and Eric Neath for the Renvelton Professionals will slip through on the inside and gain himself 1 extra place, and with it 1 extra championship point.
And at the end of the season, Andy, what do points make? Championship winners, really, you've got to say. But yeah, 27 minutes left to go. It's still Dennis Schoeninger for the number 9 R8 GAE Esports Academy car of Dennis Schoeninger, Jordan Sherritt and Nicholas Houben. Slightly fortunate in the way that they've inherited the lead on this one. They've very much had to work for it, but it's a case of what if, isn't it? You know, a lot of questions are going to be asked, and what the heck do the Gas Heat team have to do to actually win a race? I don't understand. It's just, yeah, I really, really don't understand. But yeah, Andy, 27 minutes left to go. Do you see anything troubling Dennis Schoeninger?
No, sorry, I've just been distracted by a very, very funny comment.
I saw that, yeah, I saw the same comment as well, and it's always nice to see. But while you contemplate that one, Michel Perella, side by side on the exit of Eurasian Radion, down the Kemmel Straight there, looks to try and get the move done on 25th place of the 171, moves it to the inside. Thank you very much. That's going to be clean, clear, proper, done, dusted. This is actually a 4-car battle for 25th position. So Perella, Iadicola, Bike and Manor Girardis all duking it out here. And again, it comes down to that thing that we were saying earlier on. How awesome is it that, 26 minutes left to go, Andy, and you've got a 4-car battle split up by a second?
Yeah, it's incredibly tight, isn't it, here, wherever you look. And again, this is not for the race win, it's not even for 8 points, but still there's pride at stake, if nothing else here, really, to try and better your result here in the season opener. And Pirella doing well to hang on to that position. Right, I promise I'll listen to you this time, David. What was it you were asking me a moment or two ago? I was distracted by that comment. I was sure it was a really important question.
You've forgotten, I think it was basically, do you see anything happening to Dennis Schoeninger right now, given that gap is already 7.4 seconds, apart from a champagne shower?
Well, yes, because it now looks like we're not going to get a rain shower, which was kind of the only other thing you'd expect to maybe hamper him. However, we didn't really think anything was going to go wrong for the Yas Heat 150 team, and then it all did. So, no, I think they are looking good, though, aren't they? They look very, very strong where they are. Third place is close, though, isn't it? That is almost nose to tail now between Ibrahimi and Simonini. So that is perhaps where we need to direct our attention then very shortly. That is definitely a position that could change, isn't it? The Audi versus the Porsche. There they are, nose to tail, making their way through the pith path. Behind them is Jakob Osterman, still putting in fastest laps. 17.124 is now the lap time for him. And then the next car behind him is this astonishing 383 car, David. Darren King at the wheel. They've played the strategy game better than any other team out there. They started 25th position. They're 6th now with 25 minutes to go. That is absolutely incredible.
It's one of the standout stories of the day to see that team up there with Darren King, Jan-Willem van Ommen and James Parker there. Meanwhile, back to this battle with Giorgio Simonini. If Darren King can I think he might get into the top 5.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're absolutely right with that. And, well, this battle could yet boil over, couldn't it? I believe Simonini just had a bit of a wild lunge at the chicane and nearly went for a closing gap, bailed out of it just about. Okay, 5-second time penalty for car 747. This is one I haven't seen before. 747 is the Le Mans Rennsport Bentley for ignoring blue flag. So it's a fine line, that, isn't it, with the blue flag rules. As we've said, you don't have to jump out of the way at the first opportunity, but if you are seen to directly impede the car that is lapping you, i.e. if they try to pass you and you shut the door, or you run side by side with them, or you block them or squeeze them or something, then you will get in trouble. And apparently that car ran side by side with the car that was lapping it through, of all corners, Eau Rouge and Raidillon. That was pretty silly to do, really. And yeah, understandably, the penalty goes the way of the car being lapped.
I can't see anything wrong with that. Going side by side with a car that's lapping you, potentially in for a points paying position through Eau Rouge, one of the most dangerous corners on the circuit. It's fine. It's absolutely, no, like, joking aside, Stuart's got that one absolutely spot on. It's as you said, thin line between obstruction and keeping, your momentum. Stewards are absolutely in favour of drivers not having to move over, not having to take your foot off the gas. You race your own race 99% of the time, Andy. From your own experience as well, I'd imagine you notice that it's safer for those cars being lapped to keep to a consistent pace so that the drivers overtaking them know exactly what they're doing. But if you're doing stupid things like that, you're going to get stupid results. So that's exactly what happens, and I've absolutely no sympathy whatsoever.
Yeah, no, exactly. You need to be aware of what's going on around you, don't you? When you're being lapped, especially, it's easy to think that it's dead simple to just slow down a bit, pull out the way and let them go. But you've got to time it right. You've got to see things from the perspective of the car that's lapping you and try and think, right, well, what do they want me to do? And that's not really a natural way for a racing driver to think that, is it? Normally, racing drivers are very selfish people, but sometimes you just have to kind of look at the bigger picture and say, right, okay, this is not my race, this is not my fight, I'm not going to make it difficult for you. Samir Ibrahimi, though, is definitely going to make this difficult for Giorgio Simonini, because Giorgio, having sort of coasted up to the back of the Porsche, hasn't now been able to find the overlap that he needs. They're losing a chunk of time every lap to Jakob Osterman, who will be wishing that this race was the 7 hours of Spa, not the 6 hours of Spa, because if it was 7 hours, I think that 71 car would end up on the podium, the rate at which it's closing on these two. He's 13 seconds back there. It's just a bit too much, I think, for him to do in the final 21 minutes, unless this battle goes pear-shaped, but these are two experienced drivers, two pretty steady hands as well, really. Ibrahimi and Simonini, they're not known for making mistakes, they're not known for rash manoeuvres, and Simonini, he really is a very good big-picture driver, isn't he? He will know that 4th place ain't a bad way to start this championship. If he has to settle for 4th, then worst things he could do.
Ain't happening though. I'm telling you now from my experience with Simonini, he might know that's the big picture thing to do, but he is on this like a dog with a bone. He will be absolutely making sure that these next 20 minutes are going to be the longest of Samir Ibrahimi's life in sim racing right now. That Audi looking menacing on the back end of that Porsche, and I wonder if the Porsche is now starting to drop away as the track temperature drops considerably, because we have got about as many degrees Celsius as we have got minutes left. 19 degrees air temperature and 19 degrees track temperature as well here at Spa-Francorchamps, as we're still watching Giorgio Simonini on the back end of the 3rd place Samir Ibrahimi number 72 car for GTWR R8G Academy Black. It's been a great performance for them, but we have to talk about Dennis Schoeninger and that number 19, because they have absolutely pulled it out the bag today for R8G Esports. It's been an exemplary performance and it's looking very, very good so far.
Yeah, don't forget that Schoeninger shares that car with Jordan Cherrett and Nicholas Hoban, who is a new signing at R8G Esports. So Nicholas Hoban, what a dream start to his time with the team if they could bring home the win. And he really put in one of the key stints, didn't he? He was the one that was in the car chasing down the wounded Porsche in front, and he got that gap down close enough, and then it was really his in-laps, wasn't it? After the 150 car pitted, it was the next 3 or 4 laps that Hoban did that just allowed him to eventually leapfrog the Porsche, helped a bit by a slightly slow stop as well, and hand the car over to Dennis Schoeninger with the race lead. 9.1 seconds is the gap that Schoeninger has now over Jaroslav Honzik, who, in fairness, is quicker at the moment than Ibrahimi and Simonini. So again, that 2nd place was never really in doubt, particularly for the 150 Yas Heat team. The question is, who joins them on the podium? Will it be another Porsche, or will it be another Audi, or will they both take each other off and we'll get an Aston Martin on the podium after all? I would never say never the way this race has gone.
GTR on the podium, calling it now. I still believe that 823, I have faith. GTR, or actually, to be fair, it's more likely that Heno and the number 7 Lexus is going to get up there. But well, you'll have to see here. Production actually trying to work out the logistics of the GTR getting up in the podium, but I say don't concern ourselves with the logistics of it. I just keep the faith, just believe, and things can happen.
Like I say, I've seen stranger things happen. We've had a pile-up at that part of the circuit in the early stage of the race, and even though the field is a bit more spread out now, you've still got these clusters of cars, haven't you, that are sort of grouping themselves around the track, many of them fighting for position. The leader, for example, Dennis Schoeninger, coming up against a big group of cars to put a lap on them going into the bus stop now, and it's not bus stop anymore, excuse me, the chicane at the end of the lap. And likewise for these two, they've got some traffic ahead as well. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that back markers could still have a deciding factor in this race. Now, Simonini is closer this time through Blanchimont. He hits the curb, though. That was dicey. He wants the inside. Is the gap going to be left for him? No, it's not, so he goes to the outside instead, and he so wanted the inside line there. That was defended by Ibrahimi, so Simonini goes the long way round, gets the inside for the left-hander. There's a bit of a hip and shoulder, but in fairness, Simonini was over the curb on the inside there. He couldn't have left Ibrahimi more room, and he moves the GTWR R8G Academy Black Audi into 3rd place. What a move.
Wow. I think that one is going to be in the books for Giorgio Simonini. He's going to look very comfortable unless Ibrahimi can get into the toe and make this happen. But the fact that Simonini was able to catch him and get that gap down so quickly, I think that might be done. It all rests on here, because this is the run up the Kemmel Straight. It's a huge toe for the Porsche. Here we go. It's going to be side by side into Lake Hume, and Giorgio Simonini moves across to the right hand side, going to try and make him go all the way around the outside. Surely it's going to be contact. That Porsche has the inside line, tries to keep it. It's not going to work. There's contact between the two of them, and they keep going as well. Again, silly contact there, but you saw that coming a mile off. That is what racing drivers are going to do to try and hold on to the position, and I think that puts that position into the grasp of the Audi.
How did they save that? How did they not both end up in the barriers? That is incredible.
A luck, I think, is the way that they saved that right now. I'm going to very quickly distract you, Andy, actually, because Eamon Murphy in the McLaren in the 149, I think, is poised to take 2 positions here. I think he can finish in 8th position at very least, because he's on the back of Hinault in the number 7 virtual drivers by TX3 machine, and he's also just a stone's throw from Marco Muri in the 32 GTWR RAG Academy white machine. If he can get 8th position, that is one of the best recovery drives I think we've seen here at Sim.
Well, I see your 8th place and I raise you 7th place, because Muir is only 9/10 behind Urkulev in the number 56 Aston Martin. So depending on how quickly Eamon can dispatch the first 2, he might have a shot at the 3rd of those cars, mightn't he? So well picked out that, David. I'd almost forgotten about Eamon Murphy, because the last time I saw him, he was about 15 seconds or so away from the 9th placed car. I thought, well, 10th place is probably as good as this will get, but you're absolutely right. The Yassi Pirelli McLaren, we can't really be a lot of the other cars in this slightly dark and dingy lighting, but the yellow McLaren still stands out, and they are absolutely flying. Murphy's previous lap was a 2:18.2, over half a second quicker than the Lexus ahead of it, and it is the next car ahead of it now, look. So Hinault in the number 7 Lexus holding on to that 9th place, but I agree with you, David, I don't think it'll be 9th for much longer.
The pace and the momentum that he's got, he's already on the back of the Lexus here, and that was about a second of a gap about 5 corners ago. This is going to be the run down to the final chicane. Does he make a move? No. Eamon Murphy thinks better of it, knows that he's going to have to find a better position to make that happen. Meanwhile, the battle for 3rd place is still on. Now, I thought Simonini was going to perhaps streak off into the distance. The fact that Ibrahimi is just 3/10 of a second, Andy, behind him, means that there is still a big battle on for 3rd place. And look at that gap to Osterman now. That's down from, what was that? That was about 10 seconds. That's now down to 8 seconds. So Osterman has made huge inroads after that little collision with those two.
And he was 2 seconds faster than them on the previous lap, because they're delaying each other with their battle. Remember, they had those couple of bits of contact. It only takes another bit of side-by-side racing from those two, and you're absolutely right. Jakob Osterman could be in contention for a podium. Now, what can Murphy do about Hinault into Les Combes? He's not close enough. That Lexus is good in the speed traps, isn't it? And it just keeps the McLaren behind him for the time being. But Eamon Murphy definitely asking all the right questions now of the number 7 car ahead. But what is going on for that 3rd place? Can Simonini hold on? I'm amazed he's not getting away, although the gap is now up to 8/10 of a second. So actually, now he's settled down a bit, Simonini is just starting to stretch his legs a little bit, but Osterman is only 7.2 seconds back. So he's taken another second near enough out of Ibrahimi on this lap alone. 13 minutes, 7 seconds.
Wait a minute, Andy, what's happened to Jaroslav Honzik? He's slow, and the 457's catching him at a rate of knots here. Honzik could be on course to lose 2nd place.
Right, okay. Well, where is he? That's the question. He's at there he is, across the line. He's got damage, has he? Is that new damage to the nose of the Porsche? He's definitely lost track position, and there is Simonini. Simonini and Ibrahimi are right behind him. Give David Christie a medal. How on earth you spotted that on that driver tracker, I have no idea. But he is absolutely under pressure now. Surely Simonini will go for this now. He's got a good run down into Eau Rouge. The Porsche looks like it's wounded. It's going to be even slower in a straight line. It's slow through the corner. Simonini sideways. Simonini over the runoff area. Just about saves it. And Ibrahimi has a run on both of them. They're going to be 3 wide down the Kemmel Straight. Simonini goes to the left to cover, then to the right. He's cleared the Porsche. They're both cleared. Honzik, who's wounded, but Ibrahimi coming back at Simonini into Les Combes. He's going to try this outside line again. Simonini over the curb, gets 2nd place. Ibrahimi 3rd, and it might get even worse now for Honzik, because I do think Osterman's going to be able to catch him before the end.
If only a talented commentator had said 20 minutes ago that he didn't think that Honzik was going to finish on the podium. I said he was going to finish in 5th place. I didn't see that one coming at all. That is absolutely huge drama with just 12 minutes left to go in the race. Heartbreak for Jaroslav Honzik there. Heartbreak for the Yaz team again. just unbelievable stuff. But here we go, this is the battle then for P9 and P10. This is Murphy on Hanoi. He's decided enough is enough. This is the run down the Kemmel Straight then. Blasted late breakers into Lake Com. 11 minutes left to go. Oh my goodness me, that is a move and a half for Eamon Murphy. Can he get it stuck though? Because Arnaud has got the inside line. The Lexus takes it as well, but they're still side by side. Murphy takes 9th position. He's now a second and a half, or make that 2 seconds to catch up to Marco Muri. Jaroslav Honzig 3.7 seconds behind that battle for second place here, and Oosterman just 2 seconds behind. Honzig is going to be out the top 4.
You see, the problem with endurance racing is it's just so boring, isn't it? Nothing ever happens at the end of these 6-hour races. Oh wait, that was the moment for Honzik. Blimey, that was a big hit into the wall as well. Just lost the rear going into the corner. And I suspect, and it pains me to say this, David, but you were absolutely spot on with what you said. They didn't...
Andy, Oosterman's got a drive-through!
Oh, you are
If you wanted more drama, my goodness me, what else can we have?
That's track limits, we're being told. He's exceeded track limits once too often, just as he was on the tail of Jaroslav. In fact, he's got him. He's passed Honzik on the track, and now he has to serve a drive-through penalty, so that will drop him. Now, will it drop him behind King? It will, because it's an excruciatingly long pit lane here at Spa, remember? You've got to traipse all the way down the new pit lane, and then all the way down the old pit lane as well, so that is going to lose him a heap of time and a heap of places. Right, more replays. This is what happened to Honzik. The thing I was about to say you were right with is that the fact they didn't fix the damage on this car meant the car was even harder to drive. We know that Yaroslav's been struggling with the balance of that car, and you did call it about an hour ago, David. You said if they didn't fix the damage, there was a risk that Honzik could make a mistake and throw it all away, and that is exactly what happened.
I take absolutely no pleasure whatsoever from saying that. I mean, I don't know about you, Andy, but I actually feel a little bit sick in my stomach. I feel like the bottom's just come out, because I absolutely adore Jaroslav and what he brings to the sim racing community so much, and to see it ripped away from him like this is just heartbreaking. I thought it was going to be different circumstances. I was going to be pushing so hard, but it's an unfortunate accident to happen. It happens quite a lot. The physiques and the handling characteristics of these cars change all the time, but yeah, I just did not see that one coming before. What they've got to take away now is the positives. P5, if they can hold on to that, P5 is a huge start to the season given how this race has been going. In fact, he's going to take 4th place with the fact that the number 21 in front of them has got a drive-through as well. That's Jacob Osterman, as we said. So if he can keep P4, then he should be, and he's relatively safe. He's 32 seconds ahead of Darren King. But Darren King likely going to be put up into to 5th position. That is a huge position. They've started 23rd, and they're going to be. So I take that back from the 149 team. It's got to be all about the three for a recovery drive today.
Yeah, especially the way they've done it, as I've said, played the strategy game absolutely spot on, and yeah, thoroughly deserve it if they bring it home. But how many times have we said, David, that this is not over? 7.5 minutes, we can cram at least another 2 or 3 insane situations into this final few minutes, so do not tune out just yet. This race ain't over by any stretch of the imagination. Dennis Schoeniger all of a sudden has a 24-second lead at the front of the field, which does not do this race justice. That was a change for 16th place, by the way. The reigning champion Simware.pro into P16. Ogorodnikov around the outside of the 133 Bentley, but it is Schoeniger 24 seconds up the road from Giorgio Simonini in 2nd, Samir Ibrahimi here in 3rd in the Porsche. So we've got 2 Audis and a Porsche still on the podium. Jakob Osterman 4th, but has a drive-through penalty to serve. And of course, because that's been served to him by the sim, they can't even appeal that. He has to serve it within the next couple of laps. Jaroslav Honzik is in 5th place. Now, what is his gap back to Darren King? It was about 30 seconds. It's still going to be 49, yeah, it's still going to be about 25, 26 seconds. So I think he's okay in 5th. King in 6th place. Erklev 7th, Muir 8th, Murphy 9th, could still gain more ground. And the Lexus there of Hanaud rounding out the top 10.
It depends on how many laps we've got left, because I don't know about Yaroslav, purely because he's lapping 6 seconds a lap slower. He did a 2:25 that last lap round, where everyone else is doing a 2:19, and that's a lap after he's had the damage and had the moment. So I think he's nursing that car home. Given that gap is 26 seconds, that's about maybe 4 or 5 laps. I think he's got enough time to hold on, but it's going to be crazy close. If there is an even chance that Dan King can sneak up into 4th position, I find that absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, I think he probably agrees with you, to be honest. That's not what they would have expected, but yeah, what a great advert for just plugging away at this and not getting too down after a disappointing qualifying effort. In a 6-hour race, qualifying is only part of the story, and yeah, they've done a brilliant job to come back from this. Jakob Osterman is in the pit lane serving the drive-through, so we'll see where he drops out, but that's, as I said, it's such a long pit lane. You can see on the driver tracker on the right-hand side, that 71 car just losing so much speed. Back through goes Jaroslav Honzik now, and it won't be that much longer before King and Urkulev and Muir and maybe Aben Murphy as well manage to get back through. Murphy is 1.3 seconds behind Marco Muir, who is 2.1 seconds behind Urkulev, and he's only 3.7 behind King at the moment. Now, I'll tell you what, Simonini has not yet escaped in 2nd place, has he? He's struggling to get past some of this traffic. It's that man Ogorodnikov again, isn't it? I think right ahead of him, the Simware.Pro McLaren. If he doesn't clear that McLaren shortly, then Ibrahimi might just have another sniff at 2nd place.
Yeah, I think that is very likely to happen. He moves it up the inside. Didn't quite see if he's managed to make that stick just now. There's still, yeah, he has got past Ogorodnikov then. We saw Ogorodnikov actually being very fair, being very, you know, firm with his blue flags, letting cars go by. But Osterman into the pits then for his drive-through, and he's still making his way around just now. I'm just absolutely devastated for him, because not only has he lost 4th place, 5th place, 6th place, I currently having a look, he's going to stay P10, but I mean, what a fall from grace from him. Comes out actually just behind the lap number 77 car and just ahead of the 42. So I think comfortably in 10th place is the car of number 71 of Jakob Osterman. But I need to take a breath, Andy. I just cannot believe what has just unfolded in the past half hour here.
Me neither. That has actually blown my mind. Just a quick point on Osterman. That's the 2nd penalty that he's picked up in this race. Remember, he got that 20-second penalty in stint 1 for contact with Dare McCormack on the opening lap at this very corner, actually, Speaker's Corner. That meant that their first pit stop was really slow. They spent the rest of the day getting back into contention, and then he goes and gets a track limits drive-through. I mean, that's really frustrating. He was pushing so hard to catch the cars ahead. It was really exciting to watch. And now, look, he's still flirting with it, even on this outlap, having served the first drive-through. So Jakob Osterman is living life on the edge here, isn't he? But perhaps flying a little bit too close to the sun when it comes to some of his driving standards out on track. I think he might just look back at the 2 stints that he's put in today with a little bit of dismay once the race is over. The race will be over, by the way, in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The race leader, car number 9, Dennis Schoeniger, is at Speaker's Corner now, so he should get this lap and one more in. So a lap and a half to go in this race. It's going to be a 153 lap race then. What an incredible opening round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup here. The Spa 6 hours has absolutely delivered in bucket loads, and Dennis Schoeniger, along with the rest of that number 9 team, can be very, very happy that they, at the moment, look like they're going to come out on top. The other battle that still is yet to be resolved, though, is this one for 7th place. Aben Murphy is now only half a second behind Marco Muir for that P7, and David, we both know that Aben is not going to back out from that fight. Having cleared Heno's Lexus, he's pulled clear by over 2 seconds, and he's really caught up to the back of the 32 Audi very, very quickly.
Yeah, this is awesome stuff as Murphy's done it. He's absolutely gapped Marco Muir. So Aben Murphy up into P7. That is an amazing lap there. And yeah, credit to the 149 recovery drive from Yaz Heat. But again, Andy, that 383 of Darren King taking 5th position. And yeah, that is absolutely awesome awesome stuff to see. And again, I don't know if it's over yet. I think it's going to be very squeaky to see here as we go into the final lap with your race leader, Dennis Schoeninger, going across the line. But I've got to say, I think Jaroslav Honzig is very, very slow on this lap, and he's only about 5 seconds ahead, 6 seconds ahead of Darren King. And we've got 1 lap to go, and he's losing about 6 seconds a lap here.
That is going to be really, really close, isn't it? Now, here we go. We've got the QE2, the Queen Mary 2, and some other ship that I can't think of, heading through Lake Com together. The 3 Boatleys all battling for position, I think. Yes, all 3 of them are fighting over 24th place, and it's still Alessandro Leodacola in the Racing Point car that stays up front. But you're absolutely right, Dennis Schoeninger is heading through Lake Com. Thankfully, he's not quite going to catch this group before the end of the race, which is music to his ears, I'm sure. And the number 9 team are going to come home, it would seem. Race winners then, the number 9 car with just over half a lap to go. It is still second place for Giorgio Simonini. He's pulling away now from Samir Ibrahimi. It looks as though the order is pretty much set now as these battles continue to rage on. This lot will get 1 more lap actually, because they're just ahead of the race leader on the racetrack, so they're not quite going to be done with at the end of this race. But David, as the time does now tick down towards 0, we can reflect on what an incredible performance it's been for the number 9 team, and what an incredible race it's been all round.
And what an incredible race is still going round just now, as the gap between Jaroslav Honzig and Darren King is 8 seconds, and the gap between them, the difference between them that last time was just under 7 seconds. So I don't know how much closer you want it to be. I think Jaroslav Honzig will just hold on to his 4th position, but it's going to be very, very close with Darren King. But your race leader coming through Blanchimont for the final time, Andy. It's been a stellar drive for the RHG Esports team.
It's been a truly astonishing race, absolutely bonkers at times, especially inside the last 10 or 15 minutes. But through all of the madness will come the number 9 car, the RHG Esports Audi, will come across the start-finish line in the hands of Dennis Schoeninger to win the opening round of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. The Spa 6 hours goes to Audi. Dennis Schoeninger, Jordan Sherritt and Nicholas Hoban on his debut with the team are victorious here at Spa, and it will be a 1-2 for GTWR RHG Academy affiliated cars. Giorgio Simonini will bring the 457 car across the line now to take second place. What an incredible final stint he had. Simonini, Andrea Capoccia and Alex Tarato come home in second place, just a second and a half ahead of the Renvelton Esports Porsche. The number 72 car then comes through Maximilian Vulmuth, Lucas Kreutzer and Samir Ibrahimi. A real fighting drive for 3rd place. There are still, though, battles going on. The Bentleys are still at play. It's somehow still the 171 car ahead of Gerardis and Bike in 34 and 54. What is going on, though, I wonder, David, in this fight with Eamon Murphy? Has he been able to get Jaroslav Honzig, I should say, has he managed to hold on to that 4th place?
Well, it's very, very close, because they're coming into the final chicane, but he's let go the back markers, but I think he's just going to hold it. Yep, he does, comes across the line. Jaroslav Honzig, that is an excellent result, excellent result given what happened for the Yaz Heat team. But my goodness me, what a win for Dennis Schoeninger, for Jordan Sherritt and for Nicholas Hoban. They had to work for it today, and the cream really did rise to the top.
And we're not done with yet, because of remarkably, at the end of 6 hours of racing, we've still got battles for position raging on. And a shout out, by the way, to the 41 squad as well. Igor Grondikov brings that car home in 16th place, so they do get a handful of championship points there for bringing the car home in 16th. Remember, the top 22 score points, so none of these Bentleys are going to score any championship points, but you would never have guessed it given the way they're battled here on the final lap or so of the race. But it is going to be, I think, the 171 car that will come home at the front of this group. But yeah, what a fight they had. Is Gerardis going to hang on to 25th? It looks like he will. The 34 car that had run inside the top 15 or so earlier on before fading to 25th. That is exactly where they will finish. But how close do you like it? The 3 Bentleys roar across the line, and they are the last 3 cars to see the checkered flag. Well, for the first time in 6 hours, David, we can catch our breath. What a race. I would go so far as to say that is the best race that I've covered on the SimGrid, and I've seen some good ones over the last year or so. That one, though, was absolutely incredible. Just when we thought we had our head around the way it was going to go and who was looking strong and what the storyline was going to develop into, something would happen, something completely out of left field, to throw all of our predictions out the window, and that is exactly what endurance racing should be like. It doesn't get much better than that.
Oh, it was absolutely fantastic. And, I go back to an hour ago and I literally said that because that's been my experience of the Endurance Cup. And it was a comment that came in on YouTube and they were like, oh, well, it's going to be a quiet end to the race. And you feel like stroking their hair and going, oh, because they're so naive. But wow. Andy, I think we need to hear from some of the drivers, don't we?
Yes, we probably should, shouldn't we? Right, let's drag our first few in then, because coming home in third place was the number 72 car at the end of what was a breathtaking race. The Renvelten Esports Blue Squad of Maximilian Vullmuth, Lucas Kreutzer and Samir Ibrahimi. And Maximilian and Lucas both join us now. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. Maximilian, we will start with you. What a race. I mean, that was incredible to watch and quite nerve-wracking to be a part of, I'd imagine.
Yeah, definitely. It's probably one of the most intense final hours we've ever had in an endurance race, and then fighting for the top spots was absolutely insane, and all the things that were going on were just crazy. And yeah, we went into the final hour thinking, okay, this should be P4. Then we came out ahead of the Simonini Audi, and then we had to fight against them for the podium. And then Jardia crashed and had another incident, and so we got suddenly into contention for the podium regardless. Well, it doesn't matter how the fight with Simonini ends, and we're still in the podium. And there was just so many things happening, and probably the most chaotic and intense finish to an endurance race I've ever seen.
Lucas, I'm sure you agree with what your teammate's saying there. I mean, you must have been so anxious watching the final part of that race, but even when you were out on track, you were involved in some pretty interesting battles, weren't you?
Actually, not that much. I think you actually said it on stream. We had a really calm race up to that point. We were just cruising along, going our own speed without any big incidents, so going into this kind of trouble in the last half an hour was pretty nerve-wracking for all of us. But Sami did a brilliant job fighting the DTWR Audi, taking Jardia on the place where it was the most fitting. So it's just the last hour was really nerve-wracking in comparison to what we had the 5 hours earlier. So we are all through. We are all we're majorly tired and exhausted, but it was so much fun. The last hour was, as Max said, crazy. So basically that's just the experience we had. It was really insane.
I think we've all had that kind of experience over the last 6 hours. Guys, congratulations on the result here today. Max, just very quickly, what does this mean for the rest of your championship? I'm sure you were always hoping to be contenders for the championship, and this podium is a pretty good start.
Yeah, obviously now we know that we can fight at the front of this field, and going into this round we weren't that sure that this combination with the Porsche here at Spa would fit our car that well, so we weren't expecting to be that far ahead and that competitive on pace. So definitely we're looking forward to compete for the championship and compete for another strong results in the next upcoming rounds.
Excellent. Well, we wish you the best of luck. We'll let you go and get some rest now, but congratulations on a remarkable podium here in the opening round. Well done.
Thank you.
So Maximilian Vullmuth and Lucas Kreutzer then, a huge congratulations to those two for coming home in third place. Now, they were chasing down, they were being chased down, I should say, in that final stint by the 457 car, which was brought home by Giorgio Simonini. Andrea Capoccia, he shared the car with as well, and they are both here now to have a chat with, and let's bring them in. Well, Giorgio, we'll start with you. We chatted to you at the start of the broadcast, and you sounded pretty calm, pretty cool and collected. You were quietly confident, I think, about the race ahead. I'd imagine you weren't quite so calm over those last 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, I agree. The last 15 or 30 minutes, I don't remember, was out of control. Everything was happening, overtakes, seat having issues, and I almost lost the car as well. It was crazy crazy last 15 minutes of pushing and pushing, Andrea trying to keep me calm. It was really an amazing finish, and wow, what a race. I'm still emotions. Yeah, what to say, I'm really happy about the overall team performance of both GTW RHE teams, and I couldn't be happier from this night, really.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love, if I had £1 for every time that I mentioned your name tonight, I'd be a rich man, because every time you were in the car, you seemed to attract drama. I mean, even the very first stint of the race, you had this brilliant battle with Michael Tauscher at the front of the field. We thought it was maybe we'd got the wrong memo, and it was actually a 20-minute sprint race, the way that you two were going wheel to wheel. I mean, that was really good fun to watch, but at the start of a 6-hour race, is that a bit nerve-wracking for you?
Yeah, that was definitely something to avoid for the next time, because I lost even 3 position because of that aggressive driving. But yeah, for next time, that is experience, but it was fun indeed, battling so hard for those positions. And I knew that if Tauscher was getting P1, I wouldn't have get him. So I was trying my best to keep him, but Tauscher did an amazing overtake and I couldn't do anything. So big ups to them, and I'm really sorry about their issue, because they would have deserved the win today. But, endurance racing is about issues, warnings and all those things, so the goal is to stay away from them and keep pushing and keep believing till the end. That's what brought us to this result today.
And a brilliant result it was. Andrea, your thoughts on that race? First of all, great to have you back with the GTWR RHE Academy squad. I'm sure you're glad to be back now as well, because that was pretty much a dream result. Second place, I bet you'd be happy with that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm extremely happy to be back in my old team, which actually, finding yourself again with all your friends and all the drivers you've been driving since you started sim racing, it's just beautiful. And we work so good together, and we've been working for the whole week together, like 8, 9, 10 people all together. It was phenomenal, and the race was extremely beautiful. We had an issue mid-race where the P1 and P2 teams, so our team and the RHG team, didn't talk about overtake. We had to do between us, because our driver was a little bit slower, so we had to leave space to Dennis. But it was just it happened an accident, so we thought we had lost P2, the possibility to get P2. But actually at the end, everything comes back. If you just believe, you just have to push and think you can do it. You need to attract the finish line. So we've been pushing so hard since that moment. We've been lapping at our best for every lap of the last 3 hours, and it paid off.
It really did, and it goes to show how important it is to not give up even when things go wrong, because you never know what might be around the corner. Guys, huge congratulations. We'll see you again next time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Giorgio and Andrea, then a really well-deserved podium finish then for those two. But they didn't quite get the race win, because that goes the way of the number 9 RHG esports squad of Nicholas Hoban, Jordan Sherritt and Dennis Schoeniger. And Jordan and Nicholas are joining us now. Welcome to the commentary box, guys. And Nicholas, that was quite exciting, wasn't it?
Definitely very exciting.
Almost too exciting at times, I'd imagine. I mean, we were just chatting there with Andrea Capoccia about the little bit of contact that your two cars had, but ultimately it was a little bit of luck, but also the fact that you kept the pressure on the 150 team. Even when it looked like Yasheet had this in the bag, it was really important that you kept that pressure on, because in the end it was them that started to make the mistakes.
Yeah, of course. We always try to keep the pressure up. We were a bit unlucky because we were in this situation because my pedals just failed on start-finish straight, and it was very close, but nearly just ran into the wall with 200 kph. Luckily, I was able to brake and then reset everything. Without this, we should have never been in this position, but even after this, we did a great race, keep the pressure up, and yeah, in the end, it just plays out.
I'd actually forgotten about that. I'm glad you reminded me. I mean, that's got to be a pretty terrifying moment, isn't it? I mean, one of the fastest parts of the circuit, and suddenly you've got no pedals. Do you know why it happened? You obviously were able to get it fixed.
I don't know why it happened. It happened already a week ago on Nürburgring, the 24 hours, and I was standing in the pit there for half a minute, and today it was on a straight. That was not better. But yeah, somehow worked out, but the situation is very, very bad. First race for RIG Esports and immediately almost go straight into the wall. Could be better.
Bits of the race could have been better, but at least the end result was pretty good. Jordan, let's bring you in, because we were all really impressed with your pace as well in that race. You were really a big part of that, applying the pressure in the middle part of the race. You never gave up, and that's so important in a race like this, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Pressure always, is the killer for other teams. Like, if you can constantly put your nose there, or for them to notice you all the time, it gets to their heads. And I think that's what sort of made the end result, or was part of it. But funny enough, my stint was pretty bad. It felt like I had old tires, and the car wasn't doing what I wanted it to do, because I was like 4.3 slower than Dennis and Nicholas in my stint. So yeah, I wasn't happy with my stint, but it ended up working out, and it was a great job by Nicholas and Dennis. I mean, they drove flawlessly, actually. Pretty impressive, I must say.
I'd say you all did pretty well, because I mean the car was never really out of contention. As Nicholas said, after his issue with the pedals, I mean, you'd have forgiven us for sort of writing you off, but the car clearly works really well around this circuit, doesn't it? And you've obviously got a good setup too, because you were able to bounce back so well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, setups always help. I guess that's what every sim driver works towards, and we all work for that, because they do make a difference. And yeah, we actually had a pretty good setup. Funny enough, our setup was really good in the dry and very good in the wet. It's the first time we've ever had the best compromise for both. So yeah, it was good. It was really, really, really good, and it was like so much fun. I mean, the race was like drama filled. I mean, I was watching Giorgio driving behind Samir at the end, and that was like absolutely crazy. So yeah, and it's good to get a 1-2 for GTWR, well, RHE. So yeah.
Yeah, pretty perfect start to the championship now, but I guess, Jordan, this might now put a bit more pressure on you, because you go to Monza now as the championship leaders. There's a bit of a target on your back. I'm sure that's a challenge that you will still relish, though.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Monza is actually one of my favorite tracks. Spa, not so much. So obviously the Audi is not as great there, so it will be a challenge, but considering how our first World Cup went when we won the first round, I think we can handle that pressure. So let's hope it stays this way.
Absolutely. Well done, you two, not only on the race win, but for keeping us thoroughly entertained all race long, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the season.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it then. Jordan Sherritt and Nicholas Hoban, and also Dennis Schoeniger. Let's not forget about him, David, because he put in 2 fantastic stints as well. They are well-deserving winners of what is one of the most bonkers races I have ever had the pleasure of covering. 6 hours flew by, as I kind of thought it might do. I cannot wait to see what the rest of this roller coaster ride that is the Endurance Cup has in store for us.
Wow. That's all you can really say about that incredible end to the race. It was a brilliant race all the way through, but that final hour just absolutely took the biscuit. And on about, cannot wait for the next one. Not going to have to wait too long, just under a month left to go for the next race, the 6 hours of Monza. That is going to be an amazing event, but plenty more to come and stay for here at the SimGrid. We kick off more female racers on Monday night at 7 o'clock, so make sure you check us out for that one as well. But head over to thesimgrid.com. You can check out our calendar over there and get involved in all of the championships and events that are out there as well, and you can join us on all of the different championships as well. But yeah, there we go, Andy. That's us for tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm half glad because I need to lie down, and I'm half disappointed because I didn't really want it to end. But what a brilliantly entertaining race. We thank you all for joining us here on the SimGrid. Hope you enjoyed the show. I'm pretty sure you did. And I also hope you'll be able to join us next time out, as David said, on November the 6th. For the 6 hours of Monza, the second round of the championship. Sadly, I have to miss that one. I've got a real-world endurance championship race to go and cover at Donington Park, but I'll be back for the rest of the season. David, I'm sure, will be here to keep you thoroughly entertained as always, and my thanks to David, Mike Yam, Michael Hamlet, everyone who helps put these broadcasts together. They really are top-notch, and I've seen a lot of you in the chat really congratulating them on their hard work as well, and that is thoroughly deserved. That is it, though, from the 6 hours of Spa. An absolutely incredible season opener in the SimGrid Endurance Cup. We'll see you again next time at Monza.